Just comb your hair, go and wash your face. It's been a real long time since you've seen the light of day. So let thoughts come as they may, beauty and parade. Everybody all smiles when you're back in the seat again. All aboard the Petty Express to a beautiful darkness. It's full steam ahead to ride the rails to our next destination. Yeah!
Hey everyone, it is Mo, your conductress on the Petty Express. We have the tail end of this trial to go through. I will say it is so much easier knowing that she is never, and I think they threw her life with a possibility of parole, like they threw it to Suzanne Smith. You know, I don't see her ever getting parole. But, I mean, it's up to us to remind the people that might not even be alive now, that might not even know anything about this case, that Evelyn mattered. So, that's the other worry. We are still with, let's see here, not David Gratz, Special Agent Paul Durant. Now, this special agent, has not been so great. It seems like he has wildly disparate sort of educational backgrounds that don't make sense in context with what he's doing as an agent. Now, he claimed that he had about 4 weeks all total, instruction on how to get things off of a cell phone and off of, her social media cloud accounts. So hopefully we can maybe figure out that, hey, they got him in as an expert, but it was a little bit startling how little he actually has done as far as it, is for working with, phones and things like that. You would think, oh, okay, maybe he knows what he's slightly doing. It's like, nah, it's not a thing. He has no idea. We are all just living in this crazy world of people doing stuff, and I have no idea how they got there. He is a little bit better than, anyone from Canton, so I will give you that. And good morning, Phoenix and 80s Music Man, Slinky, and Southern Red Sox Girl. So let's get this started. I do have it at 1.25. Hopefully we can stay there, and I do have closed captions going. All right, or maybe I don't have. Oh. Okay, I am not hearing this. Let me. Oh, here we go. Now I've got sound.
And can you tell the jury why something like this is important pursuant to an investigation?
Essentially, why this is important is it shows that the records that we received for the specific count we received them from are accurate.
Okay. All right, that can be passed back down. Thank you. To your knowledge, do you know who owns Instagram?
Yes, Instagram and Facebook are both owned by Meta.
Okay. And were you able to conduct an analysis on Facebook and Instagram records of the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And were these records obtained via a valid search warrant for those records?
Yes.
Okay. in reviewing, I guess let me ask you this, were you able to review all of the information, not just the Facebook and Instagram records, but all of the information that you were provided regarding digital evidence in this case?
Yes, I reviewed a number of different phone extractions, as well as search warrant search warrant.
I don't know. Every time I see him, I just want to say, Elvin, you're back. How did, Lisa Bonet treat you? He also looks incredibly, incredibly uncomfortable on the stand, and I feel bad that he even has to be there. And normally I shouldn't feel this much sympathy for you being socially awkward if you're, an expert.
Returns.
Okay. Based upon this, were you able to identify conversations pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
Have you identified and reviewed those in preparation for court today?
Yes.
I think we have
I've
lost
asked you 2 pages here.
at least a day on this case with the amount of time it takes them to pull up things, hand papers to them, or get them back to the monitor. I swear, between bailiff having to get up and down every 5 seconds, it is insane, the lack of sort of efficiency.
Take a look and see if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. And what is it?
So there are conversations that were located on Miss Boswell's Facebook account.
Okay. And is it a conversation between the defendant and someone else?
Yes.
And who is the other person?
There's Haley Spiro.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you reviewed on Megan Boswell's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of that conversation?
This was on December 8th, 2019.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 231.
Objection. Motion. Approach over for section.
Oh, now we do have an issue with it. Like, look, this makes our client look terrible. She's calling her child an a-hole.
Subject to court please.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Agent Duran,
Okay.
is this the conversation we were just discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what the defendant states right after it shows that she called Haley on the phone?
So the defendant states, I'll have to double check with her dad as her, or her dad has her, but I should have an extra.
Okay.
And then it goes to, I don't think I sent them all with him, but then again, I might have because I'm irresponsible.
Okay, thank you.
Things I didn't need a text thread to assume about Megan, that she's irresponsible. Didn't need a text thread about that. Today, prosecutor, today.
Judge, as we said, my prior objection was overruled.
I'm going to pass you 2 documents. We're going to go through them one at a time. You could look first at the one with the earliest date on it, please.
Okay.
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
And can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant, I believe it was Alexia Roop.
Okay. And what's the date of that conversation?
December 18th, 2019.
Okay. And then for the second page that I handed you, who was the conversation with on that second page?
So this one was, and also a conversation from that Facebook social media proceeds, also between the defendant and Alexia Roop.
And what is the date of that conversation?
That is December 27th of 2019.
And are those both fair and accurate representations of the conversations that you reviewed on the defendant's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that those be made as separate exhibits for the 12/18 date, exhibit number 232.
Defendant's prior objection is approved.
Thank you.
Grandma is on top of it.
Permission to publish. Okay, first we'll go to the December 18th message. Alexia Root says, "So I'm probably never going to get this money, am I? LOL." And what does the defendant say?
The defendant says, "I'm really sorry. I've been busy. I've been so busy. My child's father took her from me, and it's been one thing after another, and I'm sorry I've not been able to meet and stuff. Sundays are my only day off, and the only time I really had to meet."
And next, we'll go to the December 27th conversation. Alexia says to the defendant, "You never sent it." And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says, "I honestly have to get a new one. Have to go get a new one. Can I give you my social? And you try that card. I put money on it again."
And then Alexia says, "Yeah,
Okay, just pointing out, you should never give your social security number to anyone over Facebook. I didn't realize that this was the thing I was going to have to say, but yeah, don't give your social security number to try to figure out if a card will work on with some shady friend. It is not worth it. You are never going to see that $29.99 ever again. I would just let it go with Jesus.
I can try." And what does the defendant say?
"I'm sorry. I'm just so busy and like in a custody fight with Evelyn's dad right now. And I'm exhausted, to be honest, with you. And I'm trying to keep up with everything as is. I'm really hoping we can get that prepaid card figured out."
Okay.
She sent her a used gift card. That's next level, like just redonkulous. Can't adult. Ma'am, with the florals, can we talk about your floral addiction? Look, it's not my jam. I don't understand florals. I get it as like a concept, but as a choice for me, florals are a no. And considering I like a lot of vintage clothes, you'll understand how irritated that makes me.
Has she one page?
I do.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
It's another conversation on the Facebook warrant between Ms. Boswell and Jesse Rosenbaum.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate, let me ask you, what is the date of that conversation?
It's January 13th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you saw it on that social media extraction?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 234.
234.
Okay, permission to publish? Okay. You could tell us what the defendant says on January 13th of 2020.
So the defendant says, "I lost custody of Evelyn to Ethan, and I've been in a mood. I really don't want to deal with their shit right now. I've not told anyone but you that. He told me our court date was a different date than what it was, and I didn't know, so I was late to it."
Okay. And then Jesse Rosenbaum says, "Damn, that sucks. Effed up shit. You could call a retrial." And then what does Megan say?
"I'm trying to."
Yes. Also, don't go to Facebook friends for legal advice when they respond with damn spelled with two A's, and then says that's some spelled S-U-M, effed up S. You could call a retrial. My guess is that his legal license has expired along with Daryl Brooks. So again, don't take legal advice from your Facebook friends unless they do happen to be lawyers. And even then, get your own lawyer.
I've not even told anyone that happened yet. I just don't want to deal with them, you know. And then she also says, like they always drag me into their problems, then bitch at me for being in their problems after they put me in the middle. LOL.
Okay.
Yeah, your missing kid is like such a problem that people shouldn't bother you with. They're so mean. We're all haters. Just won't let you get away with not having your child for months and months. All up in her business.
Handing you 2 pages. And ask you the same thing if you can recognize them.
I do.
Okay, and can you tell us what it is?
It's a conversation between Christopher Hall and Ms. Boswell.
Okay, and the date of that conversation?
January 26, 2020.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked when you analyzed Megan Boswell's Facebook extraction?
Now, this is a good point because I will tell you guys there was a little bit of a kerfuffle when earlier in the state's case in chief, they were showing things that purported to be text messages, but were actually from a program that made the extraction from Cellbrite look like text message. So, you know, I think that was something that was ironed out. I do believe that it didn't involve the Facebook issues, but that was something that occurred earlier in this case.
Yes.
We would ask that be made
And
exhibit
true.
number 235.
Exhibit 235. What was that date again?
January 26, 2020. Permission to publish? Okay. So Christopher Hall asks, how's Evelyn? And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says good, mean as fuck.
And he says, aw, and what does Megan Boswell say?
She says she hates me.
Okay.
Yes, because you have to tell kids no, they don't like you.
May we approach her?
This is probably in fairly big contention, seeing how, again, not many mothers, when they're venting, would probably say mean as F about their children. So I'm guessing the defense wants to take any sort of information or kind of attention away from that. I always feel so bad for him. I feel like he's waiting outside the principal's office and he knows his mom's going to lose her shit when she comes home and realizes he didn't get on the mathletes. I just feel like, I feel very bad for him. I feel like his mom's going to yell at him at the end of today. And I don't know why I deeply identify with that.
And ask if you can identify that.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
So it's this was a conversation on Facebook between the defendant and Miss Shirley Lowry.
Okay. And what was the date of that conversation?
This was February 18th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation from the defendant's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 236.
The full exhibit 236. Exhibit reports earlier.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, Puddletown, I'm sorry. Yeah,
For the first page of this, can you
I don't know why the internet has seemed to give people brass pairs of boobs, ovaries, or testes, but it does seem really irritating. Hopefully she can, get those all shown to not have cause. And sadly, unless YouTube changes their, terms of service to where false DM or false copyright strikes will be, considered issues or considered bad behavior. Daggone it, that stinks. Why are people such butt monkeys? I mean, I guess if people weren't butt monkeys, I'd only have to talk about the news. So, but still. For the love of all that's Cheetos, people are just butt monkeys.
I'm trying to get a little bit bigger. Can you just read to the jury what the defendant says on February 18th, 2020?
So the first message that comes through is hello, question mark. The next message is, if you want to know what's going on, I couldn't bring Evelyn over because Ethan wouldn't let me pick her up, and I have court in the morning. I'm sorry, and I hate to be rude about this, but you don't have any rights to my child, and what goes on between me, her, and her dad stays between me, her, and her dad. So the following message is, I have court in the morning to set up a specific plan. where he has her 1 week and I have her another.
Okay. And is that conversation, let me make it small.
Oh, Megan, you didn't realize that there are people like me who look at the local court registry and can find, because it's of public record. While we may not be able to find, out different individual filings in your case, we would be able to know if there was a case pending for you in family court. I mean, she obviously didn't have internet sleuths in her family, but this is ridiculous. You can't just have a court date with no paperwork. I love how she said this. Again, also, what would have had to have been happening in Evelyn's life for the court to grant her father, who has had absolutely no, involvement in her life, bar 3 days on that weird stalker trip she took. None of this makes sense. But again, Megan is not thinking, look, she's not the smartest crayon in the box.
Okay. And then for the record, there's a photograph there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and what does the defendant say after that photograph?
She says, this was her when I saw her last
Not
weekend.
too much,
And then follows
Lefty.
up with, if dad didn't flip out when I come on the property, I'd bring her by. Not that it's any of your business, though, and don't involve anyone else in it.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that up for just a second, because I want to ask you some questions about this photograph. So again, we're looking at the date, February 18th, 2020.
I love people that are like, I'm going to tell you all the hot tea, but then I'm not into drama. And then like stir, 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 but I'm not into drama.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that's the date the message was sent to Shirley Lowry?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine, based upon your analysis of the defendant's Facebook, is that picture an accurate representation of being taken the weekend before February 18th of 2020?
No.
Can you tell me how you know that that picture is an old picture?
While reviewing the conversations from the search warrant proceeds, I located that same photo, which was sent to Ethan on November 30th of 2019.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know, Puddletown. I will reach out to her. I know I don't cover the Hale stuff, but that sucks. And just let her know that I'm here for her. And if I can be of any assistance, I will.
Same thing. I'm going to ask if you're able to identify that.
So thank you for letting me know.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's a conversation between Kristen Arnett and the defendant.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
February 22nd, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between the defendant and Christian Arnett on that date from her Facebook proceeds?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 237.
237, second first paragraph.
Permission to publish. I'll try to make this one a little bit bigger. Okay. Christian Arnett says, honey, I pray that you come out of this. I pray you and that baby are both safe. All you got to do is be honest, honey. I'm praying so hard for you. And what does the defendant say in response?
I am being 100% honest and trying to help find my baby. I was scared of the person who took her. Thank you.
Okay.
We are going to bump him up to 1.25 because it looks like they're using him to get a lot of the Facebook stuff in.
Conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood, yes.
Okay. And is there a date for that conversation?
There is. It's December 27th, 2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it during your analysis?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 238.
What was it, 238, second first paragraph.
And permission to publish. Okay. If you can, just tell us what the defendant says to Hunter Wood on December 27th and December 28th.
On December 27th, the defendant says, text me again so I have your number. I ended up just swapping phones with her. And then follows on with, hey, I'm going to leave here soon.
And Vicky Hat 82, hi Mo and chat. Thank you for covering this trial. Couldn't have gotten through it without your commentary. Well, you're welcome, and you guys are helping me get through this. Honestly, yesterday I was planning on doing a long stream, but it got so cold here, and I I'm dealing with a lot of temperature dysregulation, which means honestly, I can't seem to get warm. I was severely contemplating just starting a fire and standing right next to it. So I am glad to have you guys with me. You guys make these trials better. And I like the Petty Express idea. For a long time, I wasn't sure if people would hang through with me because I can't do all day long trial sits, but I can do, fits and spurts. And this has really proved that I can do this. So expect more Petty Express runs. I will learn how to do this speedish run in theory at some point, possibly. I don't want to promise that because I feel like I'd be lying, but you are welcome.
Soon, Ethan and I talked, and he's going to stay home. And then it's followed by he thinks that what would be best also because I'm obviously not a very stable parent right now, and Evelyn doesn't want to come home with me.
Okay.
And sadly, I think that's closest to the truth that we're going to get. Again, I have hypothesized that 13 months is about the age where, the terrible twos, the pushing back on boundaries, I want to do where they're, I want to do what I want to do. That's where you kind of have to start, hey, no, you can't have that toy just because you want it. You have to ask. I mean, it does start getting into the nitty gritty of establishing how the world works, how you're not the most important. And again, for their entire lives, they have been the most important. People drop things when they cry and everything. So you have to teach them all of the things. And you do get those, kind of meltdown modes. You get toddler behavior. Now, in my experience, 4 has always been the age that I struggle with. 2, I always expect there to be, sort of battles. But 4 is, the year where it's like I do it my own self, and you kind of have to let them learn actions have consequences. And sometimes that's not easy. Like, no, you cannot wear a tutu and rain boots when it's snowing. Okay, you would like to wear that? I cannot dissuade you. I would like you to stand outside and see if that's going to be warm enough. And usually after they stood outside, we would have, slightly more climate appropriate clothing on. But yeah, so I think she didn't realize that motherhood was going to be an everyday 24/7 full contact sport. She did not realize that. And when it started to do that, when she couldn't do what she wanted to do, I think she made a terrible choice. I'm glad, Slinky. I was really worried about if people were going to do it. So I'm glad that you guys are joining me on the inaugural Petty Express run with the slowest state prosecutor ever. Good Lord. The amount of time this chick just does checking on things. And I get it. They have a lot of discovery, but for the love of giblets, like we're trying to get through this before I have gray hair.
Okay, same question.
Yes, I recognize this.
Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay.
Thank
and
you, Denise.
What is the date of that?
The date of this one is February the 19th of 2020.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you viewed pursuant to your analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
Okay, we ask that be made exhibit number 239.
239, subject to 25.
And permission to publish. Read to the jury each of these text bubbles from the defendant to Hunter Wood on February 19th of 2020.
Yes. It says, hey, I have no clue why you're mad at me, but I've been waiting for mom for fucking hours at the BP. Can I please come sleep in your truck if I get a ride there? And she says, like, seriously, I've done nothing I've not done anything for you to be mad at me. I love you, and I was supposed to leave so long ago, and I tired as fucking hell. I'm also pregnant with your child, so you could let me sleep in your truck. I'm gonna just come anyways and sleep in it when I can find a ride. I'm so tired, and I needed you tonight, but thank you, Hunter. I might just say fuck it and come in. And then
Wait, what in the Walmart Romeo and Juliet is going on here? Now, I know that the pregnancy was hypothetical. But dear Lord, like again, her righteous anger at Hunter when you know all the facts in this case and how she basically set this young man up for to take the blame for her crime to the point where it probably, sparked a full-on schizophrenic episode. So this chick is so incredibly offensive that she's like, I'm pregnant and you're not even letting me sleep in my truck. You have to deal with my crazy family and these, bunch of lies I keep telling you about my kid that isn't here. Again, her just attitude is ridiculous.
she tried to call and Hunter missed a call. And then the final one is I've tried to call.
Okay.
Okay, you guys didn't pull this the night before? I swear to goodness, you two. Driving me nuts. Bailiff has been up, down like 170,000 times. Because
Take a moment to look through that.
and you guys are getting a live. I guess the boys are playing Roblox, but on their headphones in their rooms. Their rooms are literally this far apart, and they are yelling at each other over headphones. I guess this is boy mom life.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to view that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay. Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood. Yes.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
Yes, February 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it when you did an analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 240.
He collected the bid at 240, subject to first trial.
Let's see. They are all on holiday, but one of them who was going to have
Permission to publish.
school is on a snow day today, or e-learning.
We're just going to go through it page by page.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. What does Megan Boswell start out saying on February 22nd of 2020?
The defendant states, "Hey, I texted you just so that you know it's really me.
And Hunter Wood says, change your Facebook name. And what does the defendant say?
I will in a few. Will you please bring me a change of clothes? TBI is in North Carolina with my mom. Literally, I don't care what clothes are. I just don't have anything at the moment."
And Hunter said, they said there was no baby with her though. I'm at my mom's. And what does the defendant say?
She's still under arrest and being questioned. Can you please do that for me, though?
And then Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely.
Hunter is all of us right now. Hunter is all of us like, hey, chick I used to bang. Honestly, where is this kid you told me about? And she's like, but my mom's in jail. And he's like, yeah, but they didn't find the kid. This poor young man, again, to have to deal with the town suspicion, probably put there a lot because Megan kept telling different stories. And obviously, to have to look very closely at things and realize you might have, unbeknownst to you, unknown to you, any offhand comment that you said to Megan could have been part of the catalyst for Evelyn not being here anymore. So I'm sure this young man is dealing with a lot. And if they find evidence that links him to doing this with her, then by all means, prove it in court, and I will be here and just as petty with him. But at this moment, having seen all the evidence, she set this man up. She set her mother up. She set her father up. She set, random Amish, person that was adopting her daughter up. She didn't care who she set up, just like Letitia, as long as she didn't get in trouble.
What does the defendant say?
Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing.
Then Hunter says, but please assure to me that the baby will be found and brought home safely. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Then what does, I'll scroll down in a second, what does the defendant say in response to that?
Hunter, I have full faith in the TBI and everyone I've spoken to that they will get the truth out of my mom and bring my baby back to me. Can you come talk? ? Or your mom? ? I just can't disclose anything much more over the internet at this point in time or over the phone, and I hope you can understand that.
Okay, I'll move that up a little bit, and if you could continue.
If you don't want to, I'll speak to your mom and she can tell you. Also tell her thank you for reporting the car missing. If mom has told you anything.
Speaking as a boy mom, you don't want to attempt to call me if you are in jail because you can't find your child and you are trying to pin it on my son. That I would be the last person that you would want to talk to, sweetheart, because you are being talked to by people that are, trained and professional to not lose their ever living ish on you, whereas you appear to be the chick that's trying to pin a case on my son and has lost her child. Yeah, I am not the comfort. This is not the emotional support mother you want, because you'd get the emotional sarcasm mother that you didn't want. Although, to be fair, I might get her to confess quicker.
Anything that is off-putting, please let me know. If she told you anything at all. Please tell me, please, anything at all. Did she ever mention Mendota to you? She kept trying to take me there, and I'm trying to find a ride up there to go looking.
Okay. Oh, this one's smaller. Okay. And what does the defendant, I guess it's a continuation from the last page, what is she saying?
So please let me know if you know anything about Mendota. I know it's late, but can you take me somewhere in Mendota, along a river? Mom used to talk about it.
And Hunter says, get your dad or TBI to take you. And what does the defendant say?
I can't get a hold of David, and there's no way in hell Dad will take me.
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
David's not replying to me, probably because they're down in North Carolina dealing with my mother.
And then Hunter Wood says, I'll contact Chris Wilhoit and see what he says to do. And what does the defendant say?
Who is that? I don't know exactly where it is.
Hey, Supermom, that's the TBI agent that just talked to you, and you lied to him and told him that your mom was in Mendota with, like, a person, not people. He was the guy that we got that recording of. I love that Hunter knows the name of the TBI agents, but Megan's like, who dat? Good job, Supermom. Way to go.
And Hunter says, the leading TBI agent. What does the defendant say?
I just know a river in Mendota. Someone told Dad they wanted to talk to him.
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
Same place Mom got arrested for trespassing in Scott County, Holston River.
And then Hunter says, what does that have to do with the baby? And what does the defendant say?
Only place I know she might be connected with in Mendota. Dad is on the phone with someone right now. Something about who reported the car she saw. She says she would only talk to Dad and that she had important information.
Okay. And what does she say in that last message?
Dad's on the phone with her recording the call.
This is the last
I thought
page.
she
I might have to make this.
So I love how she's so wildly disparate in this, text thread, because as Robert James, the TBI is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. So it would be kind of their internal kind of investigative state. So I think instead of the state police, they have TBI. But I could be wrong. I'm not from Tennessee. I do know that certain states have that, like Colorado has the CBI. Now, I do not think that Indiana has an IBI, because that just sounds stupid. But we have state troopers that are just as stupid. So if you've watched the Delphi case, then you know. Hi, Alice G. Welcome. But she says, like, I can't say anything to you. We're on the interwebs. It's unsafe. And then she's like, oh, but my dad's recording a phone call with my mom right now. And we're going to Mendota and we need to go along a river by the place that my mom was picked up for trespassing. It's like, make it make sense. Either say you can't say anything. Also, girl, he is not that into you. I can tell by the text messages that he's not that into you. And this is day 6 of the trial. And so we are very close. We are getting a lot of the sort of more professional witnesses in. So we're going to have Marla Gray after lunch from the TBI, forensic probably people. Then we're going to have another forensic scientist. We're going to have the mid-afternoon break. We're going to have another forensic scientist, and then the medical examiner is going to come up. Now, the medical examiner these are going to be really bad sort of, testimonies, but we'll try to make it fun. I believe this trial lasted 7 days. I haven't watched ahead. I do know that Megan did not testify. I only know that from briefly watching an interview with the lawyers, with her lawyers after the end of the case. We do know that the jury found her guilty on all charges and that it recommended life with the possibility of parole. But we will get to all of that. I do kind of like watching this now that I don't have the gut-churning anxiety that the jury is going to think that she was an innocent young mom. Because while I thought, hey, I don't buy this and no one that I know buys this story, juries are wild and ephemeral things, and sometimes they just go right off the left side of the field for no reason.
It's a little bit bigger. Then Hunter says, what did they say? And what does the defendant say back to Hunter?
She said my mom dropped the baby off behind a church 3 days ago. They're looking into the church thing right now. She said the church off 394. I think she said Feathers Chapel. Dad talked to her. Not sire, but I'm losing my shit right now and have no one. I have to find Evelyn now. It's been 3 days already. What if she's cold and hungry?
Okay, and then what does she say? Let me back up a little bit. Where it starts, Hunter, please.
Hunter, please, no one will take me to look for her mom. Had to have dropped her off somewhere. Please help me find my baby. And she continued.
And this worry and concern was where for 3 months prior to this. I love how she's just like, it's been 3 days. Yes, it's been 3 days since someone finally reported that this child was not seen for almost 2 months. And yeah, it's completely ridiculous. Again, I can understand maybe as a family member of Evelyn or of Megan's not wanting to face the reality that my daughter had done something so horrible. But Evan seems to be the catalyst, not the actual instrumentality of anything that happened to Evelyn. He was just the thing that Megan used as an excuse to probably do something that would have happened the next time she got in a relationship or the next time Evelyn was mean to her. I don't think that anything Hunter did started or stopped this other than possibly offhandedly saying, look, when I settle down, I don't want someone that has kids.
You says, if you won't take me, I'm literally going to steal a car. I don't care. I'm sitting at Food City with the cops. Hunter, if you dropped her off 3 days ago, time is ticking fast. And she says, hey, TBI has some sort of update. I'm about to head up there now. I'll let you know. I'll let you and Melissa know. And then she ends with, are you up, question mark.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Also, don't admit that you're going to steal a truck to go to a place on Facebook when they're probably already covering your Facebook accounts.
had to go with the officer. I just been informed your lunch is here. We'll start back at,
Saved by the lunch.
Everyone stand.
Please let young Elvin get, off the stand unscathed by the defense.
Thank you. May I please have exhibit number 79? Thank you. Okay. I'm going to pass you two documents. One has previously been marked as Exhibit 79. So for the one that's not marked, I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
It was a image found on the social media returns of Megan and Hunter at Blowing Rock.
Okay. And based upon your analysis, were you able to determine a date of that photograph being taken?
Yeah, according to the search warrant proceed.
Diane Sells says, my father always said, never put in writing anything that can be used against you later. I wonder if this was in reference to my or my sister's diary. I am glad I never got into journal writing as a teen, because I don't think my mother would have appreciated my review of basically everything she did through a cynical eye. I would still be grounded and possibly never coming out for parole. So I'm glad I just kept all of that in here. It's resulted in many lovely voices that I share with you guys. No, I'm just kidding. I always wanted to be able to journal, but I always thought then I was thinking in my life, like nothing really ever happened. Like went to school, did homework. Jem says the witness has totally forgot to do this homework for the 10th time and the teacher is calling his mom face. Yeah, he definitely looks like his mom's going to call him. Have we talked about posture? Were you up there slouching on television? Embarrassing. I know I taught you to sit up straight, Elvin.
It was taken on or about January 20th of 2020.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask that that photograph be made exhibit number 241.
Subject to your prior ruling, yes, sir.
We did a 241, subject to prior ruling.
And did you also recognize the exhibit that I handed up along with that?
Of the message?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so is this the photograph you were referencing
Yes.
a few moments ago, dated January 20th of 2020?
Wait a minute. Why are we at Lion King Rock? I mean, look, I see this rock and all I want to do is take a stuffed lion and, do the little thing where I'm presenting it, and Rafiki's right next to me. Again, it's probably why my husband doesn't want to go out with me to public places, because I would make all of my children start singing, Ah, Savannah, which my sons do apropos of nothing, like in the middle of Walmart. We'll just break out with the starting song to Lion King, and all of a sudden, my youngest, most feral, out of nowhere, will just be, shopping in the macaroni and cheese aisle, and he's like, Ah, Savannah, and then my other kids will join on, and I'm like, I don't know you. You're not my child. Where are your parents? And then my kids look at me and they're like, you're my mom. And I'm like, damn, with that honesty thing. Let's go find your parents. Sure, they're embarrassed of you right now. I kid you not. Again, apropos of nothing. They will just start the, and it's never Hakuna Matata or something. No, it's always that starting song. And I'm just like, oh, for the love of, and I need you to mentally picture this. Me as Scottish looking as I am. And my sons are as pale and blonde, toe-headed as possible, singing the Lion King song in what can possibly be named the most hillbilly Walmart to grace this great land. So that's why my mind immediately went to the Lion King.
Yes.
Is that right? And based upon your work on this investigation, are you able to identify who the individuals are in the photograph?
It appears to be the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood. It's kind of difficult to see it, but
Okay.
it's believed to be Hunter Wood.
Yeah, I think it's always a little bit more difficult on these screens.
Mhm.
Okay, and then previously marked exhibit number 79. Did you also locate that in your analysis of the defendant's social media extraction?
Yes, this appears to have been a message sent on Instagram from the defendant to Bailey.
Okay, and was that also on January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Were these sent together? Are you aware if they were sent together or not?
Yes, I think the photo came through first, and then the message came through right after the photo, but they were sent pretty much at the same time.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you recognize each of those photographs?
I do.
Okay, and we'll go through them one at a time. The first photograph, what is that photograph of?
The first one I have is of essentially an image of a house
Okay,
with the text "So excited for our new home." It appears that Hunter is in that photo.
okay. And were you able to determine the date that that photo was taken?
Yeah, so this one was taken on or about February the 16th.
Okay, Your Honor, we would ask that be made exhibit number 242.
Exhibit 242, exhibit 45.
Okay, as a boy mom, I think I'm going to have sit down and have a very clear talk with my sons. You need to clearly establish boundaries with your lady friends. Look, there are going to be lady friends in your life who are going to be able to do wild and amazing things that I never want to hear about, okay? Those are not the ones you bring home to mama. Now, when you find a sarcastic girl that takes the piss out of you and that's her love language, you bring her home to mama and she'll have an ally, but I don't know how that'll work for your marriage. Now, if you bring home a sweet, well, just summer child, I don't know how she's going to survive in my family. But you need to explain to girls when they are date girls and when they are married girls, because I don't want you to bring home psycho date girl. Because I'm going to tell her, like, look, he is not picturing any sort of wedding bells or anything like that. So I'm going to need you to understand this. And I don't want to have to be your broker person as your mom, because that's kind of weird. So I want you to firmly establish all my boy children boundaries and do not bring home crazy chicks to me, okay? Unless she has like really cool tattoos and it's just like a sideshow thing for me, like, mom, look at her, oh my God. Okay, then I can understand, but that is mean, and we will talk about that in purgatory when we are waiting for St. Paul to, tally up all the infractions we've done. But still, do not, because again, he is clearly showing with all things, but verbally, that she is not the chick that he's going to pick for the rest of his life. She is convenient, and she is over here seeing, China patterns and white wedding dress, whitish wedding dress. It is establish what you're doing. Don't do relation dateship things. Tell people if you're not in for a commitment. I don't know what you do. I got married so I wouldn't have to date anymore. So I don't know.
Again, that came from the defendant's social media extraction.
Yes.
Okay.
So on Instagram.
True.
On Instagram. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay. And is this the photo that you were referencing from February 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, if you can tell me the next photograph that you have in your hand.
The next one I have appears to be Hunter laying on a bed with the caption "Picking out furniture for our new house" heart emoji.
Okay, and were you able to determine a date of that photograph?
I certainly hope it was a heart emoji and not a heart emoji, considering they were testing out beds in, I'm sure, a public store. At least you didn't use the eggplant emoji.
Yes. So this was posted. This appeared to be posted on Instagram on or about February the 17th.
Okay, so for both the one before and this one, they were actually posted on the dates that you gave?
They appeared to be posted
Okay,
according to the proceeds.
and posted by whom?
The defendant.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 243.
243.
And permission to publish. This one, okay. So the photo you're referencing is being posted.
Okay, apropos of nothing, I think he got, or that's the bed that I got, not for nothing. Or at least the mattress, the entire mattress was black, and it had the little remote control dealie. So I think we might have gotten the same mattress, although it looks like they're going for a much softer mattress. I like to sleep on what my husband lovingly calls a brick, and he likes to sleep on. So Hunter was getting a new house. Hunter was picking out furniture. Megan was there with him. There's a very big difference between a couple picking out furniture and you being with someone who's buying furniture for their house. Now, which situation do I think Megan was in? I think Megan was there as he was picking out stuff for his house. And the way she played it on social media was they're in a loving relationship. You know, they had hypotheta fetus. She was preggers, or what did she say? She was impregnated, which I've had 6 children. Never said that once. I've said, you know, knocked up on the duff, tin roof rusted for the love shack. You know, I have said many things, but never impregnated. Mostly because it's never been an Elon Musk sort of IVF, I get Starlink sort of thing for me. I've always been in, you know, kind of a relationship with all of my male people that I, you know, had children with.
Posted on February 17th of 2020
Yes.
on the defendant's Instagram.
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got one more photograph, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what that one depicts?
This is a picture. It appears to be Hunter in the picture with a car behind him. The caption at the bottom says, "So proud of my baby!" Exclamation point. New 2020 High Country.
Okay, and are you able to determine the date that that was posted?
Yeah, it's appeared to have been posted on or about February the 18th.
Okay, and did you also obtain that from the defendant's social media search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, we asked that be exhibit number 244.
Full exhibit 244. It's up before
And permission to publish.
Go ahead.
And the heartbreaking thing about this is as a woman, as a man, I'm sure we've all been in a relationship with someone who hasn't been that into us, you know, and you remember the feeling of, I'll just try harder or I'll do this. And you have that moment, whatever that moment may be, where you realize he or she or Zimzer isn't that into me. And it's crushing. And, you know, it does kind of knock your self-esteem for a little bit. But the heartbreaking thing is if Megan had been single, this would be a bad relationship. Yeah, she'd probably still be, you know, bad-mouthing Hunter on Facebook. But when you're a parent, you can't indulge in these, you know, like figment of your imagination romance. And I'm not saying I didn't do it as a younger single mom. I did. And I quickly learned that, you know, that was a bad idea. You know, I'm a mom first, and anyone who's in a relationship with me needs to understand that. And, you know, I found Mr. Mo who understood that. And you can find people who will understand, you know, that you have things in your life. The sad part is she got rid of the only thing that would have seen her through life, the only person that would have been there for her, and she should have been for the entire time. It's so sad.
So is this the photo you're referencing that the defendant posted on February 18th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. One second.
He is a mum too.
Were you also asked to review the defendant's social media records regarding Ethan Perry?
Yes.
And were you aware, pursuant to this investigation, of who Ethan Perry was?
I was.
Okay. And did you actually review communications between the defendant and Ethan Perry?
I did.
Can you tell the jury a summation of what you noticed regarding their communications?
Objection.
My guess is they stopped as soon as she started dating Hunter, but that's just my...
Just saying that's the form of the question.
I do wish that the judge was mic'd because sometimes I don't know if it was
Okay,
overruled
let me ask
or
you a question.
objected to.
Can you please give us, based upon your review of their communications, a pattern of behavior by the defendant to Ethan Perry?
Yes. So in the communication between the defendant and Ethan Perry, the defendant sent Perry a lot of messages, and probably at least a dozen messages
I believe it is
every day
court appointed,
from November 1st.
but let me double check that.
And onwards. So there were regular updates about Evelyn throughout those communications, and there were photos posted of Evelyn during those communications as well. And the communications went until about December 3rd. As soon as December 3rd hit, the amount of communications between Ethan and Megan went down quite a bit, and no unique images of Evelyn were seen afterwards. So she did send more pictures of Evelyn, but they were old pictures of like Evelyn and Ethan together. So I didn't observe any new photos after approximately December the 3rd.
Okay, all right, thank you. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes.
Go just a minute, Judge.
You may.
No questions.
All right. Is he free to go to the subject and recall?
There's a potential for recall, but if so, we will get in touch with him and let you know.
Agent Durant, you're finished right now with your testimony. You are being subject to recall. You don't have to sit here before that, but make sure that you don't go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, next.
Okay, so I am reading an article right now. It looks like Boswell's defense attorney, Gene Scott, did speak with Channel 11 after the conclusion of the trial. Scott was appointed to be Boswell's attorney after she and Brad Sproles parted ways, citing a deteriorating relationship and inability to work together. He defended Boswell throughout the case and claimed that the state did not have evidence to prove that she murdered Evelyn. He maintained that stance when speaking with News Channel 11 after Boswell was sentenced to life in prison. He was quoted as saying, "I'm surprised and disappointed by it," says Scott. "Personally, I don't agree with the verdict. I respect the jury's prerogative, but I don't feel the state was able to prove those homicide counts beyond a reasonable doubt. But reasonable people can differ, I guess, and I'll pursue the appeal." Now, Scott filed a motion for a new trial on Thursday afternoon, almost immediately after sentencing. Now, I am trying to have those records pulled to see why they're seeking a new trial. Now, it is fairly standard for, life cases to get appealed just to make sure everything was done correctly. I will be looking into why they did file an appeal. And let's get on to Marla Gray.
Call Marla Gray.
I always want to do the gray, the E gray instead of the A gray. As per usual, just at pace mosey.
Marla Gray.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You are Marla Gray, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where are you employed?
I am employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Knoxville Crime Lab.
And what is your position there with the TBI?
I am a special agent forensic scientist supervisor, and I'm assigned to the forensic biology unit.
And Agent Gray, if you would, kind of give the jury an overview of what your duties are there within that division.
So we analyze evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and skin cells, and then we determine who those fluids or skin cells belong to, doing DNA analysis.
And what sort of educational background do you have that allows you to perform these duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. I have also completed the in-house training program that is set forth by the TBI.
And have you had specific training relating to serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, during that 18-month training program, we cover serology, all the testings that we do, DNA analysis.
Well, that's better than 2
interpretation.
weeks for the last guy.
Approximately how many examinations would you say you performed over your years in the TBI?
Yeah, I've been there for 14 years, and in that time, I've worked almost 1,600 cases.
Do you
Wow.
hold any certifications?
I do not.
Okay. Does the TBI provide technical equipment that you're able to use in the performance of your duties there?
Yes, they do.
All right. And
Okay.
is this
See, and Vicky Hat 82, I will let you in on a secret. Most Americans are enamored with English or Anglo sounding accents. The only ones I really don't understand, because I watch a lot of UK programs, are Welsh accents. And it might just be because I'm not used to the accent and then the speech patterns and some of the idioms, but oh my goodness. I'm like closed captions. I got nothing. I'll look at my husband. I'm like, did you get anything? And he's like, I don't know why we're watching English news. He's like, I don't get why we're watching any of this.
equipment standard across the state and within the scientific community?
Yes, it is well known, not just across the state, but in forensic labs all over the world.
Have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
I have.
And in fact, have you been qualified as an expert here in Sullivan County?
I have.
All right. And after having been qualified as an expert witness, have you then gone on to give testimony as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And was your qualification as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, or in forensic biology, which encompasses both of those.
All right. Judge, we would tender Agent Gray as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis.
Judge, I agree.
I will have to watch that.
Should be deemed to be an expert in the field of serology.
Okay, I'm glad. I thought maybe it was my American ear and just being a little bit too Midwestern. But Alice G can confirm Welsh accents are brutal. It takes a bit to figure out what's being said. And then Vicky Hat says, same, we went for a holiday in Wales, was the same exact thing. And I've got a good old Yorkshire accent. I will say I love the Great British Baking Show because it has all the UK in it. And I love when even the English people are like, do what now? Now, obviously, they don't say to what now because that's more of a Midwestern thing. But I love when they just look and it's like crickets, too. Although I always feel bad for that really bald, pale guy on the British Baking Show. Look, as a pale person myself, sir, you're going to need to get some color, like just a little bit, okay? Because, well, you just look pitiful, and I'm afraid that I'm going to have to see you on Make-A-Wish, and I don't want to have to make a wish for you. So please get some color for the love of all that is holy. Like, just a light, like sunburn.
Agent Gray, you touched on this a little bit, but if you would kind of tell us a little bit about the differences between serology and DNA and what they are.
So serology is the screening process. When evidence comes in, we're determining if we're looking for blood, semen, or saliva, and then we'll take a portion of that through the DNA analysis. If it's an item that's been handled, we're not looking for a fluid, but we're looking for skin cells that were left behind.
All right. And what sorts of things are you looking for when you perform those types of analysis?
For, say, blood cases, we're looking for tests that change color, that indicate blood, and then
No, not Noel. He's bald. He kind of looks like if Caillou grew up. He was on the later seasons, because Noel was on there with a woman, and then we got rid of the short Danish or woman, and we got this really bald, pale comedian, and I don't know his name. I think, yeah, maybe him. Yeah, I feel bad for him. I feel like he's chronically ill, and he does look a bit like Uncle Fester, and I'm not gonna lie, if he tends to hover, and this is why I couldn't be on the Great British Baking Show, mostly because I don't measure things like they do, but also if he was just looming over me, I don't know that I wouldn't have a very big startle reflex and get, caught for assault. Noel, I would love. Noel and me would be out there. We'd be like, oh my God, you look like a tart. And I'd be like, have you seen my sweater? I look like a tart too. Oh, now I feel bad. But still, look, sir, just a little bit of sun. Look, I can go in the sun just a little bit and then I go from porcelain to ivory. It's not a big step, but I do look less dead, okay?
Then we'll take that through the DNA process to generate DNA profiles for comparison.
All right. And obviously you work in a laboratory down there in Knoxville, correct?
I do.
Do you all have a process for how you handle evidence that comes into the lab?
Yes, we have policies and procedures that we follow. So in instances, every piece of evidence is worked one at a time. We don't have multiple items out at the same time. We wear lab coats, masks, gloves. Gloves are changed between every piece of evidence. Items are cleaned between touching evidence. Picture paper is put out.
And each case, is that assigned a specific case number within the lab?
Yes, so when evidence comes
Same.
in, the evidence receiving unit will give it a unique laboratory case number. All the evidence that is associated with this case will have that number, and all the requests for exams that come in. That way we make sure they match.
All right. And I assume that you make sure that evidence before you.
And look, y'all, I say this as a person that if I wore a crop top and went to New England, I could double as a lighthouse. So I say this with full acknowledgement that I am of the pasty pale variety too. I'm just saying, oh my goodness. I will have to see. I will have to do that. My kids like to watch whatever I'm watching. Yesterday, for some reason, I fell into this rabbit hole of watching about the royal jewels. Like, I've never been a jewelry person. It was a straight 3 hours of trying not to be a human icicle and learning all about, all of these lovely tiaras and things that the royals have. I have no idea what's going on with my algorithm, but I watched it, so I've got a ton more to watch now, too.
You perform any testing is secured and has not been tampered with in any way.
Yes, before it is accepted into the lab, the evidence receiving unit will make sure that it is in a sealed condition. And then when we get it to analyze it, we also double check that it is in a sealed condition before we begin our testing.
All right. Agent Gray, you were asked to perform numerous tests on evidence in connection with the Evelyn Boswell case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you received items in the lab on several different occasions. Is that be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the first batch of items that you received on March
Oh,
the 4th of
that would be lovely.
2020, which resulted in your first report that was issued on March the 10th of 2020. When you received those first items, what were you attempting to do or to find within the evidence that it was sent to you?
For this first batch of items, the Evelyn had not been found yet, so these were items that said that they belonged to her. So I was trying to generate a DNA profile that could be put in the missing persons database.
Okay. So at this point in time, you had no profile with which to compare because the body had not been found, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if you would, kind of describe for the jury the process that you went in trying to develop a profile from those items.
So this was a box of clothing that said belonged to Evelyn, bracelets, a baby book, stuffed animals. There was also items that were submitted from.
Okay, the sadness, they can't even pull a DNA profile because this chick threw away all of her stuff. I cannot believe that the DP was not considered for this case. Again, I struggle with my relationship about the, ultimate penalty from the state. But in cases like this, I'm kind of okay with it. Because I think life is, again, we are going to be now taking care of her. If life were, you go to an island, you have to take care of yourself, we'll drop off supplies once a year, then I'd be okay with it. But because life is going to be, she can now continue her education, she can go on to do a bunch of stuff, it really rankles. It rankles. But this is the justice system that we've agreed on. And, until I'm empress, and then we'll have, do-it-yourself island. Oh my God, maybe that's why Trump's trying to buy Greenland. It's going to be the first open-air prison island after Australia. Only the first cold one. There we go.
Different areas that had been collected from previous investigations. So with looking for something I could generate a profile from, I was looking at the neck area because baby's drool, so I felt that would be a good source of DNA. For the first batch, I didn't get anything. The items could have been washed, so her profile wasn't generated until the next report with the next batch of items.
Okay. And specifically, which item, you mentioned that you were looking for drool, which item were you testing in that first?
For the first report, it was the first birthday shirt from the baby box.
Okay. And I noticed in the report, it says that staining was observed with alternate light source screening in the
Yes.
carrier. Okay. And was there any sort of profile you developed at all?
It was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but since it was a mixture, I could not use that as her DNA standard since it wasn't single source.
Okay. So essentially, and also in looking at your report, it looks like there was a silver clip that you also, I guess, attempted to.
Yes, a
Develop a
hair
profile
clips and a diaper. I believe these were found in Mendota, Virginia.
Okay. And again, were you able to develop a profile from those?
No, there was no DNA on any of those items.
All right. Agent Gray, I'm going to pass you a document and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 10th, 2020.
Okay. And does that reflect your findings or lack thereof
Yes.
on the first batch of testing that you did?
Yes.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 245.
No objection.
You know, of all the things that we've learned in this trial, and I'm sure we're going to see, I don't know why this is so heartbreaking to me, but the fact that there was no evidence that Evelyn had even lived, and maybe that's the thing. Maybe, you know, her not even having a toothbrush or a hairbrush, and I saw the condition of that trailer, and I saw, you know, she'd not even just moved into Ethan's house and there's crud all over the floor. But to not even have that, to not have anything of your daughter, and she's only been gone, 3 months. You're not even getting over morning sickness, at least if you're me, within that time if you're pregnant. It's incredibly heartbreaking.
245.
Pretty much, that's what she did.
Now, Agent Gray, I want to ask you about another report. You were aware of an item of evidence, which was a trash can that was collected from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if there are, I guess, different disciplines or different testing that's going to be done, for instance, if an item is going to be tested by forensic biology division as well as latent fingerprints, is it possible that a piece of evidence would be sent between the labs?
Yes, the Knoxville Crime Lab does not have a latent print unit, so all evidence that requests latents are sent to the Nashville lab.
Okay. And so specifically in this case, was the trash can being sent to latent prints to have prints done?
Yes.
All right. And as a result of that, did the Nashville lab collect some swabs from the trash can in order for you to perform DNA testing at a later date?
Yes, Dr. Christina Proctor collected swabs for me to test later.
I like that they are being incredibly detailed and explaining how they prevent cross-contamination and really shutting a lot of doors for the defense to try to, insinuate that there was something wrong done here. I like that she's being methodical and she's explaining exactly how, she took things. If a piece of evidence need to be tested at 2 disparate labs, how that would be done, how, again, the chain of evidence would have been collected. Had they not addressed this, I'm sure the defense would have brought it up. But by her being kind of methodical and type A about it, it really does give that extra level of, okay, they did, everything they were going to do. I imagine they do that for every case, but considering that the first time she got, anything involved in this case, Evelyn, they still hadn't found her. So she was probably working, as fast as she could, following all protocols to try to find a profile to help find this child. Again, all these different people had never met Evelyn, more invested in finding her alive than her real mom. Just this chick.
And Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you another document and ask you if you recognize that.
This is a copy of the report that was written by Christina Proctor stating the areas of the trash can that she swabbed.
Okay, so that just reflects the fact that they did in fact collect swabs from the trash can, is that
Yes.
correct? Judge, we move to make that report number 246.
Objection?
Yes, sir.
P246.
Okay. My only thing with Clarice is you have hair like I do. And I'm going to tell you what, it's an oldie, but it's a goodie. You are going to have to spray your hair with Aquanet like you are going to a country music festival or a Fox News, segment. The length of your skirt is based upon whatever you feel like. I like my skirts longer, which is why I'll never go to Fox. But our hair will just lose curl. We don't have Glama hair. Ask Glama what she uses for her hair because those loose bouncy waves are just not hanging in there. I know from experience, look, you just have to spray the hell out of it, and if it's humid, may God have mercy on your soul.
All right, Agent Gray, the next batch of items that you tested, those were items that had been taken from the trash can and from trash bags that were found in the area where the victim was located. At the point in time which you began your testing on these items, had you received additional information as far as the profile of the victim was concerned?
Yes, I received a call from Special Agent Brian Fraley the night that Evelyn was found regarding her condition, and they were just making sure that a body could generate a DNA profile after it had decomposed that badly.
Okay. And did you subsequently receive items from the forensic pathology department at ETSU after the autopsy had been performed?
Yes, I received a blanket that she was found wrapped in, her diaper, clothing, and an FTA card, which is a DNA standard from blood of the victim.
And so after you received the FTA card, were you able to generate a profile of the victim?
Yes, I went back and worked the pants belonging to Evelyn Boswell and a shirt that belonged to Evelyn Boswell. I compared that to the FTA card that was submitted, and it matched.
Okay. So you were able to perform testing on those items that you've previously been unable to?
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. And if you would kind of walk us through the items, the first item, was that the pants?
Are you looking at the report, March 11th?
Yes, I am, sorry.
Yes, yes. the pa-
Item 1D, sorry.
Yeah, that was the pants.
Okay. What were your findings in regards to the pants that have been submitted?
So I tested the inside waistband, looking for skin cells that had rubbed off her waist area, and it matched. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, that the major contributor matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from the unidentified female, and then Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Is that unusual to see mixtures of 3 individuals on a piece of clothing?
No, it is not.
And why is that?
Just because of co-mingling in the laundry. When they get washed, of course, DNA is getting mixed together. Even with articles of clothing, if they hadn't been washed prior to her wearing them, you're looking at people that might have picked up the clothing at the store or people that manufactured the clothing. We could still get their DNA on clothing items.
All right. And again, you identified the major contributor as being the victim in this case, correct?
Yes, there was enough major DNA profile to do a comparison.
And on item 1F, which was the shirt, what were your findings in regards to that item?
So the neck area was swabbed for that item, and the DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from an unidentified female, and Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Now, talk for a minute just about the fact, you said that it included at least 1 male. How do you know that?
From the DNA profile that we generate, it has a sex indicator marker, which is, of course, the XY chromosome, and in this instant, the Y chromosome showed up.
But you cannot tell anything else about the profile other than the fact that it was male. Is that
Correct. It was too low to do any comparisons with.
Okay. Were there any other items that were tested as part of your report that was done on March the 11th, 2020?
No, this one was just the pants and the buckle standard from Megan Boswell and the FTA card from the unidentified female. And then this report was given to the ME for identification purposes.
Okay. So that was the purpose of your testing in this report? Okay. And you prepared a report that you then sent to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can recognize that.
We will probably be getting that into that with the medical examiner. So we've got this particular forensic special agent. We've got another forensic scientist. The break, we finish up with this forensic scientist, and then we've got the medical examiner. Now, I have heard that things with the medical examiner got spicy on cross with defense. So we will be looking forward to that. And then there is another medical examiner. So this is going to be some pretty gnarly testimony, which is why I may go, well, it's almost noon here, which means I may go get an adult emotional support beverage. We will see.
This is a copy of the report dated March 11th, 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared with your findings?
Yes.
On that day? Judge, I move to make that exhibit number 247.
Gregory Benway, I was such a waste. I was never blessed with children. I would have loved to have a little ray of light. You know, it can be really hard to make sense of this. And I say that as a person who has struggled with my faith and tried to figure out answers and realized that faith isn't about finding answers. Faith is about, at least for me, because finding answers, none of it makes sense. And the answers that I come back to are so evil, I don't even want to consider them. But for me, maybe faith is just knowing that, hoping that she's in heaven and she is just being loved on by everyone. And she can see how many people loved and cared about her. Because, daggone it, this doesn't make sense. Why are people that would be wonderful parents, not given this blessing, and then people who squander it getting this blessing? And, if I get too deep into that, then it really becomes like just another level of suck. So faith for me is remembering that even in these dark times, look at the light that's coming out of this. We're telling Evelyn's story. It's not a good story. It's not a great story, but we're here for her. And the people that will watch this trial, that got touched by this, will still be here when she gets up for parole. When she pretends that, she was a poor, young mother. Hopefully, with videos like this, with other awesome content creators covering this and doing true crime things, hopefully people that weren't born, maybe people that, are on the parole board years and years from now, see this and understand what this woman was and the monster she is, and keep her locked away from us forever. I am not sure. I hope not. I can only hope that God sent all of his angels to just be with her. I kind of stay at snark level. If I get down into the nitty-gritty of this case, I would not be able to stream it. Those are for more quiet moments when I'm not on stream. But yeah, hopefully this is a small thing, but I can get Evelyn's story out, and that makes me feel better. And hopefully hearing from me, hopefully one day, look, if you're a mom and you stumble on this stream, from a mom of 6 kids, if you're having a struggle day, reach out to someone. There is no shame in that. There is no shame in calling and saying, hey, I need 10 minutes. I am at my wit's end. If you don't have that, make sure your kiddos are safe, in a safe area, and put yourself in timeout. Raising humans is the hardest thing you will ever do, and you are going to stumble, and you are going to second guess almost every single choice that you make. And there are going to be days where you and your children end the day alive, fed and fairly clean, and that is just a victory. It's okay to struggle and not have this mom or parent thing altogether, but reach out. It's really quite brave to reach out. Don't do things in a moment of irritation or frustration that will have consequences, that will, be pain written on your family for generations and generations. Please, reach out to someone. It is not weakness. Other moms will tell you, at least not the CUNT ones, okay? Not those ones. But real moms are going to tell you that motherhood is like combat hazard pay. You know, it is not easy. And they will be there to lend a hand. Don't do something that you're going to regret.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Full dissent.
The next results that you reported, those would be on your report from March the 25th of 2020. The items there were ones that were taken from the trash can and the trash bags. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we'll start with the first item, which was a piece of chewed gum from the trash can, identified in the report as Exhibit 7A. Did you perform testing on that
I did.
item?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
If we could we pass Agent Gray Exhibit number 197?
Okay, I just got some new information about the motion to dismiss charges or grant her a new trial. Quote, there was insufficient evidence on record to support the defendant's conviction for first-degree murder, 2 counts of felony murder, aggravated child abuse, aggravated child neglect, tampering with evidence, 11 counts of false reporting, abuse of a corpse, failure to report a death under suspicious and unusual or unnatural circumstances, the motion reads. In addition to the claim of insufficient evidence, Scott claimed multiple false report counts violated the protections against double jeopardy in the U.S. and Tennessee Constitution. So those look like the basis for which they are looking for a retrial. Basically, kind of a continuation of his initial argument that the state didn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt all of these charges. And then the double jeopardy thing, again, I believe she told enough stories for each of those lies, or within different departments. If she told the same lie to different departments, I do believe she can be charged with that as an individual count because she's telling another officer another lie. I don't think there's any merit to this retrial is what I'm saying, but that's up for the Supreme Court.
It should be a bag, small bag.
Yeah, look, they're doing their best, and I want her to have a good defense, so when this appeal
Gray,
gets
take a look
turned
at that, see if
down,
you recognize
it's gravy.
Yes, this is my Exhibit 7A, which is the chewed gum. This is the seal, has my initials on it. This barcode, this is what is generated by the evidence receiving unit that has that
Ooh,
unique
they're
laboratory
done.
case number. And this is how the internal chain of custody is maintained throughout the lab. And these are, of course, my initials.
You recognize your initials there on that item?
Yes.
All right. Did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were that you obtained.
The DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population.
Any other
Okay,
profiles
so
besides that?
this is how they're going to tie her being the only one possible to put Evelyn in the trash can. Now, maybe they can, I believe it was on the side of the trash can. So in between, you had baby Evelyn face down, wrapped up. And then I believe it was on the side in between the other trash bag that was laid or sealed on top of her almost. I'm not sure exactly where they found the gum. Maybe they will bring out a picture and show it, but I do believe it was in such a place that only the person putting the baby in there would have either put it in there or dropped it in there. Now, a defense attorney could say, that's her trash can. Of course she would spit gum out in there. But I believe this is what they're going to use as part of the way to tie her to being linked to placing Evelyn in the trash can.
No, that was a single source profile.
Okay. And thank you. If we could hand her exhibit number 217 against your bag.
She is, but I try to look at it the way a defense attorney would too, and he would likely say again that the trash can was in the house, and of course Megan would throw her gum in there. because she isn't a heathen and doesn't swallow it. Giggity.
This says blue gloves.
Yes, do you recognize what's been handed to you?
It does not have a barcode or my ID on it, so I don't know if I worked this or not.
Okay, all right. Hand that back, please.
And I like that she's thorough enough to have
I'm gonna come back to that.
watched or looked at that evidence and realized she probably hadn't worked on that particular piece of evidence.
218.
I'm with you, Denise. I don't see anything, but I'm not an attorney-ish person, so
You recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is my exhibit 18A, which was a cold and cough medicine bottle. There's the barcode that is generated by the TBI and the seal that I placed on it after I was done with the evidence.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were of your analysis.
The outside of the bottle was swabbed. A limited DNA profile was obtained and is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained and the unknown number of potential contributors, interpretation is inconclusive.
All right.
that's not shocking if that
So you were
cold
not able
medicine was
to,
in a baby bag.
Form any kind of profile at all, is that correct?
That's correct.
So regardless of whose DNA, other profiles you would have had, there would have been no way for you to match that with anyone's.
Correct. It has to meet a certain strength before we do any comparisons to it, and this did not meet that quality.
And again, I like that the
next
state is
have her
pointing
exhibit
out
number
that they did
200.
test all these things, even if it was inconclusive. Just to show, because the defense would next say, oh, well, you didn't check the cough medicine bottle, or you didn't check this. You know, there could have been magical DNA there.
You recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit number 19A, which is a Dasani water bottle. There's the TBI barcode, and this was the seal that I placed on it when I completed it.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the mouth area and inside of the cap was swabbed for testing. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 13A, Evelyn Boswell. It also had World Pop stats, and the minor profile was inconclusive.
And if we could next hand her Exhibit 211.
Again, as a defense attorney, if the trash can was in her house, of course it
You
would have
recognize that?
DNA.
I do.
And what is it?
This is my Exhibit 20A, which is a great value water bottle. There's the TBI barcode, my ID, and the seal that was placed on it with my initials.
And again, I'd ask you, did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
The mouth and inside the cap area were swabbed in this item also. The DNA profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, with World Pop stats.
No other profiles on that particular item?
There was an additional allele at one of the locations, but it was inconclusive.
Okay. Next, if we could hand her number 212. Do you recognize that item?
I do. This is my Exhibit 22A, which is a misty water bottle.
Okay, guys, while she's running through this, I am going to take a bio break and rotate laundry so Mr. Moe has clothes when he goes back to work, because that's kind of important. Apparently, the government's real big on, like, no shirt, no shoes, no service. So I am going to get that done while she's putting in this evidence. I will be able to hear it, but I won't be able to pause it if something bad comes up. So I will try to be as quick as possible.
The TBI barcode with my ID and the seal that was placed on it when I was finished.
And did you perform analysis on that piece of evidence?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and the inside of the cap was swabbed for testing, and the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Evelyn Boswell, with World Pop stats.
And next, we could hand you Exhibit 213. I'm sorry. We picked up what, were you just handed 213?
Yes.
Do you recognize that? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yes, it is my exhibit 24A. It is a Food Club water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode label and my seal that I put on it when I was complete.
All right. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and inside the cap was tested. Quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for analysis, so no further testing was performed.
All right. And next, if we could enter 223, which should be one of the pillows. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is my exhibit 33A, which is a white pillow. There is the TBI barcode and my seal with my ID on it.
And did you perform analysis on that?
I did.
Okay. If you would, tell us what your findings were.
So the first thing I did was screen the item with the ALS looking for saliva where somebody slept on it. And the center of the area did indicate a positive result, so that area was cut for testing. And the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and with World Cop stats, but the minor contributor profile was inconclusive. The edges were also tested on the pillow, and this DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male, but due to the complexity of the mixture, it was deemed to be inconclusive.
All right. So the only profile you were able to develop was the victim, Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
Yes, from the center of the pillow.
Okay, so here's what I'm not a behaviorologist or a criminologist, but here's what I think happened allegedly in Minecraft. Have I said allegedly enough? All right, Evelyn was probably being cranky that night. 13 months, you're probably getting your molars in, or at least the first set of molars. Now, I can tell you my children did not like getting their teeth in, and usually it caused sinus issues and possibly earaches. You know, we were just in for everything. Evelyn didn't want to go to sleep. Megan lost it. She smothered Evelyn allegedly with the pillow. Evelyn becomes unresponsive and unconscious, but not passed away. Evelyn, possibly freaks out at this point and was like, okay, I've done this thing. I need to, get her out of here. Covers her, puts her in there, doesn't realize she's still alive because, unlike TV, unlike Hollywood, it does take a while for someone to actually die of, smothering or strangulation. That's what I guess happened. I guess that, and being upside down, being completely, snugged in, covered with foil and a trash can, even if Evelyn had partially regained consciousness, by all of that, she was probably unconscious again fairly quickly. I don't think she was like squirming, moving around. What I think is unfortunate and horrifying is that she probably wasn't all the way gone when Megan smothered her the first time, allegedly. To me, that makes sense, but it's horrifying all the same.
Hello.
Oh, for heaven's
If we
sake,
could
just
hand
throw
her exhibit number
everything.
224 next. It also should be a pillow. Do you recognize?
And I say that because I don't see a reason for the pillows to be, in there. And the pillows to me, especially with the kind of staining they had on them, those are sus as hell to me.
Has that item?
Yes, this is a white pillow with yellow staining. Here is the TBI barcode with my ID, and down here is the seal that was placed on it after I was finished.
And did you perform testing on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
There was staining on this item, so I first tested it for the presence of blood, but it was negative. The center of the profile was tested, but quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for further analysis. And the edges of the pillow were tested, and a limited DNA profile was obtained, but due to the limited profile, interpretation was inconclusive.
We can hand her at 2:15 next. Let's be a bottom. You recognize what's been handed to you?
I do. This is my exhibit 39A, which is a nuke baby bottle with contents. Here is the TBI barcode and the seal that I placed on it.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that baby bottle?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the nipple area was swabbed and the DNA profile matched exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell. And the sides of the bottle were also swabbed. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. And the major contributor profile was consistent with exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and the minor contributor profile was inconclusive.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you an item, ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 9A, which is blue latex gloves with hair. This is the TBI barcode and my seal on the top.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that?
No,
item?
not yet.
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to that?
Inside this bag are 3 blue latex gloves. The inside of glove 1 was a limited DNA profile of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive. The outside of glove 1 was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was also inconclusive. The inside of glove 2, a limited profile was obtained, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, interpretation was inconclusive. The outside of glove 2.
And I do think that the defense is really going to jump on this male component being on the, these mixtures and being inconclusive. What I will say to that is that she just earlier in her testimony talked about how touch DNA is so incredibly easy to spread. And, if she was around Hunter like she was most of the time, then, it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility that Hunter's DNA would be on this. Now, I do believe if Hunter was involved, he would have left more than a trace. It would have been quantifiable, and the amount of DNA that you need now to, get a profile is incredibly small compared to when DNA technology first started. So I'm saying, yeah, the defense is probably going to make a big deal out of this. Do I find it, and did the jury find it anything that worried them? No, it didn't seem to worry them.
A limited DNA profile was obtained. It was also inconclusive. Possible hairs were collected from this item but returned with the evidence because the TBI does not work here. The inside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was inconclusive. And the outside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile obtained, which was also inconclusive.
So no conclusive profiles on any of the
No.
gloves, is that correct?
That's correct.
And no, Evelyn didn't find any DNA profiles consistent with the victim on any part of the gloves, is
No.
that correct? Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move to make the gloves as exhibit 248.
Any objection?
I believe that Hunter was asked for his DNA, but it wasn't subpoenaed, and there was not a search warrant made for him required for him to give his DNA. So he did not submit a DNA sample. Now, they did get his fingerprints, and I do believe possibly a palm print from another time that he had been in custody.
I guess she probably needs to, I don't think, did you open those up?
I didn't.
Okay. Do you care to open those
Oh,
up?
yeah.
Okay, why not give her scissors instead of a box cutter?
This is the first glove, glove 1. It has a 1 on it. And this is glove number 2. Or sorry, that was glove number 3. This is glove number 2. As you can see, they're shredded.
Okay. And those were the gloves that you tested?
Yes.
Testified to? Okay. Judge, I think we, 248. All right, I just want to make sure. Agent Gray, did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to those items?
I did.
And I'm going to hand you a document. Yes, would you recognize that?
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 25th, 2020.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report that
Yes.
you issued on that date? Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 249.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Equal exhibit 249.
He really is. That's why I
Now,
just put
Agent
100
Gray,
plus.
obviously, you tested a number of items in regards to this case. Is it common when you're working a case, especially a situation like this where you've got a missing child that's later recovered, do you speak with investigators who are working the case in order to determine which items are best for you to test and which might have more or less evidentiary value?
Yes, we do.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, I spoke with Agent Brian Fraley and Agent David Gratz on multiple occasions regarding this case.
And as a result of that, were certain items, I guess, initially
I really think she's done an excellent job. She's been relatable, but very by the book. She uses terms, but in a conversational or colloquial way. But she doesn't dumb down or speak to the jury like they're morons or like they're first graders. She just speaks to them in a way that a layperson would. But I do like that she, every piece of evidence, even to the point that she pointed out to the prosecutor, hey, this isn't the gloves that I worked on. She really knows her stuff. And I do like that the state is pointing out that, yeah, these were inconclusive. We didn't get these. I mean, sometimes the state won't bring that out and then the defense will. So I like that she's, bringing out all the evidence. And I can imagine she goes home and this is probably just as heartbreaking for her as it was for the agents that found baby Evelyn. She is able to kind of distance herself, but I'm sure that, after she goes home, after having to swab baby bottles and diapers and things, she just goes home and, lets loose and does something for her mental health, because these agents have to deal with cases that I'm glad I'm on the sideline and I get to be a snark-tastic snark fest, because if it were my real job, I don't know that that would be something I could do.
you thought may not have had evidentiary value, but then later on you decided to test anyway to see perhaps they had more value.
Yeah, there were some items that weren't tested on the front end because like the baby food containers, just because we expected if there was DNA, if it was Evelyn's, we didn't know how probative that was to the case. But later on, we did decide to go ahead and test those items.
Okay. And specifically, I want to ask you about a blanket, which I believe was your item number 36C.
Yes.
Was that in fact a blanket?
Yes.
And was that item initially not worked due to the amount of, or why was that, let me ask you this way, why was that item not initially worked by you?
Due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket, decomposition fluid contains waste and bacteria and water, and what that does is it finds the DNA and it doesn't destroy it, but it defragments it enough that we can't generate a DNA profile. So if I were to put it on my instrument, it's so fragmented that it can't resequence it. So in this instance, it wasn't originally worked due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket.
And I do like that, because that was a question that, I was having. Why didn't they do anything with that blanket? Surely there was plenty of evidence. But again, she just explained it in a way that was layperson. It wasn't you all are morons and I'm speaking to the short bus. It was, again, mutual respect that the jurors are people with brains. I like this. That's it. She has to be the expert in every case that we follow from now on, because I like the way she testifies.
Did you all ultimately make a decision later on to take a shot at it, I guess?
Yes, after speaking with Special Agent Gratz, we decided to only see if there were areas that were not stained and possibly get DNA off of that. So I tested the areas that didn't appear to have decomposition fluid on it and did not test the stained areas.
And were you able to develop any sort of profiles as a result of your testing?
It was a limited DNA profile that was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, this is an accurate copy of my biology report dated April 22nd, 2020.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your report in regards to your findings on the blanket?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that full exhibit number 250.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
Full exhibit 250.
And for those of you wondering why, when this case happened in 2020, it has taken until 2025 to get this case going, this case happened right at the beginning of the world shutting down for, the COOF. So obviously there have been a lot of backlog as far as caseload and things like that. So we are just now getting to this case. There was also, Megan not really liking her defense attorney and having to get a new defense attorney. But for the most part, it was just court backup because, the world shut down for, a year and a half, 2 years.
Agent Gray, the next item I want to talk about is the foil sheeting. Talk a little bit about the condition of the foil as you received it there in the lab.
We received it. It was heavily stained with orangish brown fluids or staining. There wasn't a lot of staining or areas that were not stained. And there were pieces that were wadded up together, but I think there were 5 pieces in total.
Okay. If we could hand Agent Gray exhibits 201 and 203. One is that white box sitting right there.
And I do like, you can kind of see her get her game face on. And for people who are generally in public fairly stoic, which I know as I am currently dramatically always dramatic on here, I can tell you that in public is not the place for me that I want to have, a meltdown or any sort of thing. Because once I start crying, I turn into a snuffling giraffe, like it's all splotches and snot bubbles. It is ugly. So I don't do that. So I do like that you can see her kind of put on her game face and take a deep breath and then, okay. Because she knows she's going to have to touch this foil. And I think of anything in this trial, I think the foil would be the one thing that I would want to throw in an incinerator, just because what it represents, where it was placed. And, she had to handle this with the full knowledge that, her job was to possibly find the monster who did this. So absolutely love that she got her game face on and she's going to, put Megan away for life.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, this is my exhibit 15A. This was my seal down here at the bottom. And this is my exhibit, also 15A, but it was just piece 3. And then my seal is at the bottom.
Okay. And is that the foil sheeting that you tested?
Yes.
If you would, tell us what the results of your testing on those items were.
So for all of the foil sheeting, presumptive testing, chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, but presumptive immunological testing did not indicate the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And for all of the stained and non-stained areas, which were 10 areas total that were tested, the quantification results did not indicate the presence of human DNA. So these items were sent to the Latent Print Laboratory.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in regard to the foil sheeting?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it.
So this is
He
a
really
copy of my
has.
report dated March 12th, 2021.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings in regards to the proceeding you just testified to?
It is.
Judge, I'd make to make that exhibit number 251.
The bailiff has had to tighten his belt twice during this trial. He's getting up and getting down so much. You know, you figure at some point you just stand during these witnesses, unless that's against protocol.
Finally, Agent Gray, I'm going to, again, we mentioned the fact earlier that sometimes through communications you were asked to test additional items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this last batch of testing that you did, there's also some additional material that was found in the trash bag, where the victim's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a black spoon, some Gerber baby food. One was a apple mango strawberry flavor, the other was a banana blueberry flavor, and then there was a tissue.
Kind of walk through these one at a time. You mentioned a black spoon. What were your results in regards to that item?
So the mouth area was swabbed for testing, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA, so it was not taken any further.
Okay. And what about the Gerber apple mango strawberry baby food?
The sides of the pouch was swabbed. There was still food on the mouth area of the swab, so I stayed away from it just due to bacteria and focused on the sides of the swab, the sides of the pouch. And quantification was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA, so no further testing was performed.
And what about the Gerber banana blueberry baby food?
So once again, the sides of the pouch were swabbed, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
All right.
I don't know why the baby food's heartbreaking, except that it really speaks to an entire season of my life, almost 10 years, you guys. I know I did the, having kids hobby too much, but I just remember those being ubiquitous in my life, having one of the bags or the tubs anytime we went out with the, little Gerber puffs or the yogurt bites in case they got hungry when we were at the store. And I was not above, if I had the cash on me, opening the box of graham crackers and or animal crackers and letting them eat them. Because I figured if any Walmart employee was, ballsy enough to come and say, hey, you have to pay for that, I would hand them the cash. I would not be a jerk about it. But I'm trying to mom in real life here. So, give me a break. I'll go up to the counter and pay for the opened animal crackers if they so asked me. No one ever did. I always paid for the graham crackers. I did try to always pay for the grapes that the boys ate, but, I would just tell the random person before they invented self-checkout, like, he ate like 15 grapes. Like, I don't know what you want. Like, I can tell you they were 15. But that was a chaotic and loud and messy and sticky part of my life, but it was also fun. And every time we went out, it was an adventure because you never really knew what kid you were going to get or what they would say when you were out. So it just reminds me of a season that I really enjoyed, and Megan threw it away. And it's just incredibly heartbreaking.
Could I see Exhibit 164?
I don't stand up and sit down that quickly. If I were on my standing desk, but I salute him for standing up and sitting down. I'd be a size 4 by the end of this trial. Maybe I should speed watch it again and just, instead of P90X, just stand up every time he does.
214. I'm sorry, 214. I'm sorry, wrong number. 214. I want to say first, yes.
Oh, that is a smile like, get your shit together, sir. That like tight smile like, I'm a professional, are you?
I want to say first, yes.
I do not go to Hobby Lobby with my children. That is just asking and tempting God for bad things to happen to you. I attempted it once, nearly had a
Agent Gray, I'm
stroke.
going to hand you what's been previously introduced as Exhibit 214. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 37A, which is a tissue. Barcode.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to the tissue?
So this tissue was heavily saturated in a reddish brown stain, so I initially tested for the presence of blood, and presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, and presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood, and the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
Okay. And using the expression world pop stats, what does that mean?
So right now, the current world population is over 8 billion people, and out of 8 billion people, no one in the world has the same DNA profile as the one I generated.
Okay. So you can say with pretty certain confidence that this was Megan Boswell's profile that you found. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, I'm recalibrating my original kind of hypothetical what happened with the tissue evidence, and I will explain because you guys may notice that my glasses don't stay on straight because my lovely middle daughter, who happens to also be a giant pumpkin-headed child, when she was about 2, we were fooling around, messing around, and she broke the hell out of my nose because she went back and headbutted me. I couldn't. And she felt bad and she was crying and it was uncomfortable, but I didn't want her to be hurt or scared. So I'm over here trying to like hold my nose, not choke on, drown on blood, and comfort my 2-year-old. Now, possibly Megan didn't have that reaction, but I can tell you that little toddler heads are incredibly tough, and they will chip your teeth or, get your nose sometimes, and they don't mean it. Again, I have a hard enough time controlling my body, and I've had it for my entire life, and I still can't cut corners without running myself full on into a corner. So, but if Megan had a different reaction, if Megan thought that it was motivated by malice or being bad or, hating her, I could see her taking it to the next level. Because where I saw it, or most parents would see it as, we were goofing around, okay, things happen. Megan seems like Letitia, like Sarah Boone, like a lot of the people that we cover. Things that are accidents, that are just things that happen in life are attacks against them. George, maybe just wanting to sleep in and not dealing with her BS is him ignoring her and being emotionally abusive because she won't listen to him. It's just, we know people like this. We generally stop hanging out with people like this. And unfortunately for Evelyn, Megan decided to stop hanging out with her. Again, Puddletown, given all evidence, Megan is not mature. I put her at about 13 or 14, maybe even 12, as far as mental and emotional maturity. So I could see her, again, seeing this as an act of retaliation of her being mean as hell, again, the baby not meaning anything by it, and her going over the top because she is not very mature.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that one.
And I'm going to be making that story up because my daughter did break my nose.
This
Again,
is a
wasn't
copy of
her
my
fault.
forensic
We were
biology
goofing
report
around.
dated October 22nd, 2021.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings?
It is.
That was issued. Judge, I would move to introduce that as exhibits 2
52,
52.
before exhibit 52.
Okay.
But to the state's point, we now have several items that can conclusively be linked only to Megan Boswell in this trash can. Now, the other things were to either corrotated or not enough DNA. But again, we have found 2 indicators. Now, as a defense attorney, again, they can state that, this was her trash can. Of course, her DNA would be in there. But with the presence of the bloody tissue and the gum, it does seem like Megan was there shortly before or right as Megan was being placed there. Again, the way the trash was, taken out. But that's just my opinion. And I think the jury saw it that way too. And
Agent Gray.
I did want to make a point about Hunter. I think we have seen the caliber of people investigating this case. I have no doubt if Hunter's DNA was found anywhere near this, they would have pursued him to the ends of the earth. They found, Megan's mother in South Carolina because she sent them on a wild goose chase. They went to Mendota, Virginia for, F all reasons because she kept saying something about it. So I have no doubt in my mind with the, caliber of agents that they've shown us, the people that were working this case. If Hunter's DNA, if there was a whiff that Hunter had even helped with this, I think he would have been on the stand. I don't think that any mental health diagnosis would have kept him from having to testify.
Gray, in addition to your responsibilities and duties within the lab there, are you also a member of the TBI's violent crime response team?
Currently, I am not. When I became a supervisor, they took me off the BCRT, so that was 2022. But in 2020, I was a team leader and a forensic biologist for BCRT.
Okay, so back in February of 2020, you were a member of that team.
Yes.
And specifically in regards to this case, were you asked as a member of the violent crime response team to perform a couple of searches?
Yes, I was.
All right, and specifically on February the 19th of 2020, did you go to Middlesboro, Kentucky to search a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
We received the request on February 19th. We went to Middlesboro on February 20th.
Okay. And did you in fact perform a search on the 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
I did.
And what were y'all looking for?
In this instance, we were just asked to process for the presence of blood to see if maybe, since the victim had not been located, if there might have been blood in the car.
All right. And did you all find anything of evidentiary value searching through the car?
No, it was negative for the presence of blood, and we did not collect anything from the car.
Okay. And subsequent to that, did you also receive a request around February the 28th of 2020 to search a mobile home that was located at 967 Sugar Hollow Road in Blumpville, Tennessee?
Yes, we received the request on February 27th, and we went on February 28th to 967 Sugar Hollow Road.
All right. And again, what were you searching for there at that location?
At that location, we were searching for the presence of blood, and we were also searching for Evelyn.
Okay. Find anything of evidentiary value at that location?
No, everything was presumptively negative for blood, and we did not collect any evidence. BCRT did not collect evidence.
1 second, Joe. Thank you, Agent Gray. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Could I see Exhibit 249, please? No, it's the report. Good afternoon, Agent Gray. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I am currently looking at Exhibit 249, which is your report of March 25th, 2020. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
I want to ask you specifically about the blue gloves.
Okay.
The blue gloves, there are 3 blue gloves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 2 of those gloves had male DNA. You can confirm that.
Yes, the inside of glove 1 had male DNA. And the inside of glove 2 also had male DNA. And that was it.
And if you would explain to the jury how you determine something is male DNA versus female DNA, just briefly.
So when we see, it's called an electropherogram, which is a visual representation of an individual's DNA profile, you have your sex determining marker, which is called amylogenin. If it's an XX, that means it's a female individual. If it's an XY, then it is a male individual. And on those instances, that Y marker showed up.
Now, you talked about some of these DNA profiles not being able to be tested further. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that because of the TBI standards for testing, or it's just impossible to do?
No, we could do it, but we've done multiple testing, and there is a quantitation limit that we know we're going to generate a DNA profile versus we're not going to get anything. So in this instance, I do believe that all of these were taken through all the way through the DNA analysis, and just it was too limited to say anything about. But mostly across the nation, we follow the same QAS guidelines, which are set forth by the FBI. So it's not just TBI specific, and they are specific into the quality of DNA before we can interpret it.
Would other labs have greater capabilities?
Not to my knowledge, is if they are accredited by the same accrediting body, they have to follow the same QAS guidelines.
Okay. So it's your testimony that no lab in the world would be able to perform more specific testing than the TBI lab?
There's probably labs out there that might do a different type of DNA that we do, but that we follow like STR DNA.
Okay. So to your knowledge, these profiles were not tested by anyone after you got finished with them, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What about the glove, outside of glove twos, mentioned hairs were collected from that exhibit?
Yes.
Did you photograph the hairs?
No, I did not. I just documented the hairs.
Okay, did you make a note of, are they long hairs, are they short hairs, color, anything like that?
I do believe
Oh, she has notes. This woman
the
has
palm was
notes.
shredded with white residue and hair on the fingers, and the hair is dark.
Okay, the hair is dark.
Yes.
But you didn't make any nothing about length or anything else?
No, it was just that it was dark in color.
Okay.
I mean, this is good for the defense to point out Hunter does have short, dark hair. And this might be something that was tested later, since she did state that the TBI lab doesn't do hair. So this might be why the next lab analysis person is coming up. Because this is an incredibly dense evidentiary case.
Time on
Oh,
this finding the pillow.
32A.
Thank you. The pillow
it
had
does.
Evelyn Boswell's DNA on it, is that correct?
Yes, in the center of the pillow.
Okay. Could you tell if that came from saliva or what it came from?
I did not do any testing for saliva, but the area I did test tested positive for what was indicated luminescence, so it could have been sweat or saliva.
Okay. And it also had male DNA, is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Were those two mixed in the same spot, or?
Yes, it was the center area that I took a cutting from, so it would have been the same area.
Bear with me one second.
No, you take
Yes.
her
Found in the trash
forever.
can. Finally, there was a bottle, like a medicine bottle,
Yes.
found in the trash can. What number was it? Do you have that?
It was Exhibit 18A.
Yes, ma'am, 88, that's what I'm looking for.
I love how bailiff is giving him the side eye, like you didn't write down, what the exhibit was. Grandma knows like inside, outside, backwards this case, and bailiff Mosey is not liking that the defense did not know the exhibit number. He's like, I've been standing up, sitting down, standing up, and you could at least write it down. Damn.
It was Exhibit 18A.
Yes, ma'am, 88, that's what I'm looking for. And that item, it was tested, and were you able to determine if it had male DNA?
I was able to determine that it had male DNA, but it was inconclusive for any comparison purposes.
Okay. And as far as other DNA, were you able to determine if you could link anyone else to the bottle with DNA?
No, not, but once it's deemed inconclusive, no comparisons are performed.
Okay, just 1 minute, Judge.
Yes.
Ms. Gray, were you ever asked to compare any of these items to Hunter Wood or Preston Hunter Wood's DNA?
I never received a standard for Hunter Wood, but I did not need it.
Thank you.
Agent Gray, I guess I'll follow up on your last answer.
I do like how she dropped that I did not need it. Again, any of the DNA that she found that was male was too low to quantitate. Therefore, even if she ran it through the machine, she would have gotten really wonky results that could have showed Hunter or could have showed an amalgamation of who knows what, because it's, remember Kyle Rittenhouse, it's interpolation. It's basically guessing and making stuff up, at least from the limited understanding I have of math, quantitation, and DNA, which, to be very honest with you, the math and quantitation part, I know what those words mean. Do I know how to do any of those things? Not really.
answer there. When you said you didn't need it, why did you need it?
I didn't have any unknown male profiles to compare it to.
Okay, so there was nothing there that you would have been able to compare it to anyway, correct?
Correct.
So all these male profiles Mr. Scott's asked you about were also limited. There's no way you could have gone in. If I'd submitted to you every DNA sample from every male in the world, you would not have been able to tell me
Correct.
who it was, correct?
I wouldn't even ran them since I didn't have any unknown male DNA.
All right, thank you. That's all.
If I could just clarify, you did have unknown male DNA on those items we just went over.
There was unknown limited male DNA, but since there wasn't strong enough for me to do any comparisons, even if they would have sent in the standard, I wouldn't have ran it.
Thank you.
Defense attorney has to get the last word.
That's all.
She threw the vote.
Cheers.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Today, you're released from your-
And then we're going to Special Agent David Hoover. So let's see what he has to say. And you guys have to remember that this was a multi-agency all the way up to the FBI, but to include, the local sheriffs, the TBI, the FBI. So there were multiple agencies that were trying to find this baby. Not her mom, but, agencies and normal people. And
Testimony you're about to give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Seeker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And if you would state your name for the record, please.
David Hoover, David Hoover.
Thank you. And
any relation to that guy who used to wear corsets and run the FBI? Just asking for a friend. Because if you do, I heard he liked silk. How, I'm thinking about wearing corsets too. How did he like silk? Probably not the right question to ask, but I would ask it on the way out of court. Of course.
where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at the Nashville Crime Laboratory in the latent fingerprint or latent print unit.
And what is your title or position there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist.
All right. And Agent Hoover, if you would, kind of give the jury a brief overview of what your duties are there within the latent print division.
My duties typically include processing evidence for fingerprints, any developed fingerprints or any developed prints that I find on the evidence I photograph or in some way capture them, then compare them and make identifications to individuals if that's possible. Also enter stuff into the APHIS database, search through the database for individuals as well. I also write my reports and testify in courts of law.
You mentioned the APHIS database. Could you explain what that is?
The APHIS database is essentially a database of fingerprint cards that we have on file at the TBI, and then we're able to search unknown fingerprints against that database to see if we can find an individual who may have left that print.
And how long have you been doing this there at the TBI?
Okay, y'all. Now, I am not one to talk. In fact, I can't even throw stones. But, sir, I have never met a person who has bigger under eye bags than I do. I want to congratulate you and also ask how hard your life has been. Because, oh my God. I will say, he does look like a man who enjoys a good accounting review. I could be wrong. I could totally be profiling, but he looks like he reads the entire instruction manual before he tries to put anything from IKEA together. And I just don't know that I understand those people that are all like, they set things out, they have all the screws set out, they don't approach it like a chaos monster. I'm just imagining, and it's not a pejorative. I want to be like you when I grow up and be all put together and able to put it together IKEA, furniture without crying and cursing and, lamenting God. But that's just not where I am. It's not the season of life I'm in. I don't know that I'll ever get to the, completely put together part where I can put together. Actually, that's why I'm married. Why do I put together IKEA stuff when Mr. Mo takes one look at it and says you did it backwards? I must stop trying to impress my husband with feats of IKEA building that go terribly, terribly wrong. But I will continue. One day I will impress him. I swear to goodness.
I started in March of 2000, so about almost 25 years.
If you would tell us a little bit about your educational background that allows you to perform those duties there at the TBI.
My background includes a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from David Lipscomb University with a minor in chemistry. Then at the TBI itself, I underwent a 2-year training period under court-qualified fingerprint examiners. with over 100 years of experience. Since then, I've also had training from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Mississippi State Crime Laboratory, Arizona State Crime Laboratory, I believe, other agencies that have produced classes, as well as gone to conventions and things that also had classes throughout those 25 years.
How about
Oh my God, could you imagine the mixers at a fingerprint convention? Well, geez, I really liked your, paper on whirls versus loops, Harry. It was illuminating. Hey, did you see that latest algorithm? I just don't know what you would talk about. I'm sure I'm making this up. It's like when you're a kid and you see your teacher out in public doing non-teacher things, and you assume that they just kept teachers locked up in schools, like they didn't have a real life. So I'm sure he has a bunch of hobbies and stuff, but right now I just think he goes home and does Sudoku for fun.
how many examinations would you say that you've performed over your almost 25 years there at the lab?
At this point, I would think it was in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands.
Do you hold any certifications in the field?
I do. I'm a certified latent print examiner with the International Association for Identification.
And what type of technical equipment do you have there that you use at the lab?
We typically use a lot of the same things you actually see on TV. A lot of times you will see the dust fingerprint on a car or window or something, and they'll dust it and lift it. We actually still do that. We also use fluorescent dyes, which fluoresce at different wavelengths. So we have light sources that do different wavelengths as well. We now also have a system that we've had actually for quite a while. It's called RUVIS, which is Reflective Ultraviolet Light Imaging System. And they've learned that under certain wavelength of light, in this situation 254 nanometer light, it will the oils and the sweat of the fingerprints will reflect, and you can actually capture them photographically with that system.
And is this pretty standard equipment that's used across the country in various labs?
Pretty much, yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Agent Hoover, have
No,
you been
wait.
qualified to
Get to the super glue thing that Eddie Murphy did in one of his movies. I don't remember which one it was, but he used super glue. Come on, you had trash bags. I know it fits, and I can use something I learned from Hollywood, which, granted, was in the late 80s, early 90s, when Hollywood still taught you fairly good things. Well, anytime you have an Australian cop, you're probably in Lethal Weapon. And if you see Danny Glover and he's not sweating, then he's just not old enough and done enough with this bullshit yet.
testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
Yes, I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert, have you then gone on to give expert testimony?
Yes, I have.
And so then you've been qualified as an expert in the field of latent print identification, is that correct?
Yes, in both state and federal courthouses.
All right. Judge, at this time, we would offer Agent Hoover as an expert in the field of latent print identification.
He's an expert. All right.
Holy cow, is this man pure Colombian, uncut, human Ambien. Holy
Agent
God.
Hoover, if you would, just tell us a little bit about what latent prints are.
A latent fingerprint is essentially a reproduction of the ridges of your fingers or palms, and it can also include your feet. This is called friction ridge skin. It helps you hold on to things. So a latent print is essentially a reproduction of those ridges on a surface after you've touched them. Essentially, you've touched something, you've left sweat or oil in that reproduction of your ridges behind on that surface.
Okay. And as a latent print examiner,
Not for nothing, but Reproduction of Ridges sounds like a really cool folk band. Like they're a little electronica, but they're mostly folk, and they sing about, Lord of the Rings. I don't know why, but that's what I made up in my head.
or when you look at an object or you're looking for prints, what exactly is it that you're looking for?
I am looking for the ridge formations that we have in our fingerprints. Predominantly, we'll look for what is called level 1 detail first, which is the ridge flow and the pattern types within the fingerprint. Sometimes we don't have the pattern types, and we can only look for the ridge flow itself. We're also looking for what we call level 2 detail, which is bifurcation,
They have
ridge endings,
ruffles.
dots. These are the types of things that happen within the ridge flow itself. So a ridge is flowing along, and then it suddenly stops, and the two ridges on either side continues to go. That's an ending ridge. A bifurcation is essentially like a fork in a road. So you have the same thing, except for that ending ridge touches one or the other side of that those other two ridges, forming essentially a fork in the ridge flow itself. A dot is essentially what it describes. It's defined. It's just simply a small area that's just a ridge, and it's just a small dot that shows up.
All right. Our latent print,
Bless his heart, you can tell that he just loves his job and he loves what he's doing, and I would find it boring to a level that would make me consider while changing careers and moving and becoming a Hare Krishna. So God bless that he loves his job and he wants to look deeply at these ridges and lines and dots, because honestly that would be like punishment for me. So I'm glad people like this, because I am already like, my ADHD brain is like, squirrel, make it stop and make the man who is boring me stop.
Prints more than just what we talk about as being fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay, what all is?
They can be fingerprints, there can be palm impressions. Your joints of the fingers also have the same type of detail that we can use to identify people. And like I said a little earlier, your feet even has the same thing, where you can actually develop footprints and then compare them to individuals, their footprints, and see if it's the same individual or not. It's rare, but it can be used for identification purposes.
Okay. If you would, talk for a second about how a latent print is created or left on a surface.
Like I said, when you touch something, you can leave behind that sweat and oil on that surface, and it can remain there, and then I can process it and develop it to be able to actually see it and capture it.
Do certain things affect whether or not you're able to develop a latent print on a surface or an object?
Yes. Some surfaces are not very good at retaining a latent print. Rough surfaces typically are not something that's very good in retaining a usable latent print, because as you touch a rough surface, that rough surface is going to break up that ridge flow. What you're touching, what you're using to actually leave behind, like I said, is sweat and oils, which typically also have a lot of water to them as well. So you're talking about a liquid medium, and if you're touching something that's very bumped and bubbled up, then some of that medium is going to be lost in the valleys and crevices of the rough surface. Some of it's going to be left on top. So it's going to be very broken up, and you're not going to be able to see or use it to actually identify somebody. Because what we're looking for is enough information and enough clear information to be able to say this latent print was left by this person's finger or palm or footprint.
Okay. And does whether or not a surface is clean or dirty, does that affect?
That can also affect it, yes.
Okay. Now, you work at the lab in Nashville, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a process as far as processing evidence that comes into the lab there in Nashville?
Yes, we do.
If you would explain to the jury how that works.
So an agency will bring in a piece of evidence. It will go through our evidence receiving section, in which case that piece of evidence is given a specific lab number and an evidence number. If that lab number is already created, then that's another lab number, or excuse me, another evidence number. As it goes through, it's then the case is assigned to an individual. In this case, I would receive the case. In this situation, I would receive the case. And then I would go pick up that evidence from evidence receiving to then do my testing.
All right. And prior to testing any items, do you make sure that they have been secured and not tampered with in any way?
The evidence receiving unit is involved in that, and they have a vault in which it is stored in, and that only they have the opportunity to get to.
Hey, Canton, look at all the steps they go through, and they make sure that evidence is like the same, and we pinpointed exactly where they got it. Gosh, it feels weird to not be talking to experts about solo cups.
Once I get the evidence, I make sure that the evidence is in a sealed condition in some way, and then I go from there and then open it, process it from there.
All right. If we could at this time, I'd like to hand Agent Hoover exhibit number 196, trash can.
Now, I do wonder if they were able to get anything out of the trash bag, but it does look like they were pretty extensive for the trash can.
My apologies. So this is the trash can that I received. It has our laboratory number. It has our exhibit number as well as my initials. This is the sticker that was on the side of the trash can. It also contains the exhibit number and my initials. And these are pieces of the rim of the trash can that I removed to be able to process better.
Okay. So at the time that you received the trash can there at the lab, the pieces that you just held up, they were
They were
attached
actually
as a full-
attached. Yes, it was a full trash can with those pieces of the rim attached to it.
Okay, you removed them, they were not broken or anything like that, is that
No,
correct?
they were not.
And you mentioned you held up a sticker, is that, it was a little, is that like a sticker that would come from the manufacturer?
Yes,
That was on there?
yes, it was on the side of the trash can. It's a sterilite.
She didn't
sticker
even take the
manufactured
side
in the trash
label
can.
off.
And you removed that as well?
I did.
Again, I would like public service announcement. Look, us hillbilly Appalachian American, hill chucks, we don't claim her. Look, we take the labels off our trash cans. We we clean the outside. We have our husbands spray out the inside every once in a while. But for the love of, yeah, they really should have a table. I don't understand that. But like I said, look, a lot of us are hillbillies, but we like our houses clean. We don't live in, squalor. There's a difference between being poor and dirty. I don't get it. It doesn't have to be linked, and for the most part, it's not. I mean, I've met people with, 2 nickels to their name, and their houses are immaculate. So I just hate that the only time we ever see hill chuck Americans is because they're, in court. We need like a good look, then we get Honey Boo Boo, and that's too much hill chuck. Look, we need a middle hill chuck here.
Okay. All right, Agent Hoover, did you attempt to develop any latent prints off of that particular item, the trash can?
I did.
And if you would kind of walk us through what your approach to analyzing that piece of evidence was?
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Is that all right?
Yes.
Oh, he's so polite. Bailiff Mosey making sure everything's okay. He and Glamaw are the parents of this court. The judge just works there with them. He and Glamaw are the real people in charge. You didn't read your
On that trash
report
can,
prior?
I did pretty much a full process of just about everything that we can do at the laboratory, or that we normally do for fingerprints at the laboratory, including superglue, dust, the Ruga system that I mentioned, the ALS, the fluorescent dyes that I mentioned as well. The rim especially, the body itself, no, it looks like I did everything on even the body itself as well.
Okay. And what were you able
And?
to determine, or what were you able to find as far as the prints were concerned?
On the sticker,
Bring
I
back
found
Marla.
a palm print, and up underneath the rim, which is the reason why I removed the rim, I found the very far tip of a fingerprint. And when I mean a far tip of the fingerprint, I'm talking about the areas up here at the very tip top of your print, right as it goes into the nail.
Okay.
I know, I'm so
Talk about
excited.
the palm print that you found for a second.
The palm print that I found was very small. In fact, it was probably about my size of my palm. The whole palm would have fit in about that much of the palm print. So I'm
It was
confident
the
that
baby.
it's probably a child's print. Some people do have smaller hands, and so I couldn't totally discount comparing it to some other people.
Okay, I do have really,
but
really
it
small
was a
hands,
very
not
small
gonna
print.
lie. I do not smell like
Certainly
cabbage
didn't.
though,
You say
so.
it was not the size of a normal man's hand? Oh, okay. Oh. So you've already stated what you thought as far as that size was concerned. And so you excluded Megan Boswell as being the
I
contributor?
did compare it to
correct?
Megan Boswell, and I was able to exclude it from her.
Okay. And you mentioned the fingerprint. And again, where did you locate that?
Up underneath the rim, I believe it was on the right side.
All right. And were you able to make any conclusions as far as that fingerprint was concerned?
I was.
And what did you conclude as far as that was concerned?
Well, eventually I was.
Okay. But, well, on the date
Well-
that your initial,
So I will say, as a working mom with kiddos, if there was a sticker on something, and especially a trash can, I know that my kids would want to tear it off because I know I usually remove them. So around that age, taking a sticker off of something, that would be normal kiddo behavior. I would almost guarantee that, Evelyn would play with the sticker. Stickers are fun. You get stickers at the doctor's appointment. They usually try to put them on the car. I don't know why. But they love stickers. So I could see Evelyn completely playing with the sticker, putting it back on, touching it. that makes sense to me, but it's also heartbreaking because, again, I'm just remembering when my kiddos would be excited, like, I get to take the sticker off. I mean, if there's a thing that they could bicker about, they would bicker about it. Not gonna lie, but yeah, that was a big honor in our house to be able to take the sticker or hold the receipt. Again, I don't know why these were big things. They seemed like little things to me, but they were pretty big in my house.
Examination was done and the report
My
was
initial-
issued on April the 2nd of 2020.
That was inconclusive to her because in general, when you do a fingerprint card, if you look at the finger when you touch it, if you're doing a fingerprint card and you're rolling the person's finger, this part of the finger does not touch. So you don't really get a good recording of that tip area. That happens actually quite often.
All right.
Did you ask them to take a tip impression?
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you recognize that.
yeah, it's just one of those kid things. You know, it's very important for
Yes, it is.
reasons
And what
that
is
you
that?
can't figure
There appears
out.
to be a copy of my report from April 2nd.
And
2020.
welcome,
Is that a true
Christine.
and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, sir.
Judge would meant to make that exhibit 253.
Full exhibit 253.
Agent Hoover, you mentioned that you did not have good roll prints of Megan Boswell. Is that correct?
I would say I did not have complete prints,
Okay.
at least in that tip area. Sorry.
Sorry. Did you then attempt to, or speak with law enforcement in an attempt to get better prints of Ms. Boswell done?
I did.
Okay. And did they comply with your request? Did you receive additional prints from them?
I did. They complied.
Okay. And were you able to do any additional comparisons based upon that next set of prints that they sent you?
Unfortunately, I was not able to.
And why was that?
The prints that I was sent still were not of a good enough quality to actually compare to.
Could you fly in and do the prints yourself? I mean, I know it's more money and everything, but at this point, can we
And
just
did you,
nail this,
Agent
have
Hoover, did you
her?
prepare a finding in that regards? in the
I did.
report? I'm going to hand you the document and ask you if you recognize that.
Well, I'm sorry for your parents' loss and your loss, but it seems like you had a pretty good childhood. And you got all the stickers. But that's, you know, I'm sure you would have rather had your
Yes, I
sister.
did.
And what is it?
That is a copy of my report from July the 31st of 2020.
Reflecting that again, you still were not able to perform any.
My result was inconclusive again.
Okay. And is that true and accurate copy?
It appears to be, yes.
Judge, I'm going to make that exhibit 254.
Yeah. No, sir. 254. Full exhibit.
And so, Agent Hoover, did you then again speak with law enforcement?
Yes, did.
And what was the nature of your conversation at that point?
That I still needed better prints, especially those around the tip area.
All right. And did they try yet again to get you a good copy of prints from Ms. Boswell?
Yes, they did.
All right. Did they use a different technique this time?
Slightly different.
Okay. If you would tell the jury what type of technique they used.
They tried to use what is called hinge lifters. These are a product that some forensic warehouses produce. And it essentially is a small plastic, can be a square, can be a rectangle piece with tape over it. So that what happens is when you lift the tape, you're able to then lift it or put the tape over the print and then lift it, and it has its own backing already. And they attempted to do that and use, again, the same type of material to try to lift that print or to try to lift that area of her finger and send it to me.
All right. And any success this time on being able to do a comparison?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And did you again prepare a report to reflect that you were unsuccessful?
I did.
I'm going to hand you another document and ask you if you can identify that.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of a report from February the 8th of 2021.
And is that the report that reflects your latest attempt to make some sort of identification?
Yes, it does.
Is that a true and accurate copy?
It appears to be.
Judge, I move to make that exhibit number 255.
I really like that the state is going through and being very transparent about, what worked and what didn't. I think a lot of prosecutors may not have put all of this in, to try to just highlight the, things that were conclusive and just kind of rush through. But I think that it is showing the jury, again, it is a great juxtaposition of how thorough and talk on it. Hey, guys, not right in front of my door, please. Just, in theory, fight somewhere else. But it is a clear juxtaposition, and the jurors might not see this, but as someone who is watching it from the outside, it is again a clear juxtaposition of how much people, even tangentially linked to this case, cared about it. Evelyn cared about finding this baby and getting justice for her versus her mother, who let her be missing for almost 2 months. And I do wonder if there was some sort of calculated, thought in this that she could bring up, the potential that the baby passed away from SIDS or something like that. I do wonder if that 2 months where she didn't raise the alarm was hoping that Evelyn would never be found. And if she was found, she'd be in such a state that there could be no conclusive details made or findings made.
Agent Hoover, at that point, what did you speak with law enforcement about what needed to be done?
It's
further?
too cold.
did.
I would send them
And
outside,
could
but
you
it's
kind of
just
tell us how that
freezing.
conversation went?
I finally volunteered to come to Blountville and fingerprint Ms. Boswell myself.
Bless
And
his
did you, in
heart,
fact,
he had to
that?
do it
I did.
himself.
All right. Were these prints that you obtained clear enough that you could make some sort of analysis or identification?
Yes, they were.
All right.
And I will say the defense's use of SIDS or, a lack of safe sleeping practices was really offensive to myself. I have known people that have dealt with the tragedy of losing a baby from SIDS, and they were heartbroken, but they still called the police. They still, let the police investigate, which was terrifying, heartbreaking, because I knew they didn't do anything wrong, but the police still have to investigate, and it was terrifying for them and heartbreaking to have to deal with that. She is just a gross human being, and I'm glad that we won't have to deal with her, but I am upset that, the state of Tennessee, all the taxpayers will have to pay for her now. It's gross. The whole thing was gross. I understand that the defense probably was going on what Megan said, but like what, Megan said has the same weight as what Sarah Boone said. And I guarantee you that the friction between her and her lawyer was probably a Sarah Boone type friction where she wanted to put in all this stuff about, her life being terrible or something like that. And the lawyer was probably like, none of this has anything to do with your case, and I'm not going to put this in there. My guess is that Megan would have been like a Sarah pro se if she hadn't found a lawyer that would put through some of what she said and was able to work with her. I think she would have gone pro se just like Sarah.
And did you, in fact, make findings in that regard?
Yes, I did.
And I'm so sorry. There aren't words for the loss for both your parents and your entire family. Excuse me. And I do think it was offensive. I mean, even if it was something, I will have to review his opening statements probably with Veilhammer at some point. Not this next weekend. I need a palate cleanser of, Theodore Edgecombe. But honestly, the opening statement in this case by the defense was one of the most offensive things I've heard in a courtroom in my entire court watchings. 1 second. I'm going to go tell my boy children to fight downstairs. 1 second.
And what were those?
I was able to identify the fingerprint from the underneath the rim of the trash can to Megan Boswell's number 2 or right index finger.
Okay. And so that was, again, you found that underneath the rim of the trash can?
That is correct.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
I'm going to hand you another document and ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated July the 8th of 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be.
Judge, that would move to make that Exhibit 256.
Okay. Exhibit 256.
All right. Agent Hoover, I'm going to ask that you be handed Exhibits 201 and 203.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Do you recognize those items?
I did.
And how is it that you recognize them?
Again, I have our laboratory number, exhibit number, and my initials on the bag, as well as on the box itself.
Okay. And these items, were they the foil sheeting that you were requested to develop latent prints from?
We're okay. Youngest Most Feral walked on his leg funny and it collapsated on him. And then because no one has refilled the ice cube trays, there is no ice. So now he's okay. It's not even bruised. It's not even red. I've checked. But now he and his brothers are emptying the dishwasher so I can put dishes in the sink so we can have ice. Welcome to the glamorous world of combat mothering of boy children.
Yes,
Okay. And did you in fact perform an examination on those items?
I did.
Okay. What was your findings initially?
My initial findings
Yes.
from the May the 10th,
Yes,
21
sir.
report,
Yes, sir.
that I did not find any fingerprints of identifiable value on the foil.
Talk about the
Girls are different. Girls are going to snipe fight at each other. I do like the more uncomplicated sort of we're just going to wrestle and try to hurt each other fighting of boys versus girls. We do have a countertop ice maker. We have just run out of countertop. So it's kind of a thing like everyone wanted the air fryer, so the ice maker had to go for a while. And if you run it continuously, like my family does, it can be very prone to molding. So you have to run vinegar water through it, do a couple cycles of that. I'm hoping to have counter space or my office space and just have the ice maker in my room when it is all finished. Mr. Mo has gotten most of the flooring down, so that's great. And now I need to go look at closet organizers. Like I need just one more thing to look at and think about. I love Mr. Mo. He gets so excited about projects, but for me, it's just 1,027,000 decisions I need to make that gives me anxiety. So I am taking my time. I'm going to find the right fit for me, but it's all the questions and all the choices and everything that just overwhelms me. So I'm trying to look at it like small things like I have to pick a paint color, going to pick one. I promise, I think.
challenges of trying to develop prints off of
That
that foil?
That foil was very wrinkled, for one thing, which is also very detrimental to fingerprint reproduction. The ridges of the wrinkling will break up the fingerprint. Secondly, there was either trash or decomposition that was all over much of the foil. All of that would also affect the ability for the fingerprints to remain or to develop on the foil itself.
And did you prepare a report of your initial findings
I
with
did.
regard to the foil? I'm going to hand you a document and ask if you can identify it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated May the 10th, 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be, yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 257.
School exhibit 50%.
Now, Agent Hoover, in regards to the foil, were you later contacted by scientists within the lab about performing additional testing on the foil?
Yes, it was.
And did you in fact receive that foil back in the lab?
Yes, it originally went back to the Knoxville laboratory, and then it came back to us in the Nashville laboratory.
Okay. And do you remember why that was?
Yes, part of the original packaging was a large box, and then inside that box was these other pieces as well. And this box had markings on it that looked like it was only for forensic biology. And so I ignored that box and focused on the other pieces of aluminum foil because that's what I was understanding was to be working, to be processing. That was the actual piece of evidence. I did not know that the forensic biologist had separated one piece out because she actually saw ridge detail that would be considered fingerprints.
Oh.
And so she actually separated that piece out and sent it separate so that nothing got destroyed or damaged. And it was my mistake that I did not recognize that that box was actually also part of the full exhibit.
Okay. And when you
I like this. Again, everyone is human, but he, didn't touch evidence that he thought was not for him, which kudos to him because he does take, meticulous. Yeah, Mr. Mo has a lot of really good skills, and that's what I've always impressed upon my children. Male or female, I'm not against college. I'm not. I'm a twice college dropout. I fully intend to not graduate someday. But to my mother's great horror. But I don't think that every child, every person is right for college, and I wish that it wasn't sold that way. I think my boys would have a great, future in trades. I don't think they're going to be the type that want to go to, school for longer. And I think, we have such a dearth of people in the trades, and that's why, I wish that school counselors would be so much more open and pushing for kids that, want to go do stuff on their own, want to go, be their own boss. Again, not everyone needs to go to college. I'm scraping by kind of okay, and I look around at people who are my age or a little older, and they're still paying off debt for a degree that they generally don't work in that field. And I don't see the point of lending yourself in debt to your mid-50s for a good time in your early 20s. But that's just me. Again, some people are really smart and they go and they do community college and they basically work their way through it, and that's fine. For me, I don't want my kids to be 50 still paying off debts. So that's just my thing. My kids have heard my spiel. They're like, Mom, okay, whatever. Can we go get our belly buttons pierced? And I'm like, fine, it's not a face tattoo or one of those weird... Look, I'm going to tell you, not many things squeak me out, but those ear gauges, when they don't have the little ball dangly thing in there and it's just the floppy skin flops. Just saying. The nursing homes are going to be full of people with just dangling, like down to their chesticles, just dangling earlobes. I'm going to have to live at home for the rest of my life.
you say the box, you're talking, it's actually in a separate, it's Exhibit 203, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you had not performed testing on that piece initially?
No, I did not.
Okay. After it was received back in the lab by you, did you perform testing on it?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to develop any sort of latent print profiles as a result?
I developed a couple of prints on it. One print was not identifiable, meaning it did not have enough clarity or detail to be able to use to identify to an individual. One print was identifiable, and that print identified. You're right.
Yes, go
Yeah.
ahead. Sorry.
My findings on that one was that it did identify to Megan Boswell's left middle finger.
And there you have it. Case closed. Let's go home, people. Because here's the part that damns her in my thinking. So, no, the fingerprint was back where it was uncrinkled, back where you would smooth things, if you will, if you were placing this foil on your child's head for reasons I can't even fathom. But boom, there you have it. It wasn't Hunter's fingerprint. It wasn't Hunter's, dainty, childlike palm print. Okay, so I will tell you, I have always had a complicated relationship with earlobes. My mom wore really heavy earrings in the 70s, so her earlobe actually tore. And to this day, if earrings are too heavy, I will take them off because I am so incredibly Twitter-pated that I'm going to destroy my earlobes. And I don't know why. They're weird things to fixate on, and I don't think anyone pays attention to my earlobes. But I know if I split one open, I would never stop playing with it. And okay, welcome to my neuroses. Detour over.
So you had one print that there was no identification, you can't make any.
It wasn't useful for it, no.
Okay, and the only other one was identified to Megan Boswell, is that
That's
correct? And did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to that piece of foil?
I did.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a report. or document,
Possibly.
so you can identify that.
Okay, I have to tell you guys this story. You've probably heard it before, but I went to take my middle daughter to get her belly button pierced. And they had these little black silicone molds. And I got the ear and I got the nose. But for some reason, this silicone mold was escaping me. And I was trying to think, okay, I don't think they would put, lady or man bit parts on display. And it was taking me forever, and I was feeling dumber by the moment staring here, trying to hieroglyphic figure out what this piercing was. And then it finally came to me, and in a moment where I realize I do share biology with youngest most feral, in my outside voice, and kind of in a proud way, oh, I did it. I got it. I was proud of me. I was like, oh, it's a nipple. My daughter looked at, again, not in a quiet voice. My daughter, everyone looked at me, and I'm sure the, piercing place owner just looked at me like, oh my gosh, what's wrong with this woman? But I was just proud of me that I'd figured it out and I didn't need to ask for help. I amuse myself at all times, which means I'm not generally embarrassed, but my children are. Kind of stinks to be them if you ask them.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
I just don't generally
It's,
intend
another
to
copy
embarrass
of
them.
my,
If I were
report
doing it
from
on purpose, I'd feel proud. Just generally
May
embarrassing
6, 2022.
on my own.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it appears to be.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 258.
Full exhibit 258.
And Agent Hoover, you also received several other items that you were asked to work, and those included a candy wrapper and
I'd be horrible. I have often wondered if between Meghan Markle and myself, who would embarrass the monarchy more. And I would do it in an unintentional, not C-wordy, Cahunty way. I would just be overly American and definitely I wouldn't know, like, can you imagine my clumsy behind trying to curtsy? Now, not only would I take myself out, but I'd probably take a foreign dignitary out. It would just be, like I said, Hurricane Mo would have been just as destructive for the monarchy as Hurricane Megan, in some people's opinion, if not worse. Because can you imagine my face, especially if someone's doing something stupid? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be like, so one could, oh, no, Jem, the problem is I would become a round ball. You have no idea how much I would just use my royal powers to go to the Great British Bake Off and hang out on with Jimmy Carr and Richard Iowati on the big quiz show. Like, I would use my powers for total bad. It would be terrible. I'd also eat all the Bakewell tarts in the country and the treacle toffee pudding. I would become a round blob and they would have to carry me in on one of those cart thingies. It'd be terrible. I'd look like Queen Victoria. God love her. Look, she was a curvaceous woman and she still wore a corset. I mean, that's what I would end up looking like.
A bed sheet, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to make any identifications or get any results from those items?
The candy wrapper, I was not. It didn't have any fingerprint detail whatsoever. Didn't have any ridges whatsoever. The bed sheet I did not examine as a latent fingerprint expert or individual because the bed sheet would not be something we would typically look for fingerprints on. It's a cloth folded up item that we wouldn't actually think of a fingerprint developing on.
And finally, if we could hand you Exhibit 198.
True, but if I try to Alohomora something or, again, like I said, I'd be a train wreck as far as I will say, I don't know, again, why I got in this royal jewel thing, but I would wear the hell out of tiaras all the time. I am not kidding you. I'd go to Walmart, I'd have my tiara. I know it's completely not allowed, but I would want everyone to know that I was, definitely royal. Or just have someone behind me, with my theme song playing and, smoke. I don't know. I would be ridiculous.
You recognize that item?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Again, this one happens to be a sticker, but we have our laboratory number as well as the exhibit number and my initials.
And that item is a black, if you could remove it, it's that black plastic bag.
Yes, it is.
Okay, did you perform print analysis on the bag?
Yes, it did.
All right. And if you would, tell us what you were able to find in regards to the bag.
So I do believe this was the bag that was placed over Evelyn in the trash can. So this bag was placed so tightly around it actually formed a seal, according to what the agents that found her body said. So if there are fingerprints from Megan on this trash bag, especially considering how it was placed and where it was placed, this is kind of a nail in her coffin. Again, you don't have a smoking gun. You don't have DNA on baby Evelyn that we know of so far. This has been a lot of little pieces of circumstantial evidence, building upon each other to really make it so that Megan is the only logical choice you have.
On 17A, I originally developed 2 identifiable latent fingerprints and 1 identifiable impression. And what I mean by an impression is I can't determine if it's a finger, a palm, a joint. I don't know its specific orientation or its specific where it specifically came from, whether it was one of those types of anatomical positions.
Okay. And did you make any determinations as far as comparison was concerned on the 2 identifiable latent fingerprints?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what were you able to, what were your findings in that regard?
I identified 1 to the right middle finger of Megan Boswell and 1 to the right ring finger of Megan Boswell.
And there it is, guys. I mean, the defense
And what
attorney
about
can
the,
say,
latent impression.
At that time, I reported that it was inconclusive with Megan Boswell.
And did you prepare a report of your findings
I did.
on that day? I'm going to hand you another document, Agent Hoover, and ask you if you can identify that.
well, and let's play it through. Let's play it through that this was all Hunter, okay? He's wearing gloves that are notorious for tearing. Obviously, we saw that they tore even when they were in the trash can. So he was able to manipulate, baby Evelyn, put her in there with gloves, made sure to use a trash bag that Megan had already picked up or touched and put it in there, leave her fingerprints, not his, leave nothing of himself on, any of the crime scene that we have found out so far. It just, even if you play it all the way through and you play the tape or play the train all the way through and write it all the way down that logic track, it doesn't make sense. He'd have to be, a criminal genius mastermind kind of person.
Yes, I did.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my report from February 27th of 22.
And is that a true and accurate copy
Yes,
of your report?
it appears to be.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 259, I believe.
We'll pull exhibit 250.
Agent Hoover, did you develop any other prints or any other, make any other findings in regards to evidence that was sent to you in this particular case?
The only other thing was that latent impression I eventually determined was insufficient quality for identification purposes due to its distortion and some of the other detail and stuff was not as clear as I originally thought.
Okay. And that was from the black
Plastic trash bag.
Is that correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
And did you make a report of that particular finding as well?
I did.
Okay. And was that on your report issued on May the 6th of 2022?
That's correct.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document in that regard.
Okay.
Do you already have them? No?
Look at 258. I wrote down it was May 6, 2022.
Okay. I mean, that may be. Is that That may be the same one, Judge.
Yes, so. Yes, I believe it
See, the
is.
one I just handed him.
I did.
That's- That's the same one. Okay. It's the same.
Oh, for goodness sake, they need an intern. Bailiff Mosey has had to stand
Agent
up and
Hoover, of
sit
all the
down.
exhibits that you tested in this particular case, were there any prints that you could have possibly identified, any other prints that you were able to develop
The only one remaining is the small palm print from the trash can sticker.
that you believe is from a child, is that right?
It,
What's he said?
There is conjecture about that, whether Hunter ever met Evelyn. Again, I don't think that they ever met. According to his interviews he gave, I think one or two to local media, he claimed that he had never met baby Evelyn. You know, Megan didn't want him around her when they were first dating. So, yeah, I can imagine, again, probably the first 2 months where he thought Evelyn was with the father, it was still kind of a relation dateship thing. But when once all this craziness happened, he started to really distance himself from her. So I am not sure about. I don't know why my son is upset about something.
Sustain.
So, again, Agent Hoover, the only print that you developed that you were not able to identify was the small print from the side of the trash can. Is that correct?
On the sticker, correct.
And based on your training and experience, did you have an opinion as to whether that was from an adult or a child?
My opinion would be that it would be from a child. However, I can't discount a small individual. But I do not believe it's from a normal-sized adult.
All right. Thank you, Agent Hoover. If you would answer your question. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 15-minute break.
Oh.
Everyone stand, please.
Do, 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 do.
There's a lesser included offense list.
I had looked by Judge Tipton's outline and it does go back a ways, but I don't think it's been overturned at least. And as it relates to child abuse and child neglect, they're not necessarily lessers under the Burns test, they're lessers by statute. And I cited the subsection of the statute that makes them lessers. We need to approach Judge Pickett. Yes, sir. Everyone stand, please.
Y'all, legitimately, my boys are being made to sweep the floor, and the conversation I'm hearing right now is my almost 13-year-old saying, I don't have to do this, I know my rights, and my middle boy child saying, you don't have rights, you're not an adult. And then Mr. Moe saying, if you guys would just sweep instead of arguing, we'd be done by now. Oh. I think the trial watching is rubbing off on them. Oh.
You may be seated, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hoover. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. My name's Gene Scott.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I want to talk to you about that palm print
Okay.
that was discussed earlier. You did not include in your report, exhibit number 253, that was a small palm print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But what you're describing to me sounds as though that could have been a child's palm print, could have even been Evelyn's palm print.
It's very possible.
Were you able to check against her palm print or not?
Against Evelyn's?
Yes.
No, I actually did request to see if her body was still at the medical examiner's office, and if so, if they could send me the fingerprint cards, but I never received them, so I'm assuming the child was already gone.
Okay. And as it relates to, in your report, it appears to me that you also wanted to check against Ethan Perry and Eric Smith.
No, I did not.
Did not. Would you like to see your, but you said it will be compared with.
I said it would be compared with once I would receive known finger impressions or known palm impressions of those two individuals, yes.
So was it compared?
No, it was not.
Okay. So I guess you're saying it's probably Evelyn, but you're still gonna compare it against these men,
If they sent it in, I would, yes.
just to rule it out.
Correct.
Okay. And why do you say it could be Evelyn? Is it because when somebody, obviously your fingerprints are probably all over everything in your house, is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes. I mean, some surfaces, again, are better than others.
Sure. Bed sheets don't take fingerprints as well as something shiny generally.
Not unless it's a situation in which, like, those fingerprints were in some form of material, paint, blood, something like that.
Right. So it wouldn't be uncommon, in your opinion, for someone's fingerprints to be on items in their home?
No, that's common.
Okay.
I never thought I'd see a defense attorney that ruffled my feathers, burned my biscuits, and scorched my grits as much as Owens from frickin' Sarah Boone. But this one is even worse. His client isn't as aggressively unlikable, but she's still terrible.
As it relates to the aluminum foil and the one fingerprint you found in Megan's, you can't say when that print was put there, can you?
No, it cannot.
It's possible it was on the aluminum foil before the foil was placed on the child.
I have no knowledge of that one way or the other.
It would be possible.
That's a possibility.
And again, you have no knowledge one way or the other if when the print was made there.
No, that's correct.
How long would the print stay there?
That's something you really can't determine, depending upon the situation. If the print was protected and like in a closed off space inside of a box, like a keepsake box or something like that, it may last for quite a while. In fact, I had one that they know of. It was a ex-wife's fingerprint in a case, and it was on a box that hadn't been touched for 5 years, but it was in a closet inside a box. It was perfectly protected. Once you get into places where you have water, rain, heat, cold, different things affecting the actual piece of evidence, you're not going to have typically a longer lifespan of that fingerprint.
What do you describe as a longer lifespan?
If I left a fingerprint here and then immediately did that, I could wipe it away right there and it would be gone. If I had something like on a beer can on the side of the road in the summertime, it may bake it off fairly quickly. If it's not raining or anything, but it's cooler, it may last a little longer. That's what I'm saying. There's no real evidence that shows us how long one will.
Weird, interesting factoid on this to link it to another case. If you watch the Joel Guy Jr. case, now in his little book of murder planning or premeditation, he actually had this as part of his plan. He had set the house thermostats to, I believe, 90 plus degrees to try to melt off any fingerprints. Now, he was also going to try to start like a timed fire, but he also was trying to go through and melt off fingerprints. So just thought that related. Although he did a sucktastic job. Again, if you've never worked a job, unaliving two people and, dismembering them and destroying their bodies is actually a lot of hard work, you dingus. And you're a terrible person. Your family did nothing but take care of you and you unalived them.
Will stay on a surface of something in a specific amount of time.
It sounds to me like you're saying cool and dry preserves it better than hot and wet.
Yes. Typically.
Give me just a second.
I don't know where the defense was going with that one, but
Let's do about
okay.
latex gloves. Latex gloves, will they prevent the leaving of fingerprints?
They can, yes.
So is that something that someone will do to not contaminate evidence or not leave their prints on something?
That's correct, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Well, that was a mic drop.
Nothing further, Judge.
Is he free to go?
He is for the state.
Is he free to go?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You released from your opinion.
Thank you.
Okay, we are getting into the medical examiners. I do want you guys to be prepared that these are going to be, well, just sucktastic and horrific, but we will be here together to do this. But special warning, we are getting to medical examiners. Now, I do believe that this medical examiner actually got into a little bit of a spat with the defense attorney, so that will be interesting to see. But I'm just looking how to write her name so I don't misspell it, because I am a terrible misspeller person.
Say your name.
Dr. Matrina Schmidt.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready for us to start your honor? Okay. Can you spell your first and last name for the jury, please?
My first name is Matrina, M-A-T-R-I-N-A. Last name is Schmidt, S-C-H-M-I-D-T.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
Brevard County in Florida.
Okay. And what is your official title there?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
March of 2023.
Okay. And until present, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And can you give us a background of your education, please?
I have a bachelor's in biology. Got it at Aquinas College in Grand Rapids, Michigan, 4 years. Then I went to medical school at Medical College of Ohio in Toledo, Ohio for 4 years. Then I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at West Virginia University Department of Pathology. I did that for 4 years. I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio, Texas. I returned to West Virginia and did another year of residency, and then I started practicing as a medical examiner.
Okay. And where did you first start practicing as a medical examiner?
West Virginia.
Okay. And where are you licensed? Which states are you licensed to practice medicine in currently?
West Virginia, California, Tennessee, Hawaii, and Florida.
Okay. And so that would go to say that in 2020, were you also licensed to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. And are you board certified in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Okay. Do you maintain memberships in any medically related societies?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
No.
Okay. And you stated that you're currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do as a forensic pathologist?
I perform medical legal autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of pathology and in your role as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Have you been so qualified here in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. Or at this time, we would ask to qualify Dr. Schmidt as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection.
To be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Schmidt, where were you employed in March of 2020?
At the William L. Jenkins Forensic Center in Johnson City, Tennessee.
Okay. And is that at East Tennessee State University?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your title there in March of 2020?
I was an assistant professor in pathology / forensic pathologist.
Okay. And during that time, were you called to assist with the processing and removal of the remains of Evelyn Boswell in March of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who notified you that Evelyn Boswell's body had been?
I'm going to like her. You can tell she reads Megan for filth and she wants to tell the world. She saw this baby and she wants this baby to have a voice. I think I'm going to like her, but I feel like I'm going to get emotional with her because I can tell like that was, I'm getting ready to say your name. I'm getting ready to not call you by your name, and I'm trying to be good with Jesus. So let me get through this professional, but you can tell she is, and I would have such a problem with a child case too. So shout out to this medical examiner for, looking at things no one ever wants to look at, but giving this baby's story, out to at least the jury so they made the right choice.
Been discovered.
No, it was a law enforcement official called me.
Okay. And did you go to the scene there on Muddy Creek Road that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring anyone with you to help assist you?
No, I arrived on my own, but 2 of our medical death investigators arrived on the scene.
Okay. And who were those 2 people?
Laura Parsons, Kristen Osgood.
Okay. And what was their role to do that evening?
They're the medical death investigators. They investigate the scene, the death.
Okay. And was law enforcement present when you arrived that evening?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall what time of day you arrived?
I do not. It was evening. It was
Okay.
dark.
Dark outside. Okay. Where was Evelyn's body located at the time of your arrival?
It was in a playhouse shed and inside a trash can.
Okay. So her body was still within the trash can when you arrived?
Yes,
Okay. And did you observe or assist in the removal of Evelyn's body from the trash can?
yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the jury what that process looked like?
We removed the trash can from the shed. Pictures, photographs were taken, and then we did a step-by-step process of removing the decedent from the trash can and the contents of the trash can.
Okay. And did you observe law enforcement with each of these steps of removal?
Yes, and our medical death investigators were also a part of the process.
Okay. And was this at your direction or at someone else's, the process that they used?
We had discussed the direction we were going to take prior to removing the trash can from the shed. So I was directing it, but I think we had all had a discussion on the best way to handle the process.
And absolutely, what a good thing to work together to have a good plan. I mean, again, they're having to deal with a body in a very, open space and trying to figure it out. And I did notice her use of the word decedent, and honestly, I would probably do the same thing. I don't know that I could have said Evelyn's name. Decedent, again, just distances, and I think to be a professional, you have to do that. I will remind you that the jury was sequestered during this trial. That's why they had a Saturday court date, meaning they couldn't go home to their family, couldn't look at electronics. This was a very big, high-profile case. Now, I do believe that they do provide mental health counseling for the jury if they choose to, use it after cases like this. And honestly, this was my biggest worry about doing jury duty, is that I was terrified that I was going to get a child case. So I was glad I got a silly, ridiculous case. I did a stream about it. It was pretty funny. Not funny for the person who had been in court for 2 years, but at least it was something relatively easy and a 4-hour trial.
Give me just a second.
We are going to be getting into the, autopsy findings, the different medical reports. It is going to be hard. If you guys need to take a break, definitely do that. But this is going to be some difficult testimony.
Can you tell
And
the
your
jury what
mental
steps you
health
took
is
to
more
ensure
important than any streaming
that
or
the
clicks.
scene and Evelyn's body was maintained as secure as possible?
TBI was present, our medical death investigators, and everything that we removed from the trash can, in addition to the decedent, was photographed and it was written down as evidence.
Okay. And how did you protect the body from contamination?
I don't remember, but we always have a sheet and the body bag ready and prepared.
Okay. Hold on. Can I please see?
And obviously, we won't see any of the
Exhibits number
pictures.
20 through 38, please.
Thank you, Chris Starr. And take a break. If you can't handle it, that's okay. I'm here. We're gonna try to handle
Attachment has
this.
been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Does that help refresh your memory on how the body was placed at the time that at the time Evelyn was removed from the trash can?
Yes,
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you recall about how her body was protected from contamination?
the body bag was placed on top of, looks like paper, and then she was removed from the trash can directly into the clean body bag.
Okay. All right, we can pass that back. I'm just gonna show it to the jury quickly so the jury can see what we are referencing. It's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Is this what you were referring to with the butcher?
Star, I would. All of my my whole life is basically in boxes right now. Mr. Moe is working on making my room much more accessible, and I've been talking about this for a while, but we had kind of looked at the mechanics of setting up a second studio area so I could stream from bed. Not for OnlyFans, because my leg is sometimes a huge pain in my behind. And a pain in my sciatica too. So, you know, it all goes together. I would love to dress up and do something to honor Evelyn, but I can't do anything until I get back to my room. I've actually stolen Mr. Moe's room, and he's mostly got all the flooring down, so I might be able to move in by next week, but we'll definitely do something special for Evelyn. I think I might read. I have to check if I can read it, but there's a book that always spoke to me kind of about motherhood, and if you haven't read it or you have kiddos, it's one that I always recommend, more for the parent than for the kiddo, but it's I'll Love You Forever, I'll love you for always, you'll always be my baby. I don't remember. I remember I read it all the time. Sometimes at night I read it for me. Because, you know, at the end of the day, when your toddler has thrown everything or covered himself with Desitin or, you know, put powder all over the floor, sometimes you just need to remember that through all those things you love them, and then they'll, you know, they love you too. Sometimes you just need to remember that. So I might read that because I think that speaks very much to motherhood to me. I just need to make sure that I can read that because I don't want to, you know, irritate an author that I really respect. So, is yours? Yes, thank you.
Your paper and the body bag.
Yes,
Okay. We'll keep these upstairs. Okay. So at some point, Evelyn's body was going to be transported to a different location, I'm assuming. Is that right?
yes.
Okay. And where was her body transported?
The Forensic Center in Johnson City.
Okay. And are you the individual that performed the autopsy on Evelyn Boswell?
Yes,
Okay. And was that also performed at the same location in Johnson City?
yes.
Okay. Can you please describe the process of this particular autopsy for the jury?
We re-photographed the body. We collected evidence from the body, and we removed the clothing, and I performed the autopsy, starting with an external examination, then an internal examination.
Okay. Was it more difficult due to the state of Evelyn's remains?
I don't understand
Okay,
the
let me ask
question.
it in a different way. Does decomposition of a body impact your ability to perform certain things during an autopsy?
It can,
Okay.
yes.
Can you, for example, does the level of decomposition keep you from being able to identify mechanisms of death or possible mechanisms of death?
It can, yes.
Can you describe how?
Sometimes with decomposition, the skin will change colors, and it can obscure bruises or contusions. Sometimes we might not be able to draw the sufficient toxicology specimens that we want to.
Okay. And did any of that happen in this case? Were you able to see any soft tissue, potential soft tissue injuries to Evelyn's body?
I did not identify any soft tissue injuries.
Okay. Did decomposition play a role in that at all?
It's probable, yes.
Okay. I know you stated in your report that there were leaves in Evelyn's hair. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you were also at the scene. Did you observe leaves at the scene that night?
yes, there were numerous leaves inside the shed playhouse.
Okay. Okay. So I'm assuming when you conduct an autopsy, it's not just the body itself that's helping you make your determination. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. what other materials do you as a doctor use in order to make a determination when you're conducting an autopsy and trying to determine a cause and manner of death?
Our investigators, investigation or summary, law enforcement's investigation. I can use medical records, sometimes histology. That's where I take the tissue and I look at it under a microscope.
Okay. Okay. And after you conducted the autopsy of Evelyn, are those results essentially generated into a report?
Yes,
Is that report kept in the normal course of business?
yes,
And have you reviewed your autopsy report for accuracy and completeness?
yes.
She reminds me a lot of, if any one of you watched the Darrell Brooks trial, the medical examiner who had to do the autopsy on the little boy, and you could tell she was trying like heck, and she got all the way to the end, and I remember she kind of broke down and her voice kind of wobbled, and y'all, I lost it, like ugly cried. Again, I am good until a stoic person loses it, and then I'm gone. Like, see you later. I'll be back all splotchy and, terrible. But she definitely reminds me of someone who is trying to remain professional but is heartbroken. And that medical examiner, she just reminds me of her very much. And I hope she can get through this. And I hope she has a healthy, way that she can get rid of some of this yuck that she has to see, all of this heartbreak and, pain that she has to see daily.
I'm going to pass you documents. I'm going to give you a second to look and see if you recognize that.
Okay, I know it's the terrible place to be laughing, but it is such a juxtaposition of life when I am listening to this horror on my screen, and then I hear Mr. Moe trying to gently and sometimes loudly negotiate with the boy children to clean up the front room and get things put away and make things functional when real life comes back, and he has to go to work tomorrow and we all have to get back to life. I will say, as for the cold, I don't know about you, Lori Ann, but I have been unable to get warm unless I am in, not to be all spicy, in the bathtub. For some reason, and I have to be very careful. I don't know about anyone else, but this is, I do have a lot of heat pads, and I have infrared heat pads. And the problem is if I'm really struggling, the heat pad could be up to like 140 and I'm still cold. I can't feel any of that warmth. The only thing I've found thus far has been a warm tub, but I have to make sure that I don't scald myself. So it has been a weird learning curve, but definitely I have learned. I might just buy one of those portable hot tubs and start streaming on Twitch, just murder trials, and I'll be in one of those old 1940s swim costumes with a stripe on it. So, definitely not Smexy Mo, just Mo that feels warm. I have talked to Mr. Mo. He is not a fan of this idea. Even when I said the bathing suit from the 30s, he's just like, you cannot stream in a hot tub. Nice try. Now, this is the doctor
Are you able to identify that doctor?
that contends that Evelyn was still alive. Now, they do happen to have two medical examiners, so I do believe that the second medical examiner is probably going to be one that has more academic papers behind her name. Not that I think there's anything wrong with this particular doctor, Dr. Martina Schmidt. I don't think there's anything wrong with her. But I think because she is asserting something that, needs a lot of evidence behind it, they have the second medical examiner to sort of back up that hypothesis, and she'll probably have more in-depth details about it.
Document?
Yes,
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
it's the autopsy report I prepared on Evelyn.
Okay, and is that a complete and accurate copy?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we would ask that be made exhibit number 260.
No objection.
Full exhibit 216.
Oh, and she couldn't get rid of that fast enough. Doggone it. I hope she could go home and hug her husband, her
Dr. Smith, did you form an opinion as
Look.
to the
husband, wife, puppy, cat, fluffy stuffed animal. I just hope she had someone to go home and hug after doing this. Or she went and did some of that primal scream therapy that looks kind of funny on the internet, but honestly, I think I'd be good with just screaming in a field for 5 minutes and then come back, and I just have gotten rid of whatever I've been carrying in my soul for a while. As long as no one filmed it, I think I'd be okay with primal scream therapy. I just have to talk for a living, so I'd have to schedule like a whole week where I could get my voice back.
cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What is your opinion?
The cause of death, homicidal violence.
Okay. And can you explain that for the jury? What did you base that finding on?
I based it on the autopsy findings, the investigative summary, the investigators that went to the scene, and law enforcement investigation.
Okay. Hypothetically, if Evelyn was alive when she was placed in the trash can, is positional asphyxiation likely?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxiation is?
It's your body's in a position that compromises your breathing.
Now, I will say I don't like the use of the word if. Again, if she is the one that's going to be presenting the concept and then the other medical examiner is going to expand upon that, that's good. I don't like the use of that word if. Again, lawyers live on small little words, if, and, or, including. So they were probably, very careful with that use of the word if. But that brings up reasonable doubt. I think the fact that she could have been smothered is just as awful. But I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
And were you aware was how Evelyn's body was placed into the trash can? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say positional, are you referencing the fact that she was upside down?
Yes, the body was in the trash can, upside down.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 34. Pre-admitted as exhibit number 34. Okay. Okay, so hypothetically, if a blanket is pulled up over the face of a child who's then placed into a trash can upside down, could the blanket itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes.
Okay. What about the trash bag that Evelyn's body was in? Could the trash bag itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes, if it covered the airways, the nose and the mouth.
Okay. How many autopsies have you conducted over the course of your career, just approximately?
3,600 approximately.
Approximately how many of those were on children?
Close to 100, between 80 and 100.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have that you determined to result from natural causes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted in or been caused by something accidental?
Yes.
So if I gave you a hypothetical that Evelyn Boswell was sleeping in a bed with an adult or two adults and a rollover sleeping episode occurred, is that something that you would consider as being a possibility for her death in this case? Do you want me to rephrase the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is a rollover incident possible, a co-sleeping rollover incident possible, explanation for Evelyn Boswell's death?
My opinion, no.
Okay, and can you explain why that's not a possibility?
Evelyn is an older child, and typically we see the overlay in younger children. It's certainly possible, but with the investigation of the scene and law enforcement investigation and the way she was found in a trash can, I don't have the opinion that it was a co-sleeping, bed sharing, or overlay.
Okay. Is there any scenario that I could give you?
And this is true. If you've had little children, if you've had toddlers, and you even have a California king-size bed, you will find that the toddler will actually push you out and you will end up sleeping on the floor because they have, basically starfished out all over the bed. I mean, that's been my experience when toddlers kind of, commandeer your bed. And they are old enough that if you start moving toward their space, they will kick you or, move you back over. Now, I will confess that I am not a deep sleeper. I am an incredibly insomniac light sleeper. So rollovers were never a fear with me. I always had that co-sleeping bassinet thing. But maybe it's different for different parents. I just know that with all of my kiddos, it seemed like they took over the beds once if they ever tried to co-sleep with us. We needed one of those full room bed where you just put 5 kings together and I'd still be on the edge with no blanket.
That would change your opinion about the cause and manner of the death of Evelyn Boswell?
I don't know if I could answer that.
Okay. Do you... Hold on one second. Let me ask it a different way. Anything about the autopsy as well as the other things that you had said that you used to come to your conclusion that led you to believe that Evelyn Boswell died from natural causes?
No.
Okay. Same question. Anything based upon the history that you were given from law enforcement, the scene itself, plus your autopsy of Evelyn's body that led you to believe that Evelyn died from something accidental?
No.
Okay. Please answer any questions that the defense has for you.
This was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Again, I do think she is kind of the initial, witness, and then they have a more expert witness coming after this. So I do believe that might be the more contentious testimony.
Now approach the court reporter, Judge.
Do not be bothering Grandma. Grandma's got no time for you. Making Grandma go through all the exhibits like you don't have exhibits at your desk. How dare you? I am offended on Grandma's, behalf.
Good afternoon, Dr. Smith. I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Thank you.
I think we've met once before. It's good to see you again. I do have some questions about your report and your conclusions. And I guess I'd like to know what you relied on in forming your report. You talked about the investigations of law enforcement. Obviously, you did an autopsy on the body. Did you go through Evelyn's medical records, the OB records from when her mom was pregnant with her, and her pediatrician records?
I routinely go through the medical records. I remember going through the pediatric records, but I don't remember the OB/GYN, but I might have went through them.
Well, again, any sort of problem that she had with the pregnancy, I do believe she said that she had, that she had an issue with intrauterine growth restriction, that Evelyn was born a bit on the smaller side, but was maintaining and gaining weight, within they do have like a little chart and they track your little people, at every appointment. So she definitely. My son is having to clean his room, so he's stomping, and it's right next to mine. And he's like, "I hate this room. I hate cleaning up." And for the love of Cheetos, give me the look of grandma, so that I might silence my progeny with fear of fabulous hair. I don't know, fear of something.
Do you think it would have been helpful to have done that?
Yes, I always review the medical records on
Okay.
children.
And Ms. Massengill finished up by asking you if anything could be said to convince you this was by natural causes somehow. And it's your opinion it could not be.
Also, could this case get any more ridiculous? I mean, the lady that is obsessed with florals, the state prosecutor, is named Massengill. I mean, the absurdity writes itself. I can't with this trial sometimes. You've got Glamma, you've got Bailiff Mosey, and you've got, well, a woman named after a feminine product. Again, if I had married into the Massengill family, I can tell you I would have hyphenated. I would have hyphenated the hell out of that. I would have kept my maiden name and possibly other family names. I would never have kept Massengill. She is a brave woman. She really loved him. Oh, really? Oh, wow. I can't go to East Tennessee because I could not hide my giggle every time I heard that.
Yeah, I see.
Based on my autopsy examination, no.
Let's talk about your autopsy examination. Are there any medical findings of a cause of death, or is it simply the way the body was placed?
There are no natural medical disease processes to support her death.
Yet there are no medical bases for her death based on your autopsy, are there? For instance, give me a hypothetical. If the child were found laying on a table as opposed to in a trash can, would anything have changed about the findings you found in your autopsy report about her medical conditions?
No.
So, you mentioned in your report that there's a possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in a trash can cannot be excluded, correct?
Yes,
You cannot conclude that either.
that's correct.
You don't know one way or the other.
That's correct.
Okay. So, you talked about natural causes, and there's no sign of disease or anything in natural causes, correct?
There is signs of disease processes. Yes.
In this autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, what are they?
There is a patent foraminal valve, which is just the septum between the atria and the heart, did not close properly.
So, there was an issue with the child's heart valve?
I wouldn't call it an issue, but yes, there was a defect in her heart valve.
I would think a defect, whether you take issue with the word issue or not, it is a defect. It's not good.
I don't know how to define good. I'm sorry.
Is a defect in one's heart healthy?
Well, yeah, I get what he's trying to say here, and now that she's given him this heart valve defect, but you can have a lot of things that are defective in you. Some people have, only one kidney. They were born with it. Some women are born with a bicoordinate uterus, meaning their uterus is kind of shaped like a heart. Instead of fusing together kind of like a pear, it's kind of shaped like a heart. A lot of people have, abnormalities or different things that are going on in their body. Now, again, now she's going to have to explain how this isn't relevant to Evelyn's passing, but if she can, and yeah, Jim, I think she is kind of in full fuck deficit since I'm past 3 hours. I can say that. She is in full fuck deficit with this defendant, with this case, and all she is here to do is speak for Evelyn, I think.
No.
Could that defect have led to the child's death? Is that possible?
It's a possibility.
You can't rule it out in this case, can you?
Based on the findings of the histological examination, looking at it under the microscope, I didn't see any changes in the heart. The decedent in the medical records had no symptoms. Normally, it closes around age 4 or 5, and they're not symptomatic. They can be symptomatic, but it's usually documented.
So you cannot rule out that as a cause of death?
I think I ruled it out as a cause of death.
How?
Because she wasn't symptomatic. Again, if she had been symptomatic, had she been complaining of whatever, symptomology tree or diagnostic tree that this particular valve defect has, then it would have been documented. Maybe she would have had a failure to thrive or been lethargic. For the love of all that is holy, you are arguing with a doctor who probably has, sat for more classes and continued education than you have, sir.
She did not have any symptoms or signs of there being trouble with her heart.
Is that not something that could come on instantly with your heart?
Yes,
So how do you rule out that that didn't happen?
there were no changes that show the effect of that. It's common to see it.
How did you rule out sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is a diagnosis of exclusion. If you're found in the manner that the decedent was, upside down in the trash can, it's not sudden infant death syndrome.
You can't say that, doctor.
Preach, preach, thank you, preach. Again, had Megan called and she was on a, bed and again, authorities got there, then yes, it could have been ruled a SIDS death, but she decided to shove her in a trash can. So while it's possible, it can't be ruled out or ruled in because you have so many other things that it could be. And since SIDS is a diagnosis of exclusion, because you cannot exclude the other things, you cannot rule SIDS. This is English. This is the language we all agreed on. Let's remember what words mean, people.
If the child
And I'm
died of
talking to
sudden
the
infant death
defense.
syndrome and then was placed in the trash can, that is possible, isn't it?
Usually they die around 9 to 10 months is the upper age, but yes, you're right. It could be a sudden death and then placed in the
And that's the part that is really, really, I think, disingenuous and absolutely monstrous of comparing this to a SID death. Again, it is possible, but she is at 13 months. Most of the time they think SIDS death is because you get smothered on their bedding. That's why they want you to make sure that your baby's not asleep on their tummy, which if you have my babies, they all want to sleep on their tummy. So you kind of, prop them. They have little proppers so they don't, sleep badly. You're not supposed to let them sleep with a blanket. I mean, there are a lot of things we've learned. But again, at 13 months, she's able to move the blanket, move things off her face. While it's it's possible, it's just not likely. Again, had she called immediately, like she, claims that she didn't, this could be a different thing, but it's not. She's looking at what she has. And you trying to put this whole BS that Megan told you after the fact makes you look rather stupid, but I know that's what your client said, so you have to go with it. But still, she's dumber than a box of rocks.
trash can.
It could be possible in this case.
I wouldn't rule it a sudden infant death syndrome.
Okay. You said they usually die younger, but sudden infant death syndrome goes up to the age of around 12 months, and there's really not a defined end to it, is there? It becomes less common. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there are factors that we really don't know what sudden infant death syndrome is, do we?
That's correct.
Okay. But there have been factors determined that can maybe lead to that. That say there's higher incidence of SIDS with kids who have these conditions, certain conditions. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and if Evelyn was asthmatic, if Evelyn had any problems and she was living in that dumpster fire of a trailer, then that is still neglect and abuse. I saw pictures of those trailers. They had to take it down. The guy that had to clean up the trailer had to take it down to its I-beams. The subflooring was corrodated. Do not tell me that's not neglect. You had your baby living in there. So miss me with this noise that certain conditions, again, the air quality in there was so bad that he could barely stay in there with an N95 mask and a respirator. So miss me with this.
Are you aware that there was an intrauterine growth restriction when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes,
That can be one of the factors that leads to Sid's death, can't it?
yes,
Were you also aware that as of her 10-4 visit, Evelyn suffered from acute pharyngitis?
I reviewed the records, but I can't remember everything that was in the records. I reviewed the
Would it
records.
help you to see the record?
Okay, so she had an inflamed throat, pharyngitis, pharyngeal. So she probably had enlarged tonsils. She probably had a cold. So pharyngitis is just a fancy way of saying, your throat is inflamed. It sounds much fancier, but all it means is that her throat was inflamed, the same that you would see if she had strep or had a cold or postnasal drip. I mean, a lot of things can do that. Again, if she had chronic asthma, if she, was aspirating food or having a hard time with swallowing, all of that would be documented. And she would maybe have chronic pneumonia. Oh, for the love of Cheetos, 1 second.
Records?
Sure.
Please withdraw item 67, please. May I show this to the witness? Doctor, I would direct you to her October the 4th visit. Pages 37 and 38.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Is it towards the back? I'm sorry.
Yeah, 37 and 38, if you look at the page numbers on top.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. It's, clip. Okay.
Child suffered from acute pharyngitis, is that correct?
Yes.
And that look she just gave him was, yes, she had a sore throat. You're welcome. You solved the mystery, Columbo.
Acute pharyngitis is an infection,
Yes.
okay? And it's a virus, is that right? A viral infection?
It can be.
Okay. And that infection can progress toward the respiratory system, can it not?
Yes.
If your baby has a sore throat and then starts coughing up green stuff, you take it to the doctor because it probably has either the flu or something, but you get it taken care of because yes, little babies might need nebulizers. They might need breathing treatments. They might have seasonal allergies or asthma. The fact that she didn't continue if it moved to her chest, again, just highlights the neglect and abuse, you giant art tart. You think you're doing a good point here, but you're actually just showcasing that Megan didn't take her daughter back to the doctor if it, progressed to her chest and became much more serious. I mean, you have never felt fear until you hear your child. My middle son had the croup, and I have never, he was my 5th kid, you guys. So when I take him to the emergency room, because I was kind of raised, a cold is a cold, the doctor's going to tell you you have a cold. But the sounds that he was making, and I know the doctors were treating me like a neurotic mother, which I was, but they gave him a breathing treatment that was a little stronger than the ones we had at home because I'd given him a breathing treatment and it just wouldn't go away. And I don't know how many nights we sat in, the shower with the shower running so he could have the steam that would help him breathe better. But that's what moms do. Look, I have gone to the ER with, I think, a piece of foil in my hair because I was trying to give myself blue highlights, you know, with no bra on, just a shirt on when my youngest son, busted his lip on Thanksgiving. That's what moms do. I don't know why this was such a foreign concept to Megan.
Viral pharyngitis itself can increase the risk of SIDS. Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't ask I didn't mean, I sounded curt with you and I didn't mean to. I should have asked you a direct question, so please don't take offense to yes or no.
She's like, I was already offended by you, sir,
Child
so
also
it doesn't
suffered
matter.
from gastroesophageal reflux, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
It's when the food comes back up through the sphincter because food goes through the esophagus into the stomach, and there's a sphincter that keeps it from coming back up into the esophagus and to go down, continue into the intestines for digestion, and it comes back up into the esophagus.
And can that lead to laryngeospasms?
Yes.
What is a laryngeospasm?
This is where the muscle contracts.
And again, if the mother knew all of this and wasn't providing a safe, semi-elevated place for her to sleep, all you have to do with this, it sounds, but what the doctor said was to roll a little towel under the crib for one of our little ones so that he was sleeping slightly elevated. He was my 5th child. I love him to death, but he would nurse until I swear he would pop. He was my little chunko. Look, I love him, but he was a chunky baby. He was 10 pounds. I get to say he was a chunky baby. But he would eat so much when he nursed that he would immediately spit half of it up. So we finally learned that we needed to thicken. We finally switched him to formula, but we needed to thicken it just a little bit because look, there's just a lot of things that go into being a mom, and every kid is different. And it's heartbreaking that Evelyn didn't have a mom that would sit with her in the shower, steam, or take her, at 3 a.m. to the hospital, knowing things are probably okay and you're being neurotic, but needing those medical professionals to help you. Again, it's just all those things that I find normal, she thought were just inconveniences.
The child can die from a laryngeal spasm, can it?
Yes.
Child also suffered from ankyglossia. I may not be saying that right, but you know what I mean?
It sounded good. Yes.
Okay. What is that?
They call it tongue tie. Your lower frenulum is not long, it's short. And so they really can't.
Good Lord. I have my first 2 little girls were tongue-tied. Their dad was also tongue-tied. His mother and him decided not to get him untongue-tied. I decided to get both my girls, through a doctor. It was an oral surgeon. It was, terrifying to them, but they got ice cream afterwards. So they kind of figured a win. But it's really important for speech. Some of the sounds that you make, you need to be able to put your tongue to the top of your mouth. And if you are severely tongue-tied, you can't do that. So doctors typically check. Also, it makes nursing much harder, or even bottle feeding. So again, these are not atypical or very, very unusual things for a kiddo. I had it with 2 of my kids. It's a fairly easy fix. Again, the doctors would have probably recommended it because of speech difficulties and possible eating difficulties. These are things that would have been monitored. These are not big concerning things. I know why he's bringing them up, but I wanted to give them a little bit of context because it does sound bad. But these are kind of normal every day, or at least in my ride on motherhood. Your ride may have been different than mine.
Poke their tongue out very far.
The research shows that can lead to an increased cause of sudden infant death syndrome, doesn't it?
I don't know.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know one way or the other.
So,
She's not a SIDS expert.
with all that said, this child is in a state of, the body's in a state of decomposition.
That's correct.
You can't rule these things I've asked you about out as the cause of death, can you?
I ruled them out as the cause of death,
But how? Based on what?
based on the autopsy examination and the circumstances surrounding the death.
Please tell me what medical evidence in the autopsy report rules them out. I'm not talking about the child is found in the trash can. What medical evidence in that report rules those things out? You can't rule out SIDS with an autopsy, can you?
I'm going to ask that he ask only one question at a time.
Yeah, sustained.
Sorry.
No, you cannot.
So you can't rule that out in this case, can you?
I ruled it out.
You did, but you don't have any reason to do that, do you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
A forensic examination is not based only on the autopsy. The autopsy helps you out. It's based on all the circumstances surrounding the death.
What circumstances allows you to rule that out without medical proof, doctor?
I did not see any bone fractures. I didn't see enough natural disease that I thought it would account for her death.
Bone fractures have nothing to do with SIDS, do they?
No.
No, but they would
That's
cover
what I'm
a
saying,
smothering
that's what I'm
death. If you had let's say Hunter was 200 pounds, because I'm just going, he doesn't look 200, let's say 170, and he laid on top of her, you might get a crush injury. These are actual things that she would look at. Again, he is being deliberately obtuse. I understand why he's doing it, but he is so annoying, and I just freaking don't like him.
Identifying SIDS, does it?
Yes, it does.
What does it?
It rules out SIDS.
Okay, so does natural disease, you say it rules out SIDS, it doesn't identify SIDS, does it?
No, it does not.
It rules it out. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you muppet. She already explained that SIDS is a diagnosis of exclusion. She cannot exclude any of the other things, such as a smothering death or, Evelyn, throttling her. Or Megan throttling Evelyn. They can't exclude it, therefore they cannot diagnose SIDS. Again, you are a lawyer. You understand what words mean. Come on now. I'm getting annoyed for her because he is just being absolutely redonkulous.
How did you rule out co-sleeping and being rolled on in the bed as a cause of death?
I used it based on the circumstances surrounding the death.
Again, if the body were found laying on a table, not in that trash can, you couldn't rule out co-sleeping as a cause of death either, could you?
But
I
it
would
wasn't.
review every-
And great, I wish Megan would have called if it had been a co-sleeping or SIDS death, but she didn't. So this medical examiner is going on what she has. Stop being an absolute ass monkey.
everything, the circumstances surrounding the death.
Hypothetically, if that happened, could you rule that out?
I would have to know why the baby was on the table.
So it is possible that a child that size and that age could die from co-sleeping.
Yes, it's possible.
Let me ask you about the leaves you talked about in the baby's hair.
Yes,
Okay, was that wrapped up under the blanket in the tinfoil?
yes,
Okay, so you testified that there were leaves in the shed.
yes,
Are you saying inside of the shed?
yes.
Were there any in the trash can?
I don't remember that. I don't recall that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So,
But yes, I'm sorry. They were. They were in her hair inside the trash can.
I think I followed your logic there, but my question is more specific.
Evelyn had leaves in her hair. That is where the leaves came from. And they did a damn good job at a crime scene that looked like Coraline on Timu, and just shoved it with trash. So I think they did a good job, but I understand why the defense is bringing this up. Although, again, he just does it in a way that irritates the ever-living hell out of me.
In that document. There were leaves inside of Evelyn's hair, wrapped in a blanket, wrapped in tinfoil in the trash can, in a bag, correct?
Yes,
Other than that, were there other leaves in the trash can?
I don't recall.
So when you describe this death as homicidal violence, you describe that as based on the child being found in the trash can. Is that correct?
And the investigation, yes.
Okay, but not your medical findings.
Yes, my medical findings in
There were-
addition.
There were no findings of violence in your autopsy, were there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can.
Okay. Were there any broken bones?
No.
Okay, at this point, soft
She is
tissue
not letting this
is
go.
hard to-
At this point, this lawyer should just cut bait and run. He should know by now he is not going to get her to answer. She will figure out a way to, again, push her forward, her narrative. He's not going to get this. At this point, if I were a defense attorney, I would cut and run. You have underlined that she used the totality of the circumstances and not the evidence she gained from the autopsy to get this diagnosis.
to determine any kind of damage to soft tissue. Is that fair?
That's correct.
So there were no medical findings of violence in your report, was there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can. I'm sorry.
I'm asking,
Thank you, Heather May. This is an absolutely heartbreaking case. I watched one of many videos on this from some other channel, but I prefer the way you cover it, Mo. Thank you. I am planning on doing more Petty Express runs. There was a hearing last Friday that I want to do after I finish Megan about the threesome lover case. I don't know. I'm going to find out more about it, and then we will probably ride the Petty Express on some hearings. And then I think I'm helping Baker with Karen Reed. But as with most things Karen Reed, I have sort of remained clueless. There's just too much to know. So I kind of stay out of it, and I am the resident. I have no idea what's going on when Baker has me on, which is kind of nice because I know a lot about other cases. It's nice to kind of see it with a fresh perspective and not have, a side picked out. Although I do think that the state didn't prove anything, and I hope to God we don't have to sit through another trial of 3 weeks of was it snowing, because I don't know what I'll do.
Contested.
Oh, don't stay on her. I don't want to see a swamp donkey. I didn't pay for this.
Dr. Autopsy. Now, being placed in a trash can, are you describing that as a medical cause?
No.
So medical causes and medical diagnosis that you have, there's no medical issue showing this is a homicidal violence, is there?
No.
Sir, she's
And
about to show you
you can't
homicidal
say-
violence.
That the child was dead or alive when it went in the trash can, can you?
That's correct.
Can I have just a minute, Judge?
You can take all the minutes. You can go take a long walk off a short pier into a lake. Well, he was a cutie patootie. I mean, who couldn't be
Let me ask
excited
you
for the guy
this,
so
Doctor. You
excited
talked
to,
about
and
Lee's,
dimples. Oh my
sheriff.
gosh.
You were there directing when the baby was taken out of the trash can,
Yes, that's correct.
and I assume that you and your team were very careful that the baby, nothing got on the baby once it was taken out of the trash can and the trash bag before being placed on the body bag.
That's correct.
It would not have been a source of leaves from you.
Again, let's talk about juxtaposition. The people that found Evelyn took such care to put butcher paper down to try to clear that, again, Coraline reject, dollhouse front porch in the middle of the night, having to deal with the fact that they have been searching for a baby who was long since beyond saving. And they did a darn good job. I mean, there are over, I think, 300 pieces of evidence in this case. So, doggone it, I'm getting a little tired of you. I understand why you're doing it, but you have had an attitude of absolute douchery this entire trial.
You all's contamination.
No.
Doctor, based on your medical findings, not based on the baby being found in the trash can, but based on medical findings, is there anything to support abuse as a cause of her death?
I'm sorry, you have to define abuse.
Physical abuse?
I don't think he really should be highlighting this. Again, the most horrific part of this case is where Evelyn was found and how she was found. And it's deeply disturbing to everyone that she was found, this precious baby was found thrown away like garbage on top of a garbage heap. So continuing to bang on that is probably not the best idea, you giant Muppet.
I still don't understand what you mean by that.
Any broken bones?
No.
Well, I'm trying to,
You're trying to get her to say that it was Sid's, and she's not going to do it, so move the F on, you giant freaking douche.
any broken bones?
No.
Any signs of prior broken bones?
No.
Judge, that's all the questions I have. Dr. Smith, thank you, good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Redirect.
That was a nice to see you in hell.
No, Your Honor.
Was she released from her team?
Not to say yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Smith, thank you for your testimony today. You are released from your team.
Thank you.
Next.
State called Dr. Lewis.
Oh, for the love of all that is holy. That name is gonna... Holy Fazoli's that name. I don't think she should have hyphenated. I'm just saying, this is a long name.
Why don't you sit down?
Dr.
Especially when
Eureka
you're semi-dyslexic.
Polchon. I'll let her say it spelled for you.
And Puddletown makes a good point. I mean, it adds a layer of horror to the case if the scenario I played out where she had smothered Evelyn to the point where she was unconscious but not passed away until she was placed in a way that she could no longer breathe. Now, I do believe that this is going to be the doctor that really, you know, puts a
State your name.
Darenka Milosnik Polchan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Thank you.
Oh. Okay, we're about to get real because you do not mess with she sounds like she's from a former Soviet country. You don't mess with those women. Those women will know shit and they will tell you and they might, you know all the things about you. Also, she has a scrunchie on that matches her outfit and I feel like I want to be her when I grow up, put together a scrunchie that matches my outfit.
Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would say and spell your full name for us, for the record, please.
My first name is Darenka, spelled Darinka, and my last name is Milosnik Polchan. Milosnik is spelled Mileusnic. Polchan is Polchan.
Thank you. And
She
where
is
are you
used to
from?
this question.
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Knox and Anderson counties and the Chief Medical Officer for the Regional Forensic Center in Knoxville, Tennessee, and also hold the position of Clinical Assistant Professor actually Associate Professor of Pathology at University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville.
And how long have you held those positions?
I've been acting chief and chief since 2008. I've been in Knoxville since 2002.
All right. What, if you would give us a little bit about your education that allows you to hold those positions?
So I graduated from medical school, University of Rijeka, Rijeka in Croatia. It's a 6-year medical program with the last year of internship because it's a different kind of system of schooling in Europe. And then I stayed at the same university teaching medical students and doing research for approximately 4 more years. And then relocated to Chicago area in 1991 to continue research and teach. And I joined the Department of Pharmacology and Neuroscience at Loyola University Medical Center in Chicago. And then during those research years while I was completing my PhD, I also joined the Department of Pathology to
I've been
get a
pouring more in
training
my glass so I don't have to go downstairs.
neuropathology, anatomic pathology. That's where I spent about three and a half years. And then after completion of those studies, decided actually to go into the field of forensic pathology. So finishing training in pathology at Loyola University at the same time as I was getting my PhD actually enabled me then to switch to Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner and then complete the last year of training in forensic pathology in Chicago area. And I stayed there with the Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner in the city of Chicago for about 4 years prior to relocating to Knoxville to continue the same line of work essentially. And during that time, I became board certified in
Holy crap, does this woman take a breath? I keep waiting for her to do like a period stop. I don't know if in Croatian, when you speak, you just kind of flow and you don't have period or like full statements. But this woman is the living embodiment of the run-on sentence that I hope to be. I mean, she knows all her stuff and everything, but it's really, honestly, I can't tell when she takes a breath sometimes. But she knows all the stuff, so I'm here for it.
anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
All right. Are you licensed to practice medicine here in Tennessee?
Yes,
And are you certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology?
yes, I am.
Do you maintain membership in any sort of medical-related societies?
Yes, there are a number of societies such as American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then just the regular pathology groups that College of American Pathologists and American Society of Clinical Pathologists. The membership in the name, actually, National Association of Medical Examiners is important because actually that's the accrediting body for the forensic centers in the state of Tennessee, and then of course we are accredited by the name, by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
All right. Have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I've published some papers and platform presentations and book chapters with the main interest in kind of intersection of
at-
forensic pathology
yeah,
and
1.25.
anthropology, and then those mainly book chapters. And as far as the publications, I have a special interest in toxicology and child abuse.
All right. And have
Okay,
you done
so
any
they brought her in
presentations
here
on
for a
asphyxia
reason.
in children and strangulation?
That was actually one of the old presentations at the National Association of Medical Examiner meetings. It was a platform presentation.
All right.
She's like, not only did I write a paper, I gave a symposia on it. Oh, this is going to be great. She not only wrote the paper, she did a symposia, and you know, she's like a reigning member of the accrediting body. I think she might know what she's talking about.
Now, you are currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
And are you board certified in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, the anatomic pathology and forensic pathology is kind of dual certification.
All right. And so what is it that you do as a forensic pathologist?
So in the state of Tennessee, actually, the forensic pathologists are medical examiners. And so because we don't have a coroner system, we have a medical examiner system, we are appointed to perform the duties of a medical legal death investigation on a county level. So essentially, that's what I do. I investigate with the help, of course, with the rest of the staff in the office. We investigate all the sudden deaths that happen, as I said, suddenly without medical attendance or due to violence. And our main obligation is to work not for any particular organization or the law enforcement. We work with the law enforcement to come up with an answer to what really happened and what the cause, manner, and mechanism of that in these situations where that happens suddenly, unexpectedly, without medical attendance or due to violence.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, in many counties in East Tennessee. Actually, I believe here in Sullivan County years ago.
All right, that was going to be my next question. And after having been qualified as an expert, have you gone on to give expert testimony in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to qualify her as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Judge.
Right, to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Malusnik, at the request of the district attorney's office here in Sullivan County, did you review an autopsy that had been performed by Dr. Matrina Schmidt, as well as other case materials involving the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And if you would, tell us what materials you reviewed.
So I reviewed everything was available when I was approached to originally look at the case, and I can list all the entries that I compiled in my report if that's
Sure.
acceptable. So what was available to me at the time of review and writing of my report is a birth certificate for Evelyn Boswell, Indian Path Medical Center birth records, Premier Pediatrics medical records, Mountain States Medical Group Urgent Care medical records, Bristol Regional Medical Center medical records, then autopsy report performed and signed by Dr. Schmidt, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, TBI forensic biology reports, several of them. They were dated from March 11, March 25th, April 22nd, and then TBI toxicology report dated March 19th, that's 2020. And then National NMS, which is the National Medical Toxicology Lab, both technology forensic case report, summary of facts by the Attorney General's Office, and the presentment State of Tennessee, Sullivan County Criminal Court Case S72869.
And these materials, are they typical of what you would normally review in preparing an autopsy?
Yes.
And based upon your review of those materials, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
So my opinion was that Evelyn died of asphyxial death and that the manner of death was homicide.
All right. And again, you reviewed the autopsy that had been done by Dr. Schmidt. How, if anything, did your opinion differ from what she had concluded?
In essence, actually, our opinion did not really differ much, except that in my report, and that's the kind of luxury of writing kind of expert review report versus the just regular autopsy report, is that I specify several different ways of asphyxial death or different mechanisms of it.
Okay. And when you say different mechanisms of asphyxia, what are you talking about? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
So asphyxia essentially means that the inability of a person to breathe or for the oxygen to be supplied to the cells in the body. And the different ways how that can occur is either by preventing the circulation to the brain or other organs and tissues in the body, or preventing the breathing, or putting a person in such a position that essentially compromises both circulation and breathing at the same time, with the end result of essentially depriving the tissues and organs of oxygen. And then in with that respect, actual asphyxial death in general are very complex deaths. And if there is any compromise in the integrity of the person, such as decomposition, then they have to be really described in such a manner, these mechanisms, that are understandable, because in the end, the asphyxial death is the what we call diagnosis of exclusion, meaning when everything else is excluded, what we are left with essentially is that the findings in the body and the finding of the body within the scene that are going to come to essentially explain what really happened to an individual. What I'm essentially saying...
She does look like her in the facial features. Again, if she had lived a fulfilling life and gotten a bunch of like smart people degrees and wrote dissertations. I don't see Lynette changing that around at any point, but good Lynette is like Glinda and well, before they did Wicked, the Wicked Witch of the West.
Is that there's the mechanism, asphyxial mechanism, such as positional, mechanical, traumatic, or actually can be also the consequence of the positioning in the scene, and that information comes strictly from the scene investigation.
All right, and let's talk about each type of mechanism in regards to this particular case. What about the scene or the body would relate to positional asphyxiation?
So the forensic autopsy, just like any other autopsy, which is a major procedure, kind of cross-section and dissection procedure in the body, almost like a complex surgery, cannot be done in a vacuum. It has to be done in the context of the scene investigation. So that's why we have medical legal death investigation, and that's why medical examiner and representative goes to the scene in order to create a context in which this individual was found. And that's why I always say that the forensic autopsy cannot be performed in vacuum. It has to be performed in the context of the scene. And then that's how essentially we approach this particular case, whether Dr. Schmidt or me reviewing it, is that in the context of the case, we have an individual who is now wrapped in multiple layers, or we can talk about it in a minute, who is positioned upside down in a confined space and in a position that prevents essentially breathing. And that's why I say the components of positional asphyxia, that's being upside down in a contorted kind of letter S position, mechanical asphyxia with the different objects essentially covering the individual's face or the body, and then traumatic asphyxia because of the positioning that is going to prevent the movement of diaphragm and breathing. And then, as I said, finding the individual in a trash can essentially creates a confined space, which is going to lead to confined space asphyxia. And that's why essentially, that's where I listed all these 4 different categories of or mechanisms of asphyxia.
All right. Could I see exhibits 19 through 38, please?
And this is really important, and I think that the defense was kind of setting things up in a way that he was questioning that he discounted the fact that medical examiners, like she said, are going to take into account the entire scene. Again, the entire scene does not speak of a SIDS death. It speaks of, something rather homicidal, in my opinion. But I'm not a doctorologist, and she is.
Dr. Malusnik, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as exhibit number 19. And if you would, kind of tell the jury what they're looking there and how what they're seeing relates to the mechanisms of asphyxia.
Can I show on the screen? Or,
Is there a pointer up there? It looks like a flashlight.
There's a pointer?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, so my old bed was the California King Tempur-Pedic, and it's still a good bed. It just doesn't function well for me. So 2 kids inherited both, because it's just 2 twin XLs, So 2 kids inherited those. So we were, Mr. Mo was, with the help of, older children, was pushing it up the stairs. So I didn't want you to hear the thunk, dunk, thunk, dunk, and think that we were doing something crazy. No, we were just moving beds. My middle daughter gets one of the beds, and she's like, "Can I get the one that does the 0 gravity thing?" Because the other one I don't think has batteries in it. So she was excited. So.
Yes, if you don't care.
So what we are seeing is the trash can with the a child in a trash bag with the several layers on top of her, one of them being a blanket. That's essentially when, and that's how we all approach the scenes,
If I wasn't afraid that Lord Chippy would get a case of dysentery so bad that we would have to retire him and possibly put him out to pasture, I would send Megan there. But I think Lord Chippy is going to bypass this one, and we need Elon Musk to send her to Mars. It's his choice whether he sends her with a space, suit. I don't really care. He can choose. He seems to be doing an okay job, so I'm going to let him be a choose guy. Although, would you stop having children with crazy people? Look, I have already told you I've talked it over with Mr. Mo. Through IVF, I am willing to have your, 75th child, cosine tangent messiah. I will even name him that, although I will call him Corky or something ridiculous because cosine tangent messiah is too long to yell when, you need to yell stuff. But still, in exchange for Starlink, I am willing to do this. We have talked to Mr. Mo, and we will raise a non-communist child with a non-crazy person. I don't know why you keep picking these crazy chicks when, you have streamers that will, gladly do it for, Starlink. That's only kind of halfway a joke, to be honest with you. I have heard, and there has been some studies that pregnancy will put CRPS into remission. Mr. Mo has not been that crazy to want to try. He's like, let's try the ketamine infusions first. I did tell him that when I first saw him, and I said, I know how you can help me. I'm going to need a little help, and then you're good for about 9 months, and then I'm going to need a lot of help. He did not like this plan. To be fair, I greatly forget all the things that happen with a newborn. Again, your mind protects you from all of the, tiredness and everything, and you just see a new baby that's all cute and squishy. That's how they get you. I need to stay away from cute baby stuff.
You go layer by layer.
I have no idea.
Kind of uncovering the individual, whether it's adult or a child, in a similar fashion, because we don't want to lose any evidence, number one, and number two, we want to show all the kind of components of that asphyxia by approaching it in this layered fashion. And then we can see the body of the child in an unzipped kind of onesie and an upside down position with some of her body parts showing up. So essentially, when I was telling you originally positional asphyxia, she's upside down, and we humans cannot breathe like that.
There's a
confined
possibility.
Space asphyxia because of trash can and her head being all the way down. Mechanical asphyxia because several different layers covering her face, which we'll analyze in a minute. And then traumatic asphyxia just from her body being in like a kind of reverse S position, totally crumpled and compressed in such a way that she could not breathe. There is no expansion of the diaphragm or movement of the intercostal muscles between the ribs that allow us to breathe in a position like that.
Yeah.
I think they picked a good doctor to show this. I think she's being very methodical, and I think she's able to detach a little bit for this and, kind of look at it very clinically. And I do think that everything she says is pretty correct. Again, I can't see a mom who just lost her baby, and I know Megan and I aren't moms the same way. But if I found my baby passed away, you couldn't tear the child from me. Like, when they eventually have to come in and do the medically necessary things, like take the baby from me, honestly, I think I would have to be sedated. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I do think I would need it to be sedated. I don't think I would let any of my kids go. So I don't, and then to put her in a trash can. Like, I could understand, I couldn't condone, but I could understand a backyard burial. I could understand, anything but putting a baby in a trash bag and in a trash can, and then on top of a crap pile in a, playhouse that you never use anymore. It just doesn't make sense.
This admitted as exhibit number 30.
So on this exhibit number 30, that's actually now several stages down the investigation path. So the key is always, as I said, as little manipulation as possible, and then go again layer by layer. We lost several layers here. The garbage can, the trash can. There was also
I'm surprised they're
the trash
showing
bag.
this.
There was also a black bag on top of all of that. That was all removed, and now the child is in the blanket, and there is a foil, which is actually a very curious piece of evidence because it was so tightly
I
applied
turned her
to the
down to one.
child's face and upper body that looked like a wrapped, almost like
And I get it, J. Kitty Buck. I feel that. I'm so sorry you had to walk through that. it's profound. As a parent, it's our job to take care of them. And then when we can't do that, whether it's through, disease or something tragic, you want to be there for them for every minute of their lives. And I can't imagine having to entrust my child to someone else. I mean, yeah, JKD Buck, you are so strong because, good Lord, I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, nope. They would have to cut off my arms. I couldn't do it. I would have to be there. No, you're not taking, daggone it. I really hate Megan sometimes, and I try not to hate anyone, but she is just trash. She's just trash.
Part of the kind of mechanism that prevents her from breathing, because that would be another kind of example of mechanical asphyxia, because the object is covering the face and preventing her from breathing. And the other thing that can be also seen is that the body is actually contorted, and usually that would happen, with kind of force applied, because we know now she's upside down, and the force applied for her body actually to kind of fit in the bottom of the garbage can, and that would be part of the.
Yeah, her head was basically forcibly tilted at an unnatural angle about like this. So if she had her arms, kind of compressed to her body like this, it is not comfortable to breathe. Now, I do have sinus stuff going on, so it's a bit like, just getting bombarded with, nasal drip. But again, there was force placed on this baby. So when the defense attorney, comes up and blusters on and bloviates about, oh, well, it could be this, it could be that. If she had just been laying on a table, things would be different. But the fact pattern is that her body was shoved. And I do mean shoved with force into a trash can. So how about the defense attorney just shut the hell up? Because even Grandma is, Grandma needs a hug at the end of today.
The traumatic asphyxia component.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 31.
So this Exhibit 31 actually is kind of process of removal of the foil, because it was very voluminous and it was tightly applied to her face and the hair. One thing that actually happens with the decomposition of the body following a prolonged time interval after that is that a lot of our tissues start to actually break down and detach. So the hair starts detaching, the epidermis, first layer of skin, starts detaching. And so removing foil like this that is tightly applied actually takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to preserve the child and the facial features. And
again, juxtaposition, the care, the absolute, desire to give Evelyn dignity and to tell her story as fully as possible means that this woman and the medical examiner before us, or before her, Dr. Schmidt, probably took, an hour or more to carefully remove this, to preserve Evelyn, again, with more dignity than her mother could give her. Ew, just ew, Megan.
part of the problem was not just the tight application, of course, of the foil, but also all the composition fluid that kind of almost created a glue between the foil and the face of the child, and we can see her head starting to emerge in this
I'm
particular
gonna
area.
push just to
Doctor, if
me
you could
because
talk
you
a little
can
bit
see a
about,
bit of the picture
decomposition. Is there anything as far as what you see there that would
on the
show you how
or
long
the state
the child had been in
screen.
that position, or anything based upon the amount of decomposition?
So the only thing that we can say really that it was advanced decomposition, and there were two types of decomposition that happened in this particular situation because of the position that Evelyn was in. The upper body, which was actually head first in the trash can, actually changed in form of so-called
I wish, and look, if I was a judge, I would be a total cahoon. But at this point in the case, I'm making this bitch with toothpicks or Clockwork Orange. I am making her look at this, because if I have to take this trial off screen, because you can see the pictures in both the state and defense's camera. So I kind of pulled it up and then paused it because I don't want any of. Look, you guys aren't here for that. There are other channels that I'm sure are good with that, and that's okay with them. I have absolutely no judgment. But I also like not having to see the pictures. So I didn't figure you guys would want to. So when they pop up and I can still see them, I let the audio go and then we can run through. But you absolute unrelenting cunt. I hope that allegedly in Minecraft and all of the other crafts, even in Roblox and Nintendo 94 and Sega Genesis, I hope you get Gen Pop justice. Allegedly in Minecraft, may it be so.
Wet decomposition. That's why there's a lot of staining and the decomposition fluid kind of staining the blanket and the foil. Because all the fluids and everything that accumulated after that are now creating the environment for so-called wet decomposition. But then the rest of her body, which we'll see later, that were kind of up, the feet and legs, they underwent so-called dry decomposition, or actually more kind of mummification. So the only thing that we can say it's advanced, but how long really it took, it really just depends on many factors such as temperatures that were around that body, and of course on the layers applied on the body surface, because that will prevent some of the flies or some other predators from coming to the body and expediting, fastening the decomposition.
Okay. And did you notice that in this particular case, you mentioned the flies and the larvae?
Yeah, there was some pupae, but did not really have like a direct access necessarily to the body, so there was not a lot of the maggot or activity at the time of her discovery.
Megan, seriously, with a cactus sideways.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
So the exhibits 32
Yes.
is actually just another kind of painstakingly removal of all the layers. Again, the foil is being further detached, and now we can see her head and face, and then part of the upper body, her arm, while the legs are still covered.
Does this photo show anything in regards to the positioning of her head as it relates to asphyxia?
So one thing that what was becoming evident as the body was being uncovered is that her face was flattened because it was pressed against the foil and the blanket and side of the trash can. And then, of course,
I super duper double dog hate this woman. And I know some other streamers can go on and be like all unbiased and great for them. I mean, honestly, great for you if you can get through this and not deeply and like soul deep with the passion of 1,000 suns hate this woman. Then more greatness to you. But I hate living in sad land, and I like living in snarky, pissed off, and rage land. I'm more of the table flipping Jesus kind of Christian. And, for the love of... I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't think it was going to be this bad, and I know that's every case, but gosh dang it, I have held my kids at this stage. I've had the onesie zippers. I have held them in my arms, and even if you don't have children and you have, you're an auntie or an uncle, or, you just help around and you're not a big kid person, this sucks all the donkey balls. I wish this never happened. This is so beyond upsetting. It makes you question your faith, and all you have to hold on to is that, of one bad monstrous act, it has ignited a fire of, treating children better in everyone who's watched this trial, I hope. I hope that every parent that watched this trial, learns to take a time out, maybe realizes that their kids are a great blessing. And if their current, relation, dateship, whatever, doesn't want them, then who cares? Who gives a rat's ass? You are a team. You are, yourself and your little musketeers. And if someone doesn't want that, then they are not the right person for you. Please, for the love of goodness, I hope this, helps one person.
Course, it was also kind of a little bit contorted because the face is pointing in this direction, and then her neck was kind of slightly contorted, and the head actually is almost at the level of her buttocks. Essentially, her feet, buttocks, and head, they're all kind of compressed almost at the same level now.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 34.
Snake Island is a real place. It is in Brazil. I say we annex it and send her there. Well, I know, Erica, but that's going to take a lot of time. And I'm just irritated with her right now. So if we could set up a convict Hunger Games, I'm not going to lie, I would be for it.
So the Exhibit 34 now shows the, it's kind of similar phase after the foil is removed. The blanket is covering the face, so the face is in this particular orientation. And again, the difference between all the fluids and wet decomposition staining the blanket versus just dry desiccation of the arm and then feet. So two kind of different processes happening at the same time, wet decomposition and dry decomposition or mummification.
Anything that you could tell in regards to, I know that the foil's been taken off in this particular photograph, but in regards to the positioning of the foil and the blanket as well, is there anything you could tell as far as whether that was haphazard or intentional?
Well, the child appeared to be wrapped, so that would show intentionality, because it's not that she was just put in a garbage and then a blanket on top of her. She was definitely wrapped in a blanket, and it took a while to actually remove all the layers and unwrap her.
Yeah, so douche defense, she wasn't on a table. This is all taken in conjunction with how she was found. So yes, there might not be actual physical processes wherein they can show, that there was soft tissue bruising to the face, indicating, smothering, or, the hyoid bone wasn't broken. Again, she's a tiny baby, tiny little kid. Honest to God, KLF, I thought it was the Oscar Mayer Wiener mobile just put up at an odd perpendicular angle, and my mind couldn't make sense of it until I saw the spaceship when we had the first witness. I was like, why does he have an Oscar Mayer Wiener? Heather May, it's against the laws of nature. It's against everything. Now, again, I don't know if I speak for all the mothers or all the parents, but the instant they place that, squiggly, usually covered in some kind of gunk, but the most beautiful thing you have ever seen in your life, or sometimes you think, oh my gosh, it looks like an alien. Do not judge. It's totally okay to not just, instantly bond with your baby. But for me, the instant they put my first daughter on my chest, it was like my gravity shifted. Like the way I orbited in the world shifted 180 degrees, because I was no longer myself. I could no longer make stupid choices that just affected me. I mean, in my perception, obviously my dumb choices affected everyone. But, life changed. Every decision became about us, not me, or her and not me. And for Megan to go through all of that, for Megan to have, maybe a medically complicated pregnancy and fight to have her child and then throw her away for a man. And let's be real, let's call it like it is. She is a Susan Smith wannabe, a Letitia Stalk, lie extraordinaire, but she's basic. And I hope and pray that at the end of the day, everyone just ignores her and she goes to a dark corner of the universe where she can only live with her memories. And of course, I would decorate her walls with all the autopsy photos, but I'm a mean bitch, so, what are you going to do?
So the way how she was found shows intentionality. As far as the changes on the blanket, one thing that happens with the wet decomposition and the fluids kind of creating, things do become kind of slippery in a way. So there was definitely some shift in the layers from the wet decomposition. Wasn't a lot of it, but there was some. And then we will see when the blanket is removed, actually, that her face was pressed against the garbage can because the pattern of the blanket actually remains on the face.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 35.
And I think Court TV realized when they were looking at the tables that you could see the pictures. So good job, Court
So
TV.
the Exhibit 35, now the layers of the blanket that are further removed. So the face is still covered. So we have the face, the shoulder, her buttocks and her feet, as I said, almost at the same kind of compressed, reverse kind of letter S shape. And that's how she was presented after removal of the blanket. The blanket is still stuck to the face in this area, but that's going to be the next phase.
You mentioned this, she's in a reverse S kind of shape. Is that what you're talking about when you say positional asphyxiation?
Yes, so that would be a reverse S shape.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 36.
So on the Exhibit 36, now just removal of the blanket from the rest of the head. And as I said, it had to be done really carefully because of the layers of the skin and hair detaching at this point with the wet decomposition.
All right. Can you tell anything in regards to the onesie that she's wearing in that particular picture?
I'm sorry?
The onesie, the clothing that she's wearing.
Yeah, the onesie actually was unzipped, and there was also a diaper on the body. And that was one of the questions is that would that indicate what really kind of transpired? I mean, it's hard to tell, except that, of course, onesie was completely unzipped, which was unusual for a child who's just, let's say, hypothetically dying in her sleep.
Oh, the dagger eyes she just gave there. Now, it was subtle, but as an expertologist in petty and well-deserved looks of rage and, just calling a cahoon. That was a dead-ass look at the defense. Look at it.
Sleep.
Dead-ass looked at him like side-eye, like, don't
Now
even
showing
try
you
me,
Exhibit
heifer.
37.
So Exhibit 37 actually is now next phase. The blankets, the covering, the foil, everything is removed. The ones.
And Catherine Boysen, I had to give birth to my deceased baby. I loved so much and mourn about every moment we did not have. He doesn't have. What people do to their babies is unbelievable to me, but it also shows me my love. Yeah, it definitely. I'm glad that we are all outraged by this. Because that means that we all, love kids and want to take care of them, and that this is the anomaly. I am glad that this is not, it does seem like there are always cases, but that's because they're, hyped and we have more international news. But I'm glad that this sparks outrage and not apathy. I think the real scary point is when a case like this doesn't spark outrage. And You know, I'm more on the petty side. I get that, but it comes from a place of who the hell would do this to a child and why?
Disease unopened, and then actually this is her kind of side in the front of the face. The facial feature actually can almost completely disappear because they're so flattened against the side of the trash can. And there was a lot of kind of pupae.
And Megan, if you want to know what put you in jail for life, it was that statement. It was the horror of that. The fact that you shoved your baby so hard that her face was basically flattened. Just go away and never let me see you, okay? Just, that's how I feel about this chick. Like, I don't know that I could contain myself if I ever, found myself alone with Megan. And I'm wise enough to know that I probably wouldn't, and don't look good in orange, so therefore should stay away.
There was no maggot activity, which would essentially help potentially with some timing of the postmortem interval, because from what I reviewed and from what Dr. Schmidt described, we didn't really see direct maggot activity, so they did not injure or damage the body to that extent yet.
And now showing you Exhibit 38.
And essentially what's happening now is that her body is kind of being unfolded. That's what needs to happen in order for the clothing items to be removed and then for the photographs to be taken and an autopsy to be performed. Because with the autopsy, the head has to be open and the body has to be open in a Y-shaped manner with the Y-shaped incision. And that can only happen if the body is kind of unfolded now and for complete examination. From what I reviewed and
I
from
have
what
no
Schmidt
idea.
described, we didn't really see direct maggot activity, so they did not.
And now showing you Exhibit 38.
And essentially what's happening now is that her body is kind of being unfolded.
Okay,
And then
they
with
must
the
have had-
autopsy, the head has to be open in Y-shaped.
They must have had a loop or something go down.
As part of your
Oh.
review of the records in this case, review the child's pediatric records.
Yes.
You see anything in there that would indicate to you that she would have died from something that was medically related, any medical conditions?
No, she was considered a healthy child, and all the milestones were reached in a timely manner.
All right. And what about the possibility of her dying from some sort of rollover death?
So she was not an infant anymore, so she already be in a kind of toddler stage, and I've never seen overlaying on a child older than 8 months. Actually, 6 months is even pushing it because it's just not easy to overlay a child who can already move, flip, and it's just not that easy, even for an adult, to overlay a child of that age. And I've never had a case like that. The only overlay of a 2-year-old that I had was actually a homicide.
All right. Dr. Malushnik, are you aware whether the state of Tennessee Department of Health maintains statistics on rollover deaths as far as the age of children in Tennessee?
Yes,
And have you had an opportunity to review those statistics?
yes.
How many children last year under the age of, or over the age of 12 months died of rollover deaths in Tennessee?
None.
How many children in the last?
Mic drop. Again, an older baby can flip out of the way, move. This was ludicrous to begin with. The Marleys were dead to begin with.
10 years over the age of 1 in the state of Tennessee died from rollover deaths.
Yeah, we all of those we call like unsafe sleeping environment. That's and none of the children who died of overlaying, rolling over, unsafe sleep environment were older than a year.
Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Okay, douchey McDouche face. Oh, the dagger she's already giving him.
You want any of these photos?
Hi, my name is Mr. Scott, and I'm here to be a douchebag. How you doing?
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good afternoon.
I have been doing more than I really like to, so I'm trying to be good, but oh my God, this man is going to kill me. I can already see it.
My name's
My
Gene
brain is
Scott.
going
I
to die.
represent Ms. Boswell. First thing I want
Well,
to
I mean, again, my name is Mr. Scott and I represent Megan Boswell. That seems like a you problem and not a this doctor problem or grandma problem or a Mo problem. I didn't choose to. Oh, yeah. I mean, she basically just threw everything out of the water. And she's also from a country, that came out of the Iron Dome. And she went to do her medical schooling in Croatia, which is actually more intensive, I guess, than the one here. So, yeah, try her, defense attorney. I think it'll be a great idea. It's like when Steve Irwin used to go up to crocodiles that were annoyed. And he's like, oh, the Sheila's okay. And it's like, no, that alligator's annoyed and you're going to die. Now, I didn't want to presage his death. I didn't think a stingray was going to take him out. Also, are we allowed to make fun of that now? I don't know what the time period is, but, the crocodile hunter dying of a stingray, thing is tragic. But also, are we allowed to make fun of it now? Because I need to know when too soon is too soon.
ask you about is, you did not conduct this autopsy.
No, I did not.
You had no physical contact with the body of this child. You didn't go to the scene. You simply reviewed what Dr. Schmidt had done. Is that correct?
I reviewed what she did and all the pertaining documentation.
And accordingly, had Dr. Schmidt have made some mistake, it's very possible that could be incorporated into your.
Y'all, I wasn't going to have my special chocolate that helps me on really bad days, but this is a special chocolate kind of moment, because he is already, how your body tenses up because of the level of douchery that you sense from a person? Like, you just know that you are in for something that you would rather be at home for.
Work as well.
That's a very complex question. I cannot answer yes or no. May I explain?
Sure.
So the point of having an autopsy report is to objectively describe the findings. And then the only subjective part of the autopsy report, the conclusion as to what happened, that's essentially Dr. Schmidt, in this case, conclusion as to what the child died of, cause and manner of death. So the objective findings, such as photograph, tissue sampling, should be part of the description of the case that should not be influenced by one's opinion. Now, my opinion is going to be based on those facts plus the scene investigation. So the question was, if Dr. Schmidt made a mistake, she made objective observations and put them in her report that are corroborated with photography and tissue sampling. So anyone reviewing the case can come up with his or her own conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So if she made some wrong observations that are mismatched with the photographs, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, then I should be able to notice that and comment on that, but I haven't noticed any mismatches. So essentially, her conclusion as to the cause and manner of that is that's her subjective thing. I followed my own kind of line of reasoning and conclusion reviewing based on not just her report, but the scene photographs and autopsy photographs, which are documented for posterity, and anyone can review them and come up with the objective kind of a conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So the short answer would be, if she made mistake with observations, I should be able to identify that in the photographs, and I didn't.
Were there photographs of the internal organs?
The photographs of the internal organs were not available. We frequently don't take those during autopsies, but we do sample organs to look under the microscope, and that was done.
Okay. Now, you described this was a diagnosis of exclusion. Can you explain what that means?
So by saying asphyxial deaths are frequently diagnosed exclusion means that we found an individual in a position that prevents breathing, but there is no mark on the body. And I've done thorough investigation. Unlike in this case, there are plenty of marks on the body. But what we say with the diagnostic exclusion, for example, is that
I love the petty in that. Like, look, this was not this case. This body was not like that, okay? I just like how she subtly threw that in there. Again, petty game respects petty game, and I salute you, ma'am.
if I have a drowning victim and I have absolutely nothing else on the autopsy, no heart attack, no evidence of seizure, no evidence of trauma, no evidence of drugs, well, the only now conclusion is that I excluded everything else, and therefore drowning as a part of the asphyxial death is the cause of that. So that's what I meant by diagnosis of exclusion.
Okay.
And I like that she really explained that and used again, I like the experts that talk to the jury, not like they're toddlers, but like they're a layperson. So she does take down some of the words and maybe doesn't put in the medical terminology, but she explains it in a way that a layperson can understand but not feel talked down to. I do feel like some of these experts go like third grade level, and it is annoying to me.
In this case, as it relates to the medical reasons contained in the autopsy, and I'm not talking about where the child is found at the scene, but the medical conclusions, were you able to come up with a cause of death?
So there was no other reason for this child to be dead because there was no evidence of an infection or or tumor or anything like that was identified at the time of the autopsy. And the review of the medical records, which is always mandatory for the forensic pathologist to review medical records, birth records, pediatric records, did not indicate that anything was wrong with the child, such as seizures or anything of that sort. So this child had no objective way or reason to be dead. And as I said, the tissues were sampled, and even with decomposition that sets in the organs, if there is some major infection in the body, it would have been identifiable. And it was not that.
And that really takes out the whole pharyngeal spasm, possible regurgitated food being aspirated, leading to, bacterial pneumonia. Again, she is systematically taking away reasons that you might suddenly find your baby unconscious. Seizures, she wasn't diagnosed with any of them. And let me just tell you, when your kid might possibly have seizures, the amount of doctor's appointments and scary things that you have to explain to a 4-year-old are happening to him, it's a nightmare and it's terrifying. Youngest, most feral, he wasn't diagnosed with anything. We only notice that he gets very, very disorientated when he gets overheated. The problem with youngest, most feral is that he likes to pile himself up with blankets. But that was a scary thing. We had to do the, seizure test, and he was terrified. This woman, you take them to the doctors, you get them checked out, and you try to explain it to them in a way that doesn't terrify them. This mother, Megan is not a mother. Megan was an incubator. And maybe she played at being a good mom for a couple months when there were other people to shove Evelyn off to when she wanted to do something. Just gross.
There.
Okay. What is sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is actually an abandoned, antiquated term that was used to describe sudden death in a child that essentially had.
Wait a minute. You can see him look at the jury like, y'all didn't hear that, right? You didn't. Oh, crap. Damn. You did hear that. Okay, stop listening. This is terrible for my case.
Used to describe sudden death in a child that essentially had negative autopsy findings and negative scene investigation, which means that we don't use that term anymore. That was antiquated because it was never a syndrome. It always, syndrome means that there is a constellation of symptoms, findings, and signs that would kind of create this entity.
Ask me about
that
my
one
syndrome.
Can actually have the reason for this person to be sick or dead for that matter. So there was never a syndrome. It was never a constellation of findings. What it meant actually is that we didn't find anything at the autopsy, therefore it's kind of this SIDS, nebulous diagnosis. Now we actually know with the scene investigation and the advances in our field in forensic pathology that those situations with that is with no findings at the scene or in the autopsy are extremely rare. We call them sudden unexplained death in infancy, or SUDI. So that's a new term that we use. And I can tell you with the proper investigation, the proper scene investigation, proper autopsy, and proper ancillary studies such as microbiology, histology, toxicology, the rate of those SUDI, unexplained deaths, is extremely low, actually almost non-existent.
And done.
So
Just
you're
go
telling
back
me
home.
that if another pathologist said this child could die of SIDS, they're just wrong?
Yeah, he's
She thought about it. She's like, moron says what? And I love this woman. She'd scare me to death. I wouldn't want her to be my mom because I can imagine my, just oddness and general dyslexia would be unacceptable. But holy God, this woman is awesome. And he's just looking like, y'all aren't hearing this, right?
wrong, or she is wrong, because SIDS doesn't exist. SIDS never existed. So if that pathologist is using the term SIDS, that pathologist needs to go back to forensic school.
Probably
because that
not
doesn't
competent.
exist. I'm sorry?
Probably not competent.
If he or she's using SIDS, that's not a competent pathologist. At this day and age, that's not a competent.
I am so sorry, you guys. I shouldn't be laughing over this, but this is just, it's like watching his soul leave his body saying, yo, I'm out of here. We're screwed.
Competent pathologist.
Okay. What did you call it? The new syndrome?
But it's actually not really a syndrome. It's sudden unexplained death in infancy or unexpected death in infancy. Means that we exhausted all the investigative capacity and thoroughly done autopsy with sampling and ancillary studies.
And I know this is off the point, but I am glad that the technology has, gotten up. I couldn't imagine the pain of not having an answer. And maybe an answer is a new, different kind of pain, as to why your child passed. But, maybe an answer means that it won't happen again, or you can be forewarned, if you decide to have a child again. So that actually is kind of a good thing to know. And I didn't know that. I mean, I don't generally look up SIDS information, but it is nice to know that with increased technology and further investigation, maybe parents can know, because I could imagine the not knowing would be hell on earth.
And we found absolutely nothing.
He's like, can you help me? Help me? Line? Anything? And she's like, throw another softball at me. Come on.
So how do you
come on.
rule out that this child couldn't have died from a laryngeal spasm?
Because laryngeal spasm needs to have a reason for that to happen, and I've never had a case of laryngeal spasm in a otherwise healthy child. And laryngeal spasm is basically something that somebody would give a diagnosis or the reason for a child to be dead when they're really trying to kind of come up with stuff and create some new category. That's pretty much it.
She's like, your expert is bullshitting. I'm going to tell you how they're bullshitting. I wrote the paper and I teach symposia about bullshit. So trust me, mother effer. She's like, I'm a mofo. She is an honorary bishop in the Church of Mofo. She is an honorary mofo. Love this. Love this. Look, just go sit down, sweetie. Cletus, sit down. You're not doing any better. I mean, I'm proud of you. Sorta. You became a lawyer, but dude, this horse is not even, no, just stop. He's like, but our expert said. And he's like, so our expert's bad? He's like, this is bad, okay?
Gastroesophageal reflux, that can lead to a laryngeal spasm, can it not?
But that would not.
Yes or no, can it lead to that? And then explain.
That's actually not something that is described in the forensic pathology field. Laryngeal spasm would not necessarily kill a child.
But could it kill a child?
Now, I've never seen it.
Could it?
I've never seen it.
These medical experts hate his guts. Oh my gosh.
In Dr. Schmidt's report, she states that the possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in the trash can cannot be excluded.
That's correct. That's what she stated.
Okay. Is that your opinion as well?
I believe she died in the trash can.
Okay. You have no proof to show she was alive when she went in the trash can.
I have all the proofs of her not being able to breathe once put in a trash can.
Doctor, you don't know if she was breathing when she went in the trash can, do you?
Okay, this line of question may be appropriate, but is it winning him any points with the jury? The answer is survey said no, your client got life. So perhaps, and it is an idiom that I hesitate to use, stop beating a dead fucking horse and go sit the fuck down, you giant ridiculous man.
She would not be able to breathe no matter what. And as I said, because of the composition, of course, we were a little bit handicapped as far as being able to completely examine all her tissues and organs. But there was no reason for this child to be dead, other than being in the trash can, not being able to breathe.
You can't say conclusively she was alive in the trash can you?
She doesn't have a reason to be dead, and I never had an autopsy on a child older than 1 year old for no reason to be dead, except that she could not breathe in that particular position where she was placed.
Yes or no, can you say conclusively that she was alive when she was placed in that trash can?
She could not breathe in the trash can, so that's my main conclusion.
Are you refusing to answer my question, doctor?
No, I'm just saying that that child could not breathe in the trash can.
And I'm asking, if I may, yes or no, can you say conclusively?
If I may, fuck you sideways with the cactus, sir, and get the hell down. Just go sit down. The jury has had to see god-awful fucking pictures today of a child's face smashed into a goddamn trash can by his stupid bitch mother. Could you just shut the hell up? And excuse my rant. I'm sorry, I don't usually curse that much, well, on live stream, but daggone it. I am just done with this man and this line of questioning.
She was alive when she was placed in the trash can.
No, she might have been dead because her foil was on the face before being placed in a trash can. She could have been dead because she was put in a plastic bag before she was placed in a trash can. Obviously, the foil, the bag, 2 bags, the blanket, tightly covering her face would prevent her from breathing. So all of those things had to happen before she was put in a trash can. So all I'm saying is that all those components, could have they actually brought her to brink of being dead before being put in the trash can? Sure. But the trash can definitely didn't.
He's gonna need some aloe tonight because this is a burn. Actually, I think he's still putting on aloe because I believe this was a 3rd-degree burn. Yeah, your client is looking worse and worse. How about if your client put their baby in a trash can? Those are bad facts I want to get ahead of and maybe not bring up and beat to death in front of the jury. Oh, just you know what, you are adding a year. Maybe they were thinking negligence, and this testimony, you just clinched it.
Not help.
Jim,
You can't say conclusive.
she's just saying there was nothing that showed why the child would be dead before being put in the trash can, but all the things she was wrapped in could have caused the death. Again, you are just showing that there were multiple, ways to smother this child. This man, are you sure he was a lawyer? Are we sure that this is actual lawyering?
She was alive while she was wrapped in that blanket or tinfoil, can you?
She would have definitely died with a tin foil and a bag and
You are not going to get her to say what
blanket.
you want,
And there
you
was no
absolute
reason to
asshat.
put all of those things and tightly apply to her face and her body unless she was alive.
You can't say conclusively that she was alive when she was wrapped, yes or no.
All I can say is that she cannot breathe with a foil,
Judge, I would ask
with
you
a
to
bag,
ask the
bag,
witness to
and
answer
with
my
the blanket.
question, yes or no.
Doctor, you need to answer his questions. He's asking yes or no questions. You can explain afterwards if you want to, but if you feel the need to.
This is such a terrible look. I'm going to tell you optically, this jury is fucking done with this attorney. And by extension, Megan, I can tell you as a juror, I would try to be very unbiased. But my notes right now would be fully, fuck this dude. Let's get on with this. I would like my dinner. She's already explained what she explained. You're not going to get her to unexplain it. So if you have an expert that will show that Megan was passed away from SIDS, then please produce them and let this woman go home so I can, do whatever in a hotel room. Because my rage isn't it's for the jury members. They've been sequestered. They've had to see these god-awful pictures and had to go into minute details about how this baby looked from, almost melting away to having her face flattened against a goddamn trash can. And you are just beating a dead fucking horse. Stop it.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
You can't say conclusively that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
Nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with a foil and a bag.
Judge,
the
I
trash
would
can
ask
and the
the
blanket.
court to instruct the witness to answer the question yes or no and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not being mean to you. But he's asked you the question, the answer is either yes or no. And I'm instructing you.
Actually, screw it, Judge. I say stay in contempt. I would donate all of my fund money this week and next week for your bail if you continue to sit in contempt and not answer this fucking lawyer's questions. I think you would have had a GoFundMe going and everything. I think Grandma would have been your defender and we would have all found you not guilty. But just answer the question so this moron can stop talking. He's bloviating and it's bothering me. He's about as useful as tits on a bull.
To the best of your ability. Answer yes or no. You'll have an opportunity to explain.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you
That's
can't
about
say
as-
whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead, other than
Judge,
that.
this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
All right. me see if I can boil this down. The lowest common denominator. He's gonna ask you this question one more time. And I understand.
Okay, here's the problem with this question. The problem with this question is she doesn't look at things in a vacuum. So you are asking someone who takes a totality, a global, multifactorial look at everything to boil things down to a black and white. Now, I can tell you as a multifactorial, very gray thinker that can argue multiple sides of any sort of argument, it is incredibly difficult to give a black and white answer. And I know she's being a little recalcitrant and, ornery, but I will tell you, it's incredibly difficult for me to give a solid yes or no. Now, do I think that I could have given Megan a better defense? Probably not. The evidence against her is multi-layered, it's circumstantial, but it is a daggone avalanche. So I would have made sure that her constitutional rights were upheld. But again, bringing attention constantly to whether Evelyn was alive or dead when she was placed in that trash can is just a move that is tactically latent French, in my opinion.
Case in this situation. Ma'am, I'm telling you, the answer is not yes or no. You'll face it, you can't be.
Again, ma'am, we would have
Yes.
all paid your...
Ask me a question.
Ma'am, yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket and the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered a different way.
Thank you, doctor.
Fuck you sideways, sir. She said she could have been murdered a different way. This woman is now the queen of the Petty Express. We bow down to her. She can't conduct. I mean, she can sometimes because she'll look at me in, Tiger Mom fashion. But she has been upgraded to a queen of petty because this was awesome. Oh my God, Grandma. If anyone could get me a screenshot of Grandma with laser eyes, that would be awesome. I need to start cultivating my own meme team. So if anyone wants to do that, I have these thoughts, but my brain is kind of mush after all today, and I am so done with this trial. For today, that I will probably go downstairs and continue to watch ridiculous, documentaries about the royal jewels.
Redirect.
Okay, guys, don't ask any more questions. That was a mic drop. Let her go. This woman is like, I escaped a communist country. I came over here after working, a bajillion years there, did like a double doctorate program. Send your worst. Send your flippin' worst. I will eviscerate him.
Nothing further, Judge.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
we're not going to keep
I
them.
looked at her and called you ma'am. I apologize.
Stop it. Thank you.
All right, guys. So that's it for today. But I did think that after today, now I will be doing this again with the codpiece craft but a couple pages of, let me see if I can inbigonate myself even biginator. No, apparently this is it. But I did manage to get the Labyrinth Goodnight, book. Again, with David Bowie looking kind of like he's in a cover band for Heart, not gonna lie. They did get the dual eye color though, so very good. Good Night Goblin King. Now, YouTube and all the copyright gods, leave me the hell alone. I just had to listen to a baby stuffed in a trash can, and I'm pissed off at the world, so leave me alone. So, first page, very, very cute. All of them. And of course, David Bowie being David Bowie. Again, David Bowie never played the Goblin King. He played himself as the Goblin King. A magical world can be found quite close by, where creatures abound and stars sprinkle the sky. It holds a great maze lined with stones, traps, and moss. It is ruled by a king, one you don't want to cross. When Jareth's castle, where goblins creep. Sorry, I'm trying to. Small Toby, that scamp, just refuses to sleep. The Goblin King is tired and rather perplexed. He has no idea what he ought to do next. Well, that's when you dance suggestively with a bunch of Muppets and apparently choke a chicken. I am not shitting you. He is choking a chicken right now. Now, again, I don't know why this would be something you would do for a child. But lucky for Jareth, old Beetle comes near. His sweet nanny kept all his king's baby gear. The goblin watched Gareth when he was quite small. He'll help the king silence this loud caterwaul. The goblin tells Jareth when he was a boy, a stuffed chicken would bring him great joy. But when he was cranky and needed to rest, Beetlegum's stories worked on Jareth the best. 1 second, I'm almost done, you guys. I will be out. I'm out of the cave, I promise. The king thinks that's great, but what he'll do instead is tell baby Toby he must go to bed. The Latent creatures are starting to dream, so Toby should too. That's enough with this scheme. Taking young Toby with him to his throne, the king crafts a cozy bedtime friendly zone. Again, maybe not with the guy that stole you to get with your 16-year-old sister, but again, it's David Bowie. We make allowances. And taking young Toby... he summons an orb, a fine magic ball, and conjures an image inside its glass wall. The first drowsy creature who's going to bed is Hoggle, the dwarf with a cap on his head. He lives in a hollow tree outside the maze and winds down in some unusual ways. Before Hoggle returns for the night, he must clear his home of fairies that bite. And when his abode is nary a pest, he curls up to sleep for a good time to rest. Good night, Hoggle. The worm lives inside the labyrinth's wall, where comforts abound through his home's hollowed walls. From cookies to cuppas to good-night kisses, his day is not complete until he's with his missus. Good night, worm. This makes Jared think. Tea puts the worm to sleep. Could milk stop young Toby from making a peep? But Toby's immersed in the king's bedtime tale. The story is working. It stopped his loud wail. Now back in the labyrinth, atop of their chair, our wise man and hat go to bed with some flair. The avian headpiece curls round the wise man's eyes as a sleep mask of sort for the best allies. Good night, wise man, and good night, hat. And at sunset, the brick keeper's work is now done. They rearrange the stones all day long, one by one. For passers-by, they love to confuse. When someone gets lost, they turn in for a snooze. Good night, brick keepers. I love this book. It's so cute, and it has all of the stories, and it's not as creepy, again, as a, goblin king stealing your half brother because he wants to marry you and you're 18. But I digress. It was the 80s. It was a different time. And deep in the obelisk, helping hands move, they flex and they wiggle in a rhythmic groove. Their dance is relaxing and stretch so deep, might be the reason these hands fall asleep. Good night, helping hands. And further along, a harmonious sound as soothing the creatures of the underground. The false alarms singing lullabies in soft tones. Who knew such fine music could come from these stones? Good night, false alarms. Still more of our maze dwellers head to their beds. Outside a large door, 4 fine guards rest their heads. Once they turn around in exactly 3 spins, they tuck themselves in and the snoring begins. Good night, 4 guards. Not far from the guards, both the door knockers yawn. With darkness upon them, they sleep until dawn. They pose drowsy queries in one final round. Then they try their best not to drool on the ground. Good night, door knockers. The loyal beast Ludo looks for his friend. When nippers or goblins attack, he defends. But now that it's twilight, he calls on his rocks, surrounding his soft mossy bed with stone blocks. Good night, Ludo. This makes Jareth pause. Perhaps sleep would come around if they had a wall that would block out all the sound. He summons his goblins, but while they all stand, the babe grabs the orb in his soft, chubby hands. The next of the labyrinth's creatures to rest is a staff-wielding knight in a red and blue vest. Sir Dimius lives by an honor-bound code. He guards the bridge, standing on his abode. Lest he shirk his duties, he keeps his watch all night. Ambrosius curls up at his feet rather tight. The brave knight shall not let anyone pass for the eve. He'll doze on his feet, but he'll never leave. Good night, Sir Dimius, and good night, Ambrosius. The flame-colored fairies are of truly a sight. Their bedtime ritual is rather a fright. The fire burns on as they sing and they prance. The night's far too short to give up on their dance. But slowly and surely the embers die out. Their campfire dims as they give one last shout. And as they reflect on their night filled with fun, they curled up in balls and nod off one by one. Good night, fireys. These things scared me. I don't know. Avians scare me. Birds scare the hell out of me. I'm not going to lie. I'm glad I wasn't around when we had the giant killer birds, because even parrots with that beak, it's the beak. I don't know. Look, I heard once it could take off a finger. It's exactly the same reason I hate snapping turtles. And near Goblin City, Junk Lady waits. She lives in a junkyard just outside the gates. She oversees rooms for those who walk the maze and joins them inside for a curious gaze. Tonight she shows Toby his copycat room, and seeing the space pulls him out of his gloom. He waves at his lovies, his crib, and his rug. The king's plan is working. He feels rather smug. Good night, Junk Lady, but not Toby. Not yet. In the tall castle where the goblins reside, a number of creatures are quite occupied. They trim nails, brush their teeth, even comb hair, all habits that Jareth refuses to share. And protector goblins keep watch nearby too. They're big and imposing, a rather tough crew. They subdued their nippers and sleep slumped upright, but they can always be ready for a fight. Good night, goblins. King Jareth's castle has goblins galore. When they're all tired and ready to snore, they curl up on chickens, such fine feathered friends. What the hell is the thing with the chickens? I don't remember a chicken fetish here. Which make for nice pillows until nighttime ends. Good night, chickens, while you're smothered to death by goblins, because this is a children's book, because of course. As Gareth continues his fine bedtime plot, he looks down at Toby, and screaming he's not. With a great big yawn and a couple of sighs, the baby begins to rub his tired eyes. The moon is aglow and the stars are bright. Now Gareth can tuck himself in for the night. He lays on his throne, his cape lined with fur, and orders all the creatures around not to stir. The king's plan worked wonders. The babe gives a snore. One sweet rhythmic inhale turns into more. The Goblin King's tired. His eyes start to droop too. It's bedtime for Jareth. Now how about you? Good night, Goblin King, and good night, Toby. Aw, it almost makes his kidnapping cute. I mean, I love that it was... Look, as I have contended, I love Labyrinth. I'm just saying that David Bowie's codpiece should have been given at least, an actor's bill, because he had to hip thrust around Muppets, and it was just basically its own character in half the scenes of just, David Bowie's codpiece. So I will make a codpiece little person that's going to, pop in and give his, randomness. And I'll have a camera set up so you can actually read the story too in my new office, which may get done sometime this week. But with that, I'm going to leave you. Let me see who I can send you to. And then tomorrow, I think we'll be on the last day. So that will be awesome because this case is a hard one. And I want to pick something that is not this next time. Oh gosh, it looks like there was a plane crash. Idikmel? Oh gosh, I can never say his name. I feel just dead awful about that. But it looks like a plane landed upside down in Toronto. So he's really good at covering these on the scene things. I want to try to get better at that, but time is an issue. Edmel, thank you. I feel bad when I can't, pronounce things correctly, and especially people's names. So thank you. Now, I'll probably forget that in the intervening time between now and waking up again, but I will try to remember. So thank you. Thank you guys so much for riding on the petty train with me. Today it was not fun, not going to lie. But I do love that, Dr. Melisnik Pochen just dropped the mic. So thank you so much. And, thanks for just sitting here and being with me while we watch this horrible trial. Hopefully there'll be a not kid one next. I am not doing another kid one next. Bye, you guys.